Tanky Mage System. Chapter 451, The Wind Spirit Wings. Rune 32, Secret Crossing Runes. Ensemble Runes, 10. Occultic Runes, 10. Saint Shadow Runes, 15. That was all the runes Gunai had. Many powerful beings would condense the corresponding high-level runes after they became oracles, ancestral spirits, and saints. For example, an oracle could condense runes of faith. Faith rune. It could speed up the condensation of the power of faith, and at the same time, it would give some feedback to some believers, giving them some protection, so that the believers would be more firm in their beliefs, and thus provide more power of faith. The Ancestor Soul powerhouses could condense faith runes and Ancestor Soul space runes. The former was essentially the same as the path of an oracle, but it could be used on the many living beings in the Ancestor Soul space in his body, strengthening their faith in him. The latter could speed up the expansion of the Ancestor Soul space and provide it with stability. The Ancestor Soul space wasn't stable enough. If the other party had a corresponding restraint, the space would be destroyed directly, and his power would be greatly reduced. If enough runes of the Ancestor Soul space were condensed, the Ancestor Soul space would be very stable. Then, whether it was in terms of compatibility or when he used the Ancestor Soul domain to suppress them, they would become even more powerful. At the same time, there were other types of runes that needed to be condensed. For example, the Divine Power rune. It could automatically absorb divine power, speed up the recovery of divine power, and increase the upper limit of one's own divine power capacity. Or a corresponding type of profound rune. For example, Gun could create World Rune, Dark Rune, and Destruction Rune. This could increase the clarity of one's perception of profound meaning to a certain extent, allowing one's comprehension of profound meaning to reach a higher level. However, to Gunai, these symbols weren't very useful. The main reason was that Gunai's understanding of power Upanishads was extremely clear. Normally, the clarity of an oracle or an ancestor soul warrior's perception of power Upanishads was around 10 to 30. A 10-point increase in perceptual clarity could greatly increase the clarity of their perception of profound meaning. This was especially so when their perception of profound meanings had reached a critical point and they were unable to feel any deeper. This kind of profound meaning rune could increase the height of their comprehension and allow them to comprehend even more profound meanings. However, Gunai estimated that the clarity of his perception was at least 1000 points. This was only the clarity of the darkness and destruction ultimacy. The clarity of his perception of world intent couldn't be measured by numbers. A rune that could increase his perception by 10 points didn't help Gunai much. Each time Gunai reincarnated, the amount of energy he gained would be several times more than this. Therefore, Gunai had to waste his energy to carry these unimportant runes. I don't need to upgrade the secret crossing rune anymore, it's the same for heavy curse runes, there's not much point in upgrading them. Occultic runes. There's no need for me to upgrade them. After all, I don't have any more ruler flesh to digest. There's no point in increasing the digestion speed. It won't be too late to upgrade it when I get the flesh and blood of the ancient gods, which are more difficult to digest. It seems that I still have to condense the Saint Shadow runes. After some thought, Gunai began to focus on the Holy Shadow runes. After a long period of AFK, the Divine Hurricane Tree would produce a wind spirit fruit every month or so. Naturally, Gunai was gradually digesting the fruits. Because of this, Gunai's speed had increased dramatically. Gunai's current speed was comparable to the speed of peak rank 3 ancestor souls. It could be said that speed was no longer Gunai's weakness. And next, speed would be Gunai's advantage, and it would be a great advantage. 15 Saint Shadow runes. Gunai squinted his eyes. I wonder how many runes I'll be able to get this time. I'll start condensing. However, when it's condensed, the power of the wind spirit will bloom, and it will be very dense. It's better to keep a low profile. Moreover, I've already vaguely felt that someone was spying on me in the dark. Although it's very well hidden, it should be using some kind of powerful treasure. Unfortunately, I still discovered it. With that in mind, dark mist began to spread out around Gunai. Soon, the area within a 50-meter radius was completely covered by the black mist. Then, the World Power Upanishad descended and completely isolated the black mist from the outside world. The World Power Upanishad then formed a 3-layer framework in the mist. On one hand, it prevented the outside world from looking into Gunai's body. On the other hand, it prevented the outside world from sensing the wind spirit's power. The sacred shadow runes he had condensed this time could greatly increase Gunai's speed. This way, Gunai would have enough capital to save his life when he explored the Amok ancient divine mountain in the future. With that done, Gunai finally calmed down and began to form the Saint Shadow runes. Gunai had only been a level 9 transcendent when he had condensed the 15 holy shadow runes. Not only had Gunai broken through a major realm, but he had also reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Saint realm. At the same time, Gun's Thulhu embryo had also taken shape and was growing. Furthermore, the blood sea had expanded by 40 to 50 times. The increase in carrying capacity was unimaginable. This would increase the number of Saint Shadow runes Gunai could condense explosively, and it would also increase his speed. As the ancient nirvana formed, the 16th, the 17th. One by one, the holy shadow runes were formed. The power of the wind spirit that emerged also increased more and more. The more wind spirit power he had, the faster Gunai's speed became. When Gunai finished forming his 19th occultic rune, the power of wind spirit born from the 19th Saint Shadow rune was more than the 10th to 14th runes combined. The formation of 19 Saint Shadow runes has already made my speed far faster than the Oracle and Ancestor Soul experts who are known for their speed. I wonder what will happen when the 20th Saint Shadow rune is condensed. When the 10th crystal is condensed, it will give birth to the power of the wind spirit, which will greatly increase my speed under the amplification of this power of the wind spirit. I hope that some new changes will appear on this 20th crystal. Half an hour later. Hwalala! The power of the wind spirit whistled around Gunai like a hurricane. Just the birth of this 20th wind spirit power had increased the birth of the wind spirit power of the 19th by about 3 times. After crossing a level, this increase in quantity directly showed a state of substantial increase. If it weren't for Gunai's World Power Upanishad and Dark Power Upanishad, he wouldn't have been able to escape. It was likely that within a radius of a dozen kilometers, there would be a huge hurricane with the ancient nirvana at the center. The power of the wind spirit was a power that could naturally cause the wind to surge. The violent power of the wind spirit swirled around Gunai. After a few minutes, the large amount of wind spirit power finally stabilized. Then, this large amount of wind spirit power gathered behind Gunai, forming a pair of light, ethereal wind spirit wings. Wind spirit wings. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he felt the wind spirit wings on his back. It's actually the wings of the wind spirit. This is a qualitative change. Gunai couldn't help but sigh. Without using the wind spirit wings, I can easily shake off any expert of the same level with my speed. And once I use the wind spirit wings, an expert with tier 4 divine power and divine power will not be able to catch up to me. Moreover, the wind spirit wings also have the wonderful ability of wind spirit travel. As long as there is wind, it doesn't matter if it's the wind in the air, the wind in the source energy, or the wind in other forms. I can easily travel and cross over, easily breaking free from the many restrictions, seals, imprisoning techniques, and many other means. After all, the wind spirit's ability to travel through the wind spirit power is essentially like this, avoiding dangerous areas. I can finally be completely at ease with my speed. I also have some more means to avoid danger. Moreover, these 20 Saint Shadow runes are obviously not my limit. Continue to condense. After obtaining the wind spirit wings, Gunai calmed his mind and began to form more. 452 The Earthworm Giant Beast. 3 days later. In the area shrouded in darkness, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. His vertical pupils were deep and reserved. Hoo hoo hoo. Gunai exhaled as a smile appeared on his face. 28. After 3 days of continuous condensation, Gunai had condensed a total of 28 Saint Shadow runes. The power of the wind spirit expanded to an unbelievable extent as the 28 Saint Shadow runes condensed. Gunai's speed could be described with words. That was the demigod level. Yes, it was. With such a strong wind power, Gunai's speed was close to that of a demigod. And this wind spirit wings was able to perfectly display the power of the wind spirit. Gunai's speed had reached the demigod level. Gunai's incredible speed and his own powerful attacks combined. All in all, without any Shen power, Gunai could easily fight against any peak 4th stage god emissaries or ancestor souls. With the addition of Blood Sea, Gunai could even fight a demigod who wasn't that powerful. Once Gunai became a demigod, he would become a saint demigod with divine power, which was the peak of the demigod realm. With a thought, Gunai slowly began to gather the power of the wind spirit within the world into his wind spirit wings. The wind spirit wings returned to Gunai's body. At this time, Gunai was no different from before. No one could notice that in just 3 days, Gunai's speed had undergone a heaven-defying change. After using his soul to sense the outside world, Gunai couldn't help but look in the direction of the black hole. This diameter is already 500 meters. At the same time, the speed of its expansion has begun to slow down and is beginning to stabilize. I'm afraid those catastrophe source creatures are coming. Gunai then looked around. In the surrounding area, the grotesque swamp from the abyss and other energy arrays to confine, slow down, and many other things had been set up, and they were waiting for the arrival of the creatures of disaster. He then rubbed the demigod wand on his wrist that he had spent a fortune on. A divine weapon required divine power to activate its power to the maximum. On the other hand, a half-divine weapon could perfectly unleash its power with the saint origin power of a saint. Gunai had a huge amount of sacred source coins. Naturally, he had bought a demigod weapon for himself while he was purchasing resources. And Gunai wasn't just buying one, he was buying 5. Rich and overbearing, this was how capricious he was. Other than the wand, there was also a semi-godly armor that could be integrated into the body. One was a semi-divine weapon, Soul God Spear, which was used for soul attacks. There was also a teleportation-type demigod weapon for escaping. And the last semi-divine weapon used for sealing. Gunai had never revealed these things, so they could all be seen as his trump cards. This was why Gunai was so confident that he could fight a demigod. After 2 years, Gunai had finished creating all the quasi-relics. Gunai was checking the quasi-relics. Shua shua shua. The space trembled slightly. What? Gunai raised his head and looked at the source of disaster. At that moment, the huge channel of source of disaster, which was about 500 meters in diameter, had completely stabilized. At the same time, the illusionary passage gradually solidified. Gunai stood up and waved his hand to remove the world frame and the dark area. He showed himself. At the same time, all the experts in the surroundings also felt the movement and retreated from their meditation. Everyone looked at the huge black hole channel in the sky with a serious expression. At the same time, the power that suppressed the origin power, soul, and body became more and more intense. For a moment, many powerhouses felt the pressure. Fortunately, these people had all been injected with the Doomsday Geno fluid, so they weren't too afraid of the suppression. After a while, roar. And NBSP, ARG. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the tunnel. The roar made Gunai's soul tremble. Many of the other experts' faces suddenly turned pale. This soul attack was quite powerful. Immediately after. Boom. 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 One by one, the Oracle Ancestors' soul powerhouses began to release their divine power to resist the powerful soul attack. At the same time, they also resisted the increasingly intense suppression of the source of disaster. This creature of calamity is very powerful. Everyone, be careful. It's at least a stage 4. In the crowd, Milan's expression was solemn as he sternly shouted. He didn't need to say anything. Just from the roar that was enough to shake the soul, the powerhouses could feel the pressure of the terrifying creature that was about to arrive. The first one is already at the 4th level. This creature of calamity that has descended is indeed not easy to deal with. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he quietly cast a dragon scale shield on himself. At the same time, he was already holding a great thunder flame curse and a demon obliteration blade in his hands. Against such a large creature, the great thunderfire curse's offensive power was limited, while the mana corrosion blade's effect was better. Of course, as for the specifics, it would still have to be seen in the actual battle. Roar roar! Furious roars kept coming out of the channel of doom, each one more intimidating than the last. It's coming! Gunai's heart skipped a beat. Roar! It was accompanied by a roar filled with anger. An earthworm behemoth with a diameter of over 200 meters, dark skin and earth-yellow color alternating like a black-yellow rock belt, and a mouth part as large as his own surged out of the channel of doom. Then, the earthworm beast crashed into the strange swamp from the abyss, which was the exit of the channel of doom. The strange swamp, which was nearly 1,000 meters in diameter and 100 meters thick, was directly smashed through by the worm monster. Fortunately, this strange swamp was not an ordinary swamp. Even though it was pierced through, a large amount of mud swarmed out and entangled the earthworm giant beast. It wanted to drag the earthworm monster into the swamp and slow down its momentum. However, this worm beast was too huge. Its power was not something that strange swamp from the abyss could resist. As it wriggled, the muddy swamp tentacles wrapped around it were pulled off one by one. The worm beast was constantly wriggling out. This scene caused everyone's expression to freeze. The grotesque swamp from the abyss wasn't completely useless. At the very least, it could stop the monsters for a while. However, it was impossible to use the grotesque swamp from the abyss to fight against these powerful creatures of disaster. At the same time, several other powerhouses in the distance also began to control the energy array that they had set up earlier and began to restrain and attack the worm beast. This greatly reduced the speed of the giant worm's movement. Attack! Murand roared in a low voice. Everyone immediately tried their best to cast all kinds of long-range offensive spells or energy attacks at the worm beast. Boom! 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 All sorts of spell energy attacks exploded on the worm beast's body. The defensive capabilities of the giant worm beast's skin were far beyond everyone's imagination. Despite the numerous attacks landing on its skin, the giant worm beast was not afraid at all. It continued to roar into the sky, its voice exploding and piercing, trying to crawl out of the tunnel. 453 So you're a flesh and blood life form. While attacking, Gunai also unhurriedly released the Great Thunder Flame Curse and Demon Obliteration Blade. Gunai could see it clearly. When his Great Thunder Flame Curse landed on the huge worm beast, the worm beast was not afraid at all. His own attacks were like this, and so were the attacks of the others that contained divine power. The defensive ability of the earthworm beast was simply amazing. One had to know that he was only in the 4th stage realm and did not have any divine power. And a small portion of the group's attacks were all at the 4th stage realm, with god power. However, this kind of attack did not pose any threat to the huge earthworm monster at all. This earthworm beast's defense is so strong. Fortunately, it was restricted at the exit. Most of its body was in the tunnel, and only a few managed to come out. If we let it break free from this restraint, we'll have to flee in all directions. In fact, if it wasn't for the passage's restrictions, these restrictions wouldn't have been able to cause it any trouble at all. As he attacked, Gunai realized how terrifying this giant worm was. Even Gunai wouldn't have dared to take so many attacks, but this worm beast was doing it. Roar roar roar! The earthworm beast, which was being attacked by everyone, roared continuously. The origin power within a radius of over 100 kilometers was shaken by this roar. If there were ordinary people here, they would have been shocked to death by this roar from more than 10 kilometers away. Every roar made some of the oracles who were not very powerful tremble slightly. The fluctuations of the soul attack were quite powerful. Every time the crazily struggling earthworm beast wriggled, it could cause great damage. Even some experts who were good at close combat did not dare to get too close, only attacking from a distance. If this earthworm beast could extend and retract, he would definitely die if he was swallowed by its huge mouth. Everyone could feel the terror and power of this earthworm beast, and they were all attacking with all their might. However, everyone's attacks were not very effective. The worm-like monster was still struggling out of the strange swamp at a fast speed. Gunai paid close attention to the effects of his attacks. The effect of the Great Thunder Fire Curse is not very good. It did not cause much damage at all. Even its roar did not change much. It is possible that its thick skin directly blocked the penetration attack of the Great Thunder Fire Curse. On the other hand, the demonic erosion blade can leave a certain injury on the worm beast's body, and that's under the condition that I don't have many profound skills. If you use enough profound meanings, the damage will be quite considerable. I'll use this demonic erosion blade then. After a while of attacking, Gunai quickly found a suitable method of attack. When he used the demonic erosion blade again, more than 1/5 of the dark and destruction ultimacy had been loaded into it. The Great Thunder Fire Curse could not effectively load profound meanings into it. However, the demonic erosion blade was different. The blade was a book of profound meaning, which could perfectly display the power of these profound meanings. Swish! A sharp vibrating sound pierced through the air. Swish! This powerful magic annihilative blade directly tore through the worm beast's 1-meter defense and left a rather obvious trace of corrosion. The effect is not bad. Gunai squinted his eyes. Gunai immediately controlled the blade to pierce through the wound. Chi 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 chi. Each of the demonic erosion blades continuously went deeper and deeper into the ground. After 10 consecutive shots, the 11th shot pierced through the wall. Roar! An angry roar filled with pain exploded. All the experts' expressions changed. Even the auras of several oracles trembled. A smile appeared on Gunai's face. Gunai hadn't felt the blood flowing in the giant beast's body before. As Gunai's demon annihilate blade tore through the enemy's defense, the man's face turned pale. Gunai immediately felt the blood flowing through his body. It was thick and dense. So you're also a creature of flesh and blood. That's good. With a single thought, a blood-red light surged around Gunai. A stream of blood as thick as a bowl gushed out from the wound of the worm monster. Then, the blood flowed into the worm monster's body. As soon as Gunai's blood entered the beast, the worm beast felt a great threat. Roar! It started to struggle violently and madly. In his body, the blood that was enhanced by the power of the blood sea began to sweep out wildly. The flesh around the wound was quickly corroded by Gunai's blood. As the owner and controller of the blood sea, Gunai had some techniques that could greatly suppress these living beings. The blood of the worm monster was being absorbed by Gunai's blood. As a result, the amount of blood Gunai was releasing grew larger and larger. In an instant, it had already turned into a turbulent sea in his body. After all, it's a sea of blood that has digested the ruler's flesh and blood, and its master is a Thulhu embryo. It's easy to deal with a little bug like you. After finding a way to deal with these powerful creatures of calamity, Gunai felt great. What a coincidence that this thing is a flesh-type living being. Don't you know that I'm specialized in restraining all flesh-type living beings? Gunai thought. Ordinary attacks couldn't do much to the giant creature, and even Gun's magic erosion blade could only tear open its wounds. However, when the power of the blood surged in, it directly corroded and devoured his internal organs, and the effect was immediate. The power of the blood that was getting stronger and stronger was quite terrifying to the earthworm giant beast. In less than half a minute, the earthworm beast's aura had weakened greatly. With the heavy injuries inside his body, the restrictions on the outside, and half of his body in the passage, he was unable to display his original strength. No matter how much it struggled, it was being devoured by Gunai's blood and was walking toward death. Gunai's restraint on him was too obvious. In less than 3 minutes, the entire giant worm beast stopped struggling. His aura also disappeared quickly. If people could see it, they would find that most of the internal flesh of the giant beast had been eroded by the blood sea. The crowd was at a loss for what to do. The extremely fierce giant earthworm beast couldn't even block everyone's attacks. How could it wither in just a short time? It only lasted for 3 minutes? That shouldn't be the case. At this time, everyone stopped. They could already feel that the worm beast was dying. There's movement in its body. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. These words immediately shocked everyone. Could it be that there was an even more powerful creature in its body? Did the creature inside its body devour it? When everyone felt it carefully, he discovered that the body of this giant beast was already filled with a sea of blood. A surging blood power was rolling and corroding the beast's flesh and blood. This bion. A surging sea of blood. What's going on? Eluk, you still don't understand. Someone laughed. Eluk suddenly came to his senses and looked at Gunai, who was not far away. 454 The battle plan. Gunai spoke as he continued to control the sea of blood to devour the body of the earthworm monster. Just now, I broke through the surface defense of this earthworm beast and found that there is blood in its body. It is a flesh and blood life form. I'm just releasing some of my blood energy to devour the flesh and blood. My blood control technique can perfectly restrain this earthworm beast. Everyone laughed at Gunai's words. Although they didn't know how Gunai had managed to achieve such a powerful technique. However, it was clear that this method perfectly countered this huge creature with a strong defense. He wasn't afraid of how strong this creature was, but he was afraid that there was no way to restrain it. Now that Gunai had a way to counter these flesh and blood creatures, it was naturally for the best. For Sir Gunai to be able to break through this giant beast's defense, it must be quite a powerful technique. The Emperor Dylan III nodded and praised. Just now, I attacked the same spot hundreds of times, but I only made a hole about 5 meters deep. I don't know how thick the skin defense is behind it. These words immediately resonated with the others. Indeed. This thing's defense is too thick. This isn't the main point is that the defensive layer of this creature seems to be able to easily resist all kinds of penetrating spells. My dark power Upanishad's deep obliteration effect didn't have any effect on its body. My lightning spell is the same. My forbidden spell icicle only opened up a hole about 3 meters wide. Everyone chimed in. If this giant beast is able to break free, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. We're trapped here, so our attacks aren't very effective. If we let him escape, I'm afraid we'll all be in trouble. A1 Dan Divine Envoy, who seemed to have suffered some damage to his soul and had his aura greatly reduced, spoke with an unsightly expression. This creature of disaster is truly terrifying. It's a good thing you're here, Sir Gunai. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable if we'd let it escape. While everyone was discussing, Gunai had already devoured most of the worm's flesh. The blood was quickly drawn back into Gunai's body. The reason Gunai didn't go and devour it all was because the swamp was also devouring the worm monster's body. Previously, when the worm monster was still alive, the grotesque swamp could not devour and absorb it. At this time, he was already dead. The grotesque swamp could easily devour it. More than half of the worm monster's body had been corroded by the strange swamp. At the same time, as it devoured, the black muddy soil of the strange swamp began to transform into the earthly worm monster's yellowish skin and dark golden flesh. This strange swamp had a powerful binding ability. If it grew stronger, it would be able to stop the more powerful abomination creatures that would come after it, and it would also save everyone a lot of energy. While he was thinking, Gun looked at Barbarian, the owner of the grotesque swamp. Senior Barbarian, is it possible for you to increase the speed at which this strange swamp is devouring this giant worm? From the looks of it, we can only increase the binding force of this strange swamp so that we can kill all the creatures that come after. Let them charge out. I don't have any effective methods to restrain them. Gunai said. Sure. Barbarian simply nodded. Barbarian had studied this sealed artifact for a very long time. Naturally, he knew some of its characteristics like the back of his hand. After that, Barbarian flew toward the strange swamp. He extended his hands and sank them into the strange swamp. Then, his arms turned into soil and rock, fusing with the strange swamp. Then, the entire strange swamp seemed to come to life and began to devour the giant worm monster. Seeing this, Gunai felt a bit more at ease. The worm beast was very powerful. It was 200 meters in diameter and more than 2,000 meters in length. Gunai had devoured more than half of it. If they devoured the rest of the swamp, even if the binding power doubled, the effect would still be extremely good. It would give them enough time to kill the subsequent dire beasts. As Barbarian controlled the weird swamp, the leaders of the three great empires and Murand flew to Gunai's side. Gunai, Meland was the first to speak. This creature of calamity is much stronger than we imagined. Furthermore, some of the first-tier oracles have already been injured. The creatures of calamity will only get stronger and stronger. If we let them guard this place, not only will they not be of much use, they might even die. The plan we discussed just now is to let these level 1 and 2 oracles go to those energy sealing arrays. Under their joint control, the power of the confinement array will increase significantly. It will be able to confine the invading dire beasts to a greater extent and help us buy more time. The experts of the 3rd and 4th level are on the front lines. After some thought, Gunai nodded. No problem, he said. What Murand said was the truth. The oracles at the 1st and 2nd ranks weren't of much help, and they would be more useful in controlling the confinement array. Following Meland's orders, many 1st and 2nd tier oracles immediately flew towards the 2 confinement arrays and 1 attack array. Including Gunai, there were only 10 people left at the entrance of the passage. The power of the Oya continent isn't that strong. Gunai couldn't help but secretly say as his eyes swept over these people. Fortunately, I'm strong enough. It shouldn't be a problem for me to guard this passage and kill all the invading creatures of calamity at the entrance. Gunai wasn't completely confident. The first powerful monster that appeared was already known as a god's messenger. It was a mythical giant beast at the peak of the 4th level of the ancestral spirit realm. It had a huge body, shocking destructive power, and a strong life force. Even a lord-tier creature of the same level could be easily torn to pieces by this worm beast. With this powerful vitality and the characteristic of a natural source of disaster, it was probably much more powerful than the legendary giant beast of ancient times. Everyone. Just as Gunai was about to meditate, Yadur's Caslord suddenly spoke. Everyone looked over. The other worlds have also just experienced the invasion of the creatures of calamity. The other worlds had also exploded. The people around him were shocked. Gunai wasn't surprised. This time around, the subsequent initial element creatures were a disaster that many transcendent worlds in the starry sky had to bear. The ancient floating dragon realm was so close to the land of mutation that it was only natural for many extraordinary worlds to be invaded. Just a moment ago, one of our Black Jade Empire's projectors saw with his own eyes a giant dragon emitting the aura of the source of disaster flying across the sky in that small transcendent world. It began to devour the many flesh and blood creatures. The other world that was invaded by evil gods has also started a battle with another giant woeful demon spider, and they're still fighting so hard. I'm afraid that many transcendent worlds in the entire ancient Longton world group will suffer the calamity of the source of calamity. Murand said with a solemn expression. I'm afraid it's not just ancient Dragon Island. Gunai added in his mind. Even Holy Hajar won't stay out of it. 455 White Flame Demon Spider. Everyone, the grotesque swamp has been absorbed and expanded. Barbarian's voice sounded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the strange swamp that had devoured the worm monster. At this moment, the weird ball orchid that looked like a black soil mud ball orchid had undergone a tremendous change. The muddy black soil turned into a mix of yellow and dark gold. Furthermore, the dangerous aura was clearly 2 to 3 times stronger than before. After looking around the evolved grotesque swamp, Gun nodded. This effect is much better than I expected. I'll feed it gradually. When I encounter a powerful giant beast of doom in the future, it'll be able to form an even stronger confinement effect. At the same time, we don't have to worry about it being too big to clean up. This sealed artifact is just a sealed artifact after all. It won't be able to escape the pull of the Blood Sea just because it has become stronger. After pulling it into the Blood Sea, use the Blood Sea to suppress it and absorb it. It will naturally return to its original state. Soon after, Barbarian got up and quickly flew towards the energy ceiling formation in the distance. He was only at the second level of the Divine Envoy realm, so it was still very dangerous for him to stay here. After Barbarian left, with a flip of his hand, Gunai took out a Pearl of Disaster. Just now, when I was controlling the blood to corrode the internal flesh of the earthworm beast, I obtained this Pearl of Misfortune. We still don't know how many of them there are. We'll distribute them after the battle. Gunai said. Everyone nodded and did not have any objections. As time passed, more than 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, a brutal and savage aura surged out from the black hole channel. Layer after layer of the aura of the source of disaster smacked towards everyone like waves. Everyone's expression was solemn. This second creature was even more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. Hiss hiss. It was accompanied by an ear-piercing screech. A white flame demonic spider, more than 200 meters long and as white as pure snow, with its entire body bursting with hot white flames, quickly climbed out of the passage. The white flame demon spider was very fast. Fortunately, the exit of the huge tunnel was completely blocked by the grotesque swamp. The white flame devil spider could only let out a muffled bang as it crashed into the huge swamp. A large number of swamp tentacles wrapped around the white flame devil spider's body and limbs. The power of the imprisonment and suppression energy formation in the distance also descended. The white flame demon spider also began to resist violently. Let's attack together and help Gunai break through his defense. Muland immediately ordered loudly. Everyone immediately attacked together with Gunai. Chi 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 chi. Boom. 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 Bang. Bang. All sorts of attacks exploded on the white flame devilish spider's body. When Gunai's demon obliteration blade landed on the spider's body, the armor was so hard that Gunai's devil blade could only leave a small mark on it. This white flame magical spider's carapace defense was even stronger. Fortunately, the strange swamp's binding power was strong enough. In addition, the two energy restrictions in the distance formed the strange swamp's area of suppression. This made it difficult for the white flame demon spider, which was not known for its strength, to break free. Everyone took advantage of this opportunity to launch a frenzied attack, specifically targeting the spot where Gunai had attacked. For a moment, the white flame devilish spider was hissing in pain from the numerous attacks. He stared at the crowd with a murderous look. After more than 10 seconds of continuous attacks, caw 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 caw, the white flame demon spider's carapace had been torn open, and Gunai could feel the blood flowing through its body. The sea of blood flickered, and a large amount of blood gushed into the white flame demon spider's body. SSSS. The white flame demon spider seemed to have sensed the danger and immediately let out a sharp screech. Immediately after, whoosh! Whoosh! White flames were spat at everyone. Even Gunai was aware of the danger of these flames. If he was caught in them, he would either die or be injured. Gunira's wind spirit power bloomed, and he jumped a kilometer away. The others were also on guard, and immediately flashed away to avoid the attack of the flames. At the same time, Gunai used the blood sea's power to erode the inside of the creature. This white flame fiend spider's vitality was obviously not as powerful as the earthworm behemoth's. After all, the difference in size between the two was huge. As the blood began to corrode it, the white flame demon spider began to struggle madly, spitting out large amounts of flames from its mouth. In just a few short seconds, the surrounding 500 to 600 meters were completely covered in white flames. Even though they were thousands of meters away from the flames, everyone could still feel the heat. As the white flame fell on the ice field below, the frozen ice and snow were quickly vaporized by the white flame. Furthermore, the white flame seemed to be growing more and more violent. It's a type of flame that burns matter. It can even absorb source power during the burning, just like how mechanical lives absorb source power to recover themselves. Gunai thought. Gunai's blood sea was eroding them quickly. In less than half a minute, the white flame demon spider's aura was reduced by half, and more than half of its body was engulfed by the grotesque swamp. Gunai's blood had almost completely devoured the insides of his body. As Gunai used the blood to wrap around the Pearl of Doom, the white flame demon spider's life began to dissipate. At the same time, large amounts of white flames disappeared. At this moment, everyone felt a little more relaxed. Many people were looking at Gunai. Fortunately, he had Gunai's blood erosion ability. Otherwise, with our strength, it would take us a lot of time and effort to destroy such a terrifying mythical beast of doom. There might even be casualties. If we let even one of them escape, we will all be in trouble. Similar thoughts appeared in everyone's mind. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he examined the Pearl of Disaster he had just obtained. The Pearl of Doom possesses a very strange energy. Absorbing it can indeed help me break through. It's as if I've directly opened the back door to promotion, and it's a shortcut without any disadvantages at all. If we allow these creatures of calamity to develop freely, we can't do anything to them. I'm afraid that each and every one of them will grow to become extremely terrifying existences. Our world is fine. And in other transcendent worlds, these creatures of calamity will most likely not be surrounded and killed. And in Holy Hijar, with such a vast area, no one would care about these creatures of disaster that appear in the corners. It can be predicted that in the next few years, or even decades, these creatures of disaster with strange breakthroughs will easily reach the God realm. In fact, if they were allowed to devour the flesh and blood of a ruler, they might even become rulers. Even if they didn't become rulers, it would be extremely terrifying if they became half a ruler. Grand Tribulation. Gunai said. It has already started. It's just that it didn't come so quickly and quickly. It wouldn't even be noticed by too many people. But when they grow up, they'll definitely be much stronger than demons, zergs, and even mechanical creatures. They don't possess great power and strength, they have endless potential. If these creatures of calamity are so terrifying, then how powerful will the creatures of initial element, which are even more powerful than them, be? Gunai gradually restrained his thoughts, and his desire to become stronger became stronger. 456 The End and the Beginning? Under barbarians' control. Soon, half of the spider's corpse was devoured by the grotesque swamp. This time, the threat level of the grotesque swamp had increased by quite a bit. At this moment, the strange swamp had become one of the most powerful means to resist the invasion of the creatures of doom. Very quickly, the third creature of calamity descended. This was a source of disaster dragon turtle. Its back was like a sharp mountain and its entire body was covered in a hard armor. After it was trapped by the strange swamp, it realized that it could not break free and immediately hid in its turtle shell. At the same time, a layer of turtle shell also appeared on the parts where his forelimbs and head had retracted. This way, the huge calamity dragon turtle had become an impenetrable turtle shell. Under the joint attack of everyone, after more than 10 minutes of bombardment, a small wound was torn open on the side of its abdomen. Then, Gunai's blood gushed in, ending the long battle. Immediately after, the subsequent creatures of calamity descended once again. Every type of calamity origin life form had unique techniques. There were many long-range attacks, concealment techniques, and even soul attacks. Even though they had the two ultimate weapons, Grotesque Swamp and Gu-Ni, some people still died under their attacks. While Gu-Ni and the others were fighting. The Gulantan World Group. Over 100 transcendent worlds, as well as the large transcendent world of Gulantan, were also suffering from the fierce attacks of the creatures of calamity. In the entire Gulantan World Group, most of the transcendent world's powerhouses had no information channels at all about the appearance of creatures of calamity like the creatures of calamity. As a result, when the creatures of calamity started to wreak havoc on a large scale, only then did the powerhouses in their world notice the invasion of powerful creatures. However, the powerful restraint of the source energy, soul, and physical body of the catastrophe creature. Even so, there were very few Stage 4 realm dire beasts that required demigod-level experts to kill. Furthermore, the difficulty of killing them was not low. If they were not careful, even demigod experts would face the danger of dying while fighting against these creatures of calamity. Only a world where gods existed could safely resist the invasion of these creatures of disaster. However, these creatures were not stupid. Once they discovered a powerful existence, they would hide themselves. But no matter what, if these creatures of calamity were allowed to enter the world, it would be a disaster that would have a far-reaching impact on the world. And NBSP, some of the evil gods in the worlds that were invaded learned about this and made preparations. However, for these transcendent worlds, once the evil gods had exterminated these creatures of calamity, the entire world would not be any better off. They would either be destroyed by the invading calamity origin life forms or destroyed by the evil gods. The essence was not much different. As for the smaller transcendent worlds that were more secretive, if they were invaded, the lives of the entire world would probably be wiped out. It was already extremely difficult for a minor transcendent world to give birth to a transcendent grandmaster, let alone an oracle, an ancestor soul, and such experts. Facing a fourth-stage realm expert with the ability of source of disaster, an invincible existence like an ancient mythological beast. It was only a matter of time before the entire world was destroyed. There were even some corners of the large transcendent world of ancient Dragon Island. The calamity origin life forms had already started a massacre and were madly absorbing the origin power and the energy and materials of the flesh and blood. The first thing these creatures of calamity had to do after entering the transcendent world was to grow. Gu-Ni's guess was correct. The main goal of these creatures of calamity was to grow. He could use origin power, flesh, and matter to allow himself to grow rapidly. They might not have the strange survival abilities of demonic creatures. It did not have the incredible soul power of the Zergs. It didn't have the unique life structure of the insect race. However, they had potential, almost endless potential. As long as they had enough energy and matter, they could grow without limit. As time passed, they would only become stronger and stronger. The entire Gulantan world group. Only the mystical world, the Oya continent, could effectively strike down the creatures of calamity. The Oya continent. On the eternal frozen tundra in the north. After the core of the source of disaster of a giant centipede with demonic soul runes was swept away by Gu-Ni's blood sea, the blood of the centipede was absorbed by Gu-Ni. After letting out one last angry hiss, the calamity centipede still died. With the death of the centipede, Gu-Ni's expression did not relax. The surrounding level 3 and level 4 god emissaries and ancestor soul powerhouses were either injured or their auras had weakened. Some of them had already started to drink medicine to recover from their injuries. At present, a total of 7 people had been killed or injured. 3 of them were third-stage realm experts and 4 of them were first-stage realm god emissaries. The rest of the people didn't feel good either. No one knew how many more beasts he could take on. These creatures of calamity had all sorts of strange and unique attacking methods. One of them was a 50-meter-tall ghost lady of misfortune. Before she died, she stared at Gunny. Gu-Ni sensed the danger of death and dodged it. The other third-stage realm expert suffered a heavy blow from the gaze. Soon after, his soul had been destroyed, and his source core had shattered. There was also the catastrophe source centipede in front of him. In the end, it displayed an extremely terrifying innate ability of devouring. An ancestor's soul at the peak of stage 3 was devoured on the spot. Gunai quickly controlled the sea of blood to search for the ancestor's soul master. Unfortunately, when he found it, it had already become a pool of blood. The supernatural power of these creatures of disaster made it so that even if they trapped them here and killed them, they would inevitably have to pay a certain price. They had just killed the 9-headed Calamity origin life form, and 7 of them had already died. The others were all injured. If another 30 to 50 creatures of Calamity were to enter, the remaining 27 people would probably not be enough to die. This mythical beast-like creature of disaster was indeed too dangerous. Even though they were controlled here, they still died one after another. What? Gunai's expression changed slightly as he looked at the black hole tunnel. The other experts also noticed the strange situation and looked towards the black hole tunnel. The black hole channel of the source of disaster began to distort slightly. At the same time, the black hole's luster began to dissipate. As the light disappeared, the black hole channel became dimmer and dimmer. It's ending? Everyone looked at the black hole channel with disbelief. After a few minutes, the huge black hole channel of the source of disaster disappeared. At the same time, the strange aura of the source of disaster also quickly disappeared. Only then did everyone react, feeling like they had been reborn after a disaster. The tense expressions on everyone's faces finally gradually relaxed. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. The damn calamity was finally over. If Gunai wasn't here, the 9 mythical creatures would have swept across the entire Oya continent. Countless lives would have been devoured. With the help of everyone, Gunai was able to block the power that could destroy the world. However, even so, and NBSP, a total of 7 experts had died. The number of deaths was even more than the number of people who fought the evil gods. And this was under the condition that the creature of doom was being controlled. If they weren't controlled, the casualties would be even more severe. Hoo. Gunai sighed in relief. It's finally over. After spending a long time and paying a huge price, they had finally dealt with the invasion of the source of disaster creatures. Although there were many casualties, the price was bearable. At least the Oya continent would not fall like the other transcendent worlds. To the Oya continent, the beginning was the end. And to the other worlds, this was only the beginning. When the creatures of calamity that were scattered all over the place grew up, that would be the beginning of destruction. In the long run, the entire world, including Holy Hajar. The invasion this time was indeed just the beginning. 457 Sneak Attack and Counter Sneak Attack. As the black hole tunnel disappeared, the experts gathered. Everyone, we've finally survived the invasion of the Channel of Calamity. Muran's voice rang out. In the course of the battle, Muland had also suffered considerable injuries. Many of the powerhouses looked much more relaxed at this time. Some of them had already started to use potions to recover from their injuries. After all, just the shockwaves from the battle earlier had almost killed some of them. However, we can't let our guard down. Based on the information we've received so far, the worlds around the transcendent world of our Oya continent are currently being invaded. Once many evil gods get their hands on those pearls, they might invade our world again. Although the probability of that is low, we can't let our guard down. Currently, our Oya continent still has the advantage. The Blood Dream Arena is our biggest advantage. In short, we need to continue to strengthen the expansion of the Blood Dream Arena. At the same time, we need to make good use of the Pearl of Doom that we have obtained this time to continuously increase our strength. Only then will we be able to occupy an advantageous position in the subsequent expansion of the Blood Dream Arena. This battle is over. 2 powerhouses have been left behind to guard this place for a while to prevent any subsequent abnormalities. The rest of you can return to the south together and discuss the distribution of the Pearl of Doom. When they heard about the Pearl of Doom, many people had solemn expressions. They had already understood the powerful characteristics of the Pearl of Disaster. If they could get their hands on the pearl, their strength would definitely increase. With such a good opportunity, those experts who could obtain the Pearl of Disaster and make enough contributions would not let it go easily. But before that, I think it's time to deal with this strange swamp. Barbarian's voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone finally came to their senses. The end of the invasion and the division of the key spoils of war had almost made everyone forget about this big guy. Just a moment ago, everyone was afraid that this strange swamp wasn't strong enough, but now, they only felt that the aura of this strange swamp was so strong that it was suffocating. The majestic aura that was as thick as a mountain almost hit him in the face. The density of this aura had already far exceeded the peak of a rank 4 transcendent and was close to the level of a demigod. It was also because of this terrifying fellow that everyone was able to defend the black hole channel. After browsing through the strange swamp, Kiran finally understood what was going on. Everyone's eyes were on Gunai. Just now, it was Gunai who had requested to be released. They didn't have any means to deal with this terrifying destructive sealed artifact, strange swamp. He could only rely on Gunai. They arrived at the edge of the strange swamp. Gunai said after a moment of silence. Everyone, stay away from me so that you won't be affected. Everyone immediately retreated. Then, Gunai's mind moved. Buzz. 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 One after another, the demonic erosion blades were released by Gunai. After all 10 of them were released, Gunai gathered them together. At this time, the second form of the demonic corrosion blade appeared. Compared to the ordinary demonic erosion blade, it was much more powerful and ferocious. However, it would take a long time to gather them. After the first blade was formed, Gun didn't immediately start attacking or collecting the sealed artifact. Instead, he continued to form the following blades. After 10 blades, he stopped. At this moment, the 10 mechanical moon-like blades stopped next to Gunny. Everyone, watch carefully. Gunai chuckled. Everyone looked up to see how Gunny would deal with the strange swamp. The next moment, the green-blue wind spirit wings behind Gunai bloomed. Swish! The power of the wind spirit swept over Gunai and he disappeared. What? Everyone couldn't help but be startled. What's going on? Where are they? Everyone was still in doubt. Ah, ah! A shrill scream exploded from the frozen clouds in the sky. At the same time, 3 powerful auras bloomed. They were all the auras of the peak 4th level ancestral spirits. There's an enemy ambush, and it's a powerful being from a different race. Instantly, everyone reacted. Before this, Gunai had noticed that there were enemies spying on them. On the surface, Gunai didn't say anything. In fact, he had been using his world power Upanishad to merge with the world around him to find the enemy hiding in the dark. The enemy was well hidden. However, Gunai was the favorite of the power Upanishad origin of the world. The world power Upanishad had merged with the world, and Gunai's terrifying perception ability was amazing. Gunai still managed to find the 3 foreign race masters hiding in the dark. When he sensed the auras of these 3 foreign masters, Gunai became very vigilant. Their auras clearly had the characteristics of Holy Hajar. In other words, these 3 foreign experts were experts from Holy Hajar. Fortunately, when the black hole channel of the source of disaster had opened, the power of the source of disaster had permeated the entire world. They had not acted rashly. As the channel of doom collapsed, Gunai could sense that they were preparing for a sneak attack at any moment. Gunai took advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack. First, he condensed the demonic obliteration blade, then he used the wind spirit wings, and at the same time, he used the world's profound to directly imprison the law incantation master. Gunai was seriously injured and almost killed the law incantation master. At this moment, high up in the sky, The wind howled. A large patch of frozen clouds was blasted apart. Gunai stood in the air. About 5,000 meters away from Gun. 3 Akanu clansmen, about 5 meters tall and with 4 arms, looked at Gunai. A thick layer of energy barrier bloomed around the 3 of them, enveloping them. Of the 3, the mage had already been cut into 3 pieces by Gunai's demon obliteration blade. At this moment, it was rapidly recovering. His soul source core is really well hidden. It's a pity that this attack didn't kill it, Gunai thought to himself. However, his face was as calm as an ancient well. No one knew what Gunai was preparing in his heart. The 3 of them looked at Gunai with serious expressions. In the previous battle, they had already seen that this Thulhu creature called Kuan was akin. His strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 of them could only have a stable chance of winning if they joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Now that he had been discovered, the chances of winning were basically 50-50. As for the useless soldiers below, they didn't care about them at all. What do we do? Out of the 3, the only female Akanyo asked. Kill him. The injured Akanyo man's eyes were cold as he spat out. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape today. This Akanyo law incantation master was very clear-headed. They knew that if Gunai didn't die today, none of them would be able to escape. Suddenly, the injured Akanyo law incantation master seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed and he roared. Go, don't worry about me, he can't kill me. As the roar echoed, the other 2 shadow element Akanyo didn't hesitate any longer. Their bodies flickered, directly crossing the energy barrier and teleporting 5,000 meters to Gunai's side, their blades slashing down like lightning. You actually sensed it. Your perception is not bad. Gunai coldly smiled. 458 Suppression by the Blood Sea. At the same time he used the demonic erosion blade. Gunai had been hiding something. That was to let the demon obliteration blade be covered with his own blood. This way, even if he didn't kill his opponent with one strike, his blood would be mixed into his opponent's body. Gunai could control the blood, but it wouldn't cause enough damage. However, it would be interesting if his own blood entered the other party's blood. The injured Akanyo law incantation master was extremely alert and immediately noticed that something strange had been mixed into his blood. Combined with the way Gunai had used his own blood to deal with those terrifying ancient divine beasts, he could guess that he had been contaminated by Gunai's blood. He had to kill Gunai as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would end up like those ancient beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! A blade and a cold, sharp dagger flashed. Bang! 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 The 2 attacks had already landed on Gunai. The attack landed on Gunai's shield, causing it to tremble and decrease in energy. Some kind of conductive attack that ignores space, or some other kind of attack. Gunai wasn't surprised. As he became an ancestral spirit, he gained control of divine power. His attacking methods would also become more and more mysterious and strange. Gunai knew more than 20 types of attacks that could cross space and land on the body. Gunai's instant transmission spell was one of them. Gunai wasn't the only one who had this kind of attack. Gunai began to fight back. At this moment, Gunai's divine sense was multitasking. On one hand, he was controlling his blood to corrode the Akanyo race curse master. As he dodged, he quickly cast the Great Thunder Flame curse to attack the 2 of them. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz exploded on the two of them. The two of them were clearly prepared for this as well, as they both had a powerful forbidden spell shield around them. But even so, their forbidden spell shields were quickly weakened by Gunny's attacks. Let's see if your shield will break first, or mine. Gunai's Thunderfire curse was activated to the maximum. It was just a battle of stage 4 realm using Shen power. A high-frequency burst was not very meaningful. It was more about exquisite and strange control and accurate shooting methods. If it couldn't hit the enemy, no matter how powerful the spell was, it would have zero effect. In the air, Gunai's body flashed as he tried to pull away. At the same time, the thunderfire curse exploded around him one after another. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with black lightning. A large patch of frozen clouds was torn apart. Many of the Aoya continent's top powers also flew up and saw the fight between Gunai and the other two. There was a grave look in the depths of his eyes. However, the speed of Gunai and the two ancestors' souls at the peak of the fourth step was extremely fast. They could not participate in a battle of this level at all. His gaze quickly swept across the sky. What do we do? Dylan 3 asked gloomily. Muren's gaze flickered rapidly. First and second layer mirror, leave quickly. Everyone else, spread out and attack the injured guy inside the shield together, he immediately ordered in a low voice. Milan's judgment was very accurate. He could tell at a glance that the mage who wasn't within the shield was injured. It would naturally be best if he could kill this injured fellow. Even if he didn't kill it, it would still be of great help to Gunai. Following Milan's voice, everyone reacted with lightning speed and immediately pulled away. All sorts of long-range attacks were fired towards the injured Akanyo race mage. After all, having more people still had an advantage. In less than 3 seconds, the powerful area of effect forbidden spell shield was already on the verge of collapsing. Damn barbaric natives! At this moment, the law incantation master, who was resisting the Akanyo clansman, was cursing in his heart. If he had more time, he would have been able to suppress the power of the blood in his body, recover from his injuries, and deal a heavy blow to Gunai. However, he did not expect that the group of native extraordinary humans below would fly up. And in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it had already started to attack him. Under the attacks of so many people, in just a few seconds, this powerful AoE shield was already on the verge of breaking. If he didn't avoid it, then what would come next would be a crazy blow. Once he moved and tried to escape, the slightly improved contamination source that he had just suppressed would rapidly spread to all parts of his body. At that time, it would not be as easy for him to suppress it again as it was now. As he cursed in his heart, the Akanyo Magus quickly retreated from the shield, and disappeared into a frozen cloud 10,000 meters away, hiding. The sea of blood around Gunai flickered, and a stream of blood flew towards the injured Akanyo Magus. Just as they had lost track of the Akanyo Magus, they saw Gunai's blood flowing towards a certain direction. They were overjoyed, as they knew what Gunai meant. A large number of spells and long-range attacks followed Gunai's blood into the frozen cloud. Boom! 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 In an instant, a large patch of frozen clouds was blasted into pieces. Gunai's blood also flew towards the injured Akanyo Magus. Seeing Gun's blood flying towards him, the injured mage's face changed. The small amount of blood had already begun to transform in his body, and he could no longer suppress it. If so much blood were to rush over and enter his body, he was afraid that he would die on the spot. Let's go! Gritting his teeth, the injured mage quickly pulled away from the group. At such a close distance, it would be too difficult for him to suppress Gunai's blood. If he was far enough away, he could better suppress the blood and even expel it. Although you're letting down your two fellow tribesmen, this is the best solution. He saw the injured mage quickly pull away from him. Muron, Dylan 3 and the others naturally knew what he was thinking. Kill him, we can't let him recover. The group of people immediately chased after the injured mage. They also knew that the foreign magus was very powerful. If they chased after him and he retaliated, some of them would die. And NBSP, but if they didn't help Gunai and allowed these people to kill him, they wouldn't have a good ending. As Muland, Dylan 3, and the others chased further and further away, Gunai's control over blood was getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Gunai gave up on controlling the blood. Killing the two enemies in front of him before dealing with the fleeing enemy was the best choice. He gave up on controlling the blood. At the same time, whoosh! A sea of blood bloomed, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Above the sky, the layers of ice on the ground, and even the frozen clouds. Everything spread out in the sea of blood. Boom! The world power Upanishad bloomed at this moment. The two Akanyo clansmen suddenly felt their bodies slow down and their speed decrease. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended from all directions. It was as if an entire world was pressing down on them. This immense and terrifying pressure made it difficult for them to even control their origin power. It was extremely difficult for them to even move their fingers. It was comparable to the threat that a demigod gave them. What a terrifying blood sea! Both of their hearts trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Run! The two of them didn't dare to fight Gunai in this sea of blood. They had all witnessed Gunai's bloody methods just now. The two of them were just about to escape when they suddenly became alert, and their expressions changed drastically. You still want to escape from my blood sea? Gunai sneered. If they didn't release the blood sea, the two of them might have been able to escape. After all, they were experts from the Holy Sea. They weren't ordinary existences. However, once the sea of blood bloomed, it was impossible for the two of them to escape. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, Gunai had used his trump card. Bang! 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 A series of bloody explosions occurred. The blood of the two men instantly overlapped with the surrounding blood sea. The endless power of the blood sea pressed down on the two of them. They couldn't move at all, let alone teleport to escape. It was accompanied by an angry roar from the depths of the devil's soul. The consciousness of the two who were suppressed was destroyed in an instant, and their souls were devoured by the demonic CO soul. The three of them were indeed very powerful. However, they didn't know how terrifying Gunai was. 459 Chapter 107 Emoko's departure. He quickly retracted his blood sea and world power Upanishad. Gunai's body flickered as he flew towards the injured Akanyo Magus. At the same time, the CO soul began to digest their souls in the blood sea. The three of them were able to sneak into the Aoya continent without a sound and accurately find everyone's location. Then, they quietly hid nearby and knew not to attack when the black hole channel of the source of disaster erupted. If you say that there's no spy, then that's really strange. Gunai quickly digested the souls of the two as he flew, and a large amount of information came in. As expected, it's an expert from Holy Hajar. Gunai raised his eyebrows. As expected, the shepherd god isn't dead yet. Moreover, the shepherd god is extremely powerful in the major transcendent world of Grongton, and he even has an extremely high status. Yes, he's also a member of the mysterious organization in Sanhaigar. After a while, Gunai let out a sigh of relief. I've finally found you, Gunai's eyes glowed. Gunai had devoured their souls for two reasons. One was to gather information, and the other was to find the spy. After searching the souls of the two, Gunai finally found the spy. With his wind spirit wings, Gunai quickly caught up to the Akanyo Magus and the others. If it wasn't for the fact that the Akanyo spellcaster had been injured, and Gunai's blood had spread through his body, based on his speed, he had most likely escaped. At this time, everyone was using all sorts of long-range attacks, continuously attacking the Akanyo race curse master. As for the Akanyo law incantation master, he was in a sorry state. Although his body had recovered, his strength had not recovered yet. Under the attack of the crowd, his white robe was stained with blood. The flying Akanyo race law incantation master was holding back his anger. Being chased by this group of not-so-powerful god emissaries and ancestor souls, one could easily imagine how depressed he was. At this moment, the blood that had contaminated his body was about to be expelled. He had already decided that the moment the source of contamination in his body was removed, he would quickly use the forbidden spell recovery scroll to instantly recover from his injuries. Then, he would immediately launch a frenzied counterattack. In a counterattack, these people might pose a certain threat to him, but he believed that he would be the one to survive in the end. After killing all of them, he would gather with the other two to destroy Gunai. Just as he was expelling the blood that contaminated his body, the Akanyo man's heart trembled, as he realized that the blood in his body, which had weakened, was now stirring, as if it was coming back. The Akanyo law incantation master suddenly turned around. Behind the group of people chasing after him, a blue figure was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. This speed was 4 to 5 times faster than his. In the blink of an eye, the green-blue figure had already passed by the crowd and was coming for him. At this moment, the Akanyo law magus felt a chill in his heart. Are they both dead? Is it the sea of blood that bloomed just now? Is this Gunai's secret technique that terrifying? The Akanyo spellcaster felt bitter. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen sharp demonic obliteration blades swept over. The Akanyo magus gritted his teeth and immediately used a long-distance teleportation, appearing 30,000 meters away in a flash. This long-range shuttle caused the blood in his body to run rampant again. Following which, the Akanyo law magus took out a long-distance teleportation scroll. The other two were already dead. He was definitely not Gunai's opponent. He had failed the mission and would be punished when he returned, but it was better than dying here. Moreover, he also needed to spread the news of Gunai's terrifying strength. Activate the scroll. The white light spread out as space power Upanishads spread out. Swish! The space suddenly trembled. The body of the Akanyo race law magus had already disappeared. After a few seconds, in a flash of green and blue light, Gunai appeared. He sensed the dissipating ripples of space intent and the almost imperceptible blood. In the end, he still managed to escape. Gunai looked around and thought. However, I still got the information I needed. After a while, many experts flew over. Where is he? Murand looked around him. He didn't sense any battle earlier, so he could already guess what was going on. He escaped. Gunai said in a flat tone. However, they most likely won't dare to come to our world again. Gunai said with certainty. He glanced at Gunai. Whether it was Gunai's speed or his various techniques. Previously, he had to deal with the powerful creatures of Calamity and the 3 foreign invaders. Gunai's power was fully displayed. And Gunai's strength would only get stronger and stronger. As long as those intruders knew their own limitations, they would naturally not easily come to the Oya continent again. It's done. Gunai's eyes slowly swept across the crowd. Let's go back. Everyone nodded in agreement. As they flew, they arrived at the location near the source of disaster and gathered with the many first and second stage realm experts. After Gunai collected the strange swamp, he left the elites to guard it. The group then flew south. Senior Mulan. Gunai whispered as he flew. What's wrong? Do you know Beta Slow? Gunai asked. Yes, I do immediately. Mulan could vaguely guess what was going on. Where is he now? He's on patrol in the Western Desolation mountain range. He has always been in charge of that area. Capture this person and interrogate him properly. Also, find out the location of the teleportation array that can teleport between worlds. You can use soul search or spiritual communication to interrogate him. I've devoured the souls of those 2 people before, and I've learned that this guy called Beta Slow is a traitor. He has a close relationship with the Shepherd's organization. In addition, I'm not sure if there are other people involved, so it's best not to let too many people know about this. It's fine to do it in secret. Yes, I understand. Yes, Murand replied in a deep voice. For a long time, Muland and the leaders of the 3 great empires had been secretly investigating the identity of the traitor, but they had not made much progress. Now that Gunai had given him the information, things were much easier. They would make that damn traitor regret being born into this world. With Mulan's confirmation, Gun was relieved. After capturing the traitor and finding the corresponding teleportation array, the foreign invaders would not be able to enter the Oya continent through the teleportation array. Of course, they could use other methods, but those methods would obviously cost more power and money. This time, the matter in the Oya continent has basically been resolved. Then the trip to the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain and the Path of Thulhu should also be put on the agenda. Gunai thought to himself. However, there's no rush. After all, the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain is an extremely dangerous region. I need to steadily increase my strength first. At the very least, I need to steadily increase my strength to the late or peak of the 4th stage realm. It won't be too late to go there after I have the true battle power of a demigod. 460 The Ancient Omoko Divine Mountain. After a few days. In the dark and quiet secret room, Gunai was playing with the pearl of disaster that was half the size of a fist. This pearl of misfortune was smooth and transparent, and there was a faint white flame surging within it. This was the pearl of misfortune from the white flame demon spider. Everyone returned to the Empire's territory, and then they used the teleportation formation to enter the Ancestral Soul Space Conference. He began to distribute the pearls of disaster. With Gunai's contribution in this battle, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get a third of the pearls. However, considering the importance of the pearl of disaster to many experts, in the end, Gunai only took one pearl. To him, the pearl of disaster was like adding flowers to a brocade, but to them, it was like charcoal in the snow. Gunai didn't need to fight for too many, one was enough. After fiddling with it for a while, ancient nirvana origin power seeped into it before slowly absorbing it into his body. As he absorbed, Gunai carefully felt the changes brought about by the absorption. After absorbing it, it can weaken the restraining effect of the creatures of disaster on me to a certain extent. Although it's not very useful to me, it's very useful to them. Furthermore, Qian, I feel that the barrier to the peak of the 3rd stage realm seems to have loosened. Once I completely digest this first pearl of disaster, breaking through to the 4th stage realm shouldn't be a problem at all. With the many precious fruits in my hands, I can reach the peak of the 4th stage very quickly. After reincarnating and removing all the flaws, you can enter the Mount Omoko. Of course, we still need to make the necessary preparations. As he pondered, Gunai entered a state of meditation. Then, Gunai used the Blood Source Great Blood Dream Curse to enter the Blood Dream Arena. What's going on? Gun asked Sigra as soon as he entered the 4th floor. Senior, do you know the teleportation coordinates outside the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain? Mount Omoko, Sakra fell into deep thought. I know a coordinate, but it's a certain distance from the Mount Omoko. We need to cross a certain distance of the ocean to reach the region of the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain. There's a certain distance from the Mount Omoko, which makes this coordinate area a little safer. Gunai thought for a moment and nodded. Senior, please tell me the coordinates. All right. Sigra nodded and handed over a black stone slab. After taking it, Gunai scanned it with his spiritual sense. He had already memorized the coordinates. Sir Gunai, are you going to Mount Omoko? Sakra asked softly. The Great Lord of Nightmares has ordered that danger has appeared. All his followers must be fully prepared and arrive at the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain in the near future. These words immediately made Sigra narrow his eyes. He naturally knew what the danger was. In Holy Hajar, danger had already broken out. Although it wasn't a crisis for the powerhouses, it was a destructive danger for the extraordinaries in the ordinary regions. Some of the powerhouses who had entered Holy Hajar had already sent the information through the Blood Dream Arena. A few days ago, strange creatures like ancient mythical beasts had appeared in many places in Holy Hajar. Most of these powerful ancient mythological beasts were just divine envoy ancestral spirits in the 3rd or 4th realm. Even though they did not have the support of divine power, they had the special characteristics of the source of disaster. Whether it was its offensive power or its innate divine power, it was extremely powerful. If the demigods weren't careful enough, they would be killed by them. Combined with the information that he had about the Dominator's awakening, Sigra naturally knew how terrifying this was. Since Sir Gunai wants to go to the Emoko Ancient God Mountain, you must be careful. Sakra muttered to himself for a while before he slowly opened his mouth. Oh! Gun looked at Sigra. Mount Omoko itself is a very, very dangerous place. It's known as the God's Grinder. Killing and fighting are extremely cruel. If existences as powerful as gods enter, they'll die if they're not careful. When our race was at its peak, a few gods entered the Emoko Ancient Divine Mountain, but we never heard from them again. If I'm not wrong, he should have died in there. Many people who enter the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain are looking for an opportunity to become the controller of the gods. And according to rumors, it is said that there is an opportunity to become the eternal ruler of Thulhu there. At the same time, it's also one of the origins of Thulhu's powers. Thulhu's ability? Gunai's heart moved. This time, one of Gunai's goals in going to the Emoko Ancient Divine Mountain was to obtain the biological abilities of the dead Thulhu. He could still obtain some strange and powerful abilities from the dead Thulhu creatures. Gun's control of blood and the corrosive power of the Sea of Blood had something to do with the fact that he was a Thulhu embryo. Such a technique was completely effective against flesh and blood creatures. Of course, Gun's more important goal was to find enough rulers' flesh and blood to speed up the growth of his Thulhu embryo. Compared to the others who had to enter the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain in search of an opportunity to become the ruler of the gods, this was not the case. Gunai's goal in entering was simple, to pick up the corpses. Sir Gunai, I know you're very powerful, but demigods don't even have the right to enter the mountain. They can only stay in the outer area. If you want to go, I suggest that you go after you have advanced to the demigod level. Sakra said. I know that. Gunai nodded. After getting the coordinates and having a brief conversation with Sigra, Gunai left the arena. In the secret room, Gunai combed through all the information he'd gathered about the Mount Omoko in his mind. First of all, the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain is an area used by a group of Thulhu creatures to breed their own kind. But now, those Thulhu creatures are all in a half-sleep, so they probably won't be able to check the situation of the entire Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain in detail. After all, the Omoko Ancient God Mountain is so huge that no one would be so free to go and check it out. Secondly, the Mount Omoko is just as Sigra and Andrew said, it's a strange place, but it'll also be the core place for me to become the true ruler of Thulhu. I'm still too weak. I still need to cultivate for a while. I'll first advance to the 4th stage realm and then reincarnate. After that, I can make some preparations to head to the Emoko Ancient Divine Mountain. After all, I'll be different from the others once I enter. After some thought, Gunai calmed down and began a new round of training. 461 Human-Faced Lantern. In the secret room, the reincarnated Gunai began to feel the depths of his soul and body. 4th level Saint Realm later stage. Perfect body, perfect soul, perfect demonic pool, perfect blood sea. All the disadvantages caused by the fruit's advancement in realm have disappeared. Moreover, I'm even more powerful than before. My comprehension of the 3 profound meanings has also improved significantly. Gunai's lips curled into a smile, but it quickly disappeared. The place Gunai was heading to was the most dangerous area in the Holy See. Even gods might not be able to survive in there. Gunai had reincarnated more than 60 times. But if he was killed, it would be a waste of time. Without the flesh and blood of a dominator, my body and soul's progress toward becoming a dominator has almost stopped. Fortunately, the Thulhu embryo has a strong characteristic. Even if it stops growing for a long time, once it obtains the ruler's flesh, it can still grow and improve steadily. There's no need to worry about abnormal growth. If you want to become strong, you must obtain enough ruler flesh, even the flesh of the great old gods, or even the flesh of the supreme ancient gods. After a moment of silence, Gunai took out the ancient shadow door. He entered the calculated coordinates into it and began to put in space energy crystals. While he was training, Gunai had gone to Holy Hijar to collect information about the Mount Omoko. There wasn't much information, but from what he could gather, he knew that Mount Omoto was a strange, rugged, and abnormal place. Gods would be affected by the mutation and loss of control when they were in Omoko. When the corpses of those Kiwan evil demons were piled up, they could give birth to the abyss. This kind of terrifying place that gave birth to evil demon catastrophes would then sweep across many extraordinary worlds, leaving behind the legend of catastrophes. And what kind of good place could this be? A place where Thulhu creatures, who were even more powerful than the Kiwan demons, gathered? After a few minutes. Only then did Gunai finish delivering the energy crystals. At the same time, the energy passageway began to stabilize. Currently, the Oya continent had entered a stable state of development. Meanwhile, many of the extraordinary worlds around Kelantan had suffered greatly from the invasion of the creatures of calamity. Only those worlds protected by the gods were spared. Moreover, many third and fourth stage realm experts had also obtained the Pearl of Disaster. Overall, the environment of the Oya continent was better than ever. As time quietly passed, the Oya continent would become stronger and stronger. Gugni had also told Muland not to disturb him if there was nothing important. Gunai had more than enough time to spend at Mount Omoko. After constructing the portal, Gunai placed a Star City soul into the ancient Shadow Gate. He then placed his palm on the gate and began to construct a projection. In the distant Holy Hijar, the dark Shepherd Lamp Island was shrouded in gloomy darkness and moist fog. The ocean waves crashed against the shore and reefs again and again. Other than that, there was no other sound. There was not even the chirping of birds or the chirping of insects. It was as if this was a world of death and disaster. The glow of a lantern could be vaguely seen in the depths of the moist fog. Swish! A rich light shot up into the sky, cutting through the gloomy darkness. In the depths of the darkness, a few wandering lanterns seemed to have discovered the light here and floated over. As the light from the teleportation array dissipated, Gunai's projection appeared in the portal. Looking around, Gun found a light like a lantern floating in the darkness. This discovery alerted Gunai. Is there anyone here? They actually had lanterns? Is it some special custom? Gunai immediately sat down next to the teleportation formation and began to transfer his body's energy. Gunai was only a projection, so he was quite weak. Whether he ran into other people or some strange event, it wasn't a good thing for Gunai. It was fine if his soul star died, but if he was blocked here, he would have to waste a reincarnation to come over. The gains did not make up for the losses. The right way was to convert the energy as soon as possible and recover his strength. Gunai immediately began to focus on the energy conversion. After becoming a Thulhu creature, Gun's conversion efficiency had greatly improved. As the transformation continued, Gunai's body began to rapidly reform. His strength also increased rapidly. While Gunai was recovering his power, Gunai also noticed the strange behavior of the lanterns in the darkness. These lanterns were like lanterns, floating in the air, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. However, there were 7 or 8 red lanterns floating around him. They all had the same target, and they were all slowly floating toward Gunai. It had only been 10 minutes, and the nearest lantern was less than a kilometer away. Gunai had only recovered half of his strength. It was only at the peak of rank 3. When the lantern took a step further, Gunai saw the true face of the lantern through the layers of dark mist. It was not a lantern. To be more precise, it was a strange lantern-like creature that was 2 meters in diameter. It had the shape of a lantern, with a thin frame on the outside and fire on the inside. On the lantern paper outside, there were about 40 to 50 faces of various kinds, some sleeping, some laughing, some hesitating, some crazy. A human-faced lantern. Gunai's heart trembled. The moment the human-faced lantern saw Gunai, Those faces with different shapes, expressions, joy and anger were all in Gunai's direction. Those who could see Gunai all looked over. There's more human face. Eat it. Eat it. I'm starving. I love his handsome face the most. I want to keep him by my side and let him accompany me. We have to get close quietly and scare him to death. Don't quarrel, he has already discovered us. We have to act quickly, or we won't be able to eat it if it's taken away. It is, that's right. The sounds of a myriad of arguments rose and fell. Gunai, on the other hand, looked at the strange lantern with a gloomy expression. It wasn't that Gunai didn't want to run, but he found that he was no longer in control. He had only entered the outer region of the Mount Omoko, and this was only a small part of it, when he encountered something strange. 462 The Dark Shepherd Light Island. What's going on? Gunai raised his hand with difficulty. His entire body was like an old, rusty machine. Gun tried his best, but he could only raise his hand to his chest. My physical body is very strong, but it's not listening to my commands. Gunai's face became gloomier. The noisy human-faced lantern was floating closer. Many of them shouted that they wanted to eat Gunai, and some even threatened not to run away. Gunai quickly manipulated his source power, blood sea, and wind power to find a way to get out of this strange situation. The origin power seemed to have lost its effectiveness at this time, and it was completely ineffective. The loss of origin power greatly reduced Gunai's casting speed. Gunai's soul power gathered the origin power of the world and formed a great thunder flame curse. The black lightning struck the human-faced lantern. The entire lantern only shook a little, but it didn't show any signs of injury. Ignore my spell? This strange scene made Gunai even more alert. Then, Gunai released another demonic erosion blade. Hiss! The demonic erosion blade passed through, but the surface of the human-faced lantern bloomed with water-like patterns, and nothing happened. As expected, attacks don't have much of an effect. Perhaps it's not that it's ineffective, but I don't have the corresponding means to restrain it. After trying several times to no avail, Gunai stopped. He started to activate the power of the blood sea and the power of the wind spirit. When Gunai's power of the blood sea bloomed, as the power of the blood sea surged through the air, Gunai's joints began to move as if they had been lubricated by oil. He tried to move, and although his body was still like a machine, he could now move. Hoo 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 hoo. Then, the wind spirit wings on Gunai's back bloomed, and an extremely strong wind spirit power enveloped Gunai. Gunai's body slowly rose from the ground. Gunai let out a sigh of relief. It could even fly, which was a rare good news. As the power of the wind spirit surged, Gunai flew in the opposite direction of the human-faced lantern. The speed of the human-faced lantern was only slightly faster than an ordinary person running at full speed. Gunai's speed was obviously much faster than the human-faced lantern. But Gunai didn't think that he was safe just because he was faster. Instead, he frowned even more. This was because Gunai had already noticed it. The lanterns from all directions had also noticed the commotion and were all gathering towards Gunai. Gunai thought as he flew. The information shown in the data, as well as the information I got from Senior Sigra. This place is called the Dark Shepherd's Light Island. It is not within the radiation range of the Omoko ancient sacred mountain. There's also no relevant information about the strange environment of the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. But as soon as I came here, I fell into such a strange scene. This has never appeared in the information. Did something happen on the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island? Gunai frowned. It should be. I didn't feel any power enveloping me earlier. Even my recovery was more normal. When these strange human-faced lanterns discovered me, I was a little out of control. Did they imprison me with some strange power? Or could it be that the Dark Shepherd Light Island has already become like this? After I came in, that strange power has subtly influenced me? Gunai didn't have much of a clue. Fortunately, I'm fast enough now. If I spend more time, I can slowly get rid of them. After I get rid of them, I'll find a hidden place and recover my strength first. I'm only half of my peak strength right now, so I can only release half of my blood sea power and wind spirit power. Once I fully recover my strength, it will at least increase my speed by a large margin. At least I won't have to be too afraid of them when I encounter these strange lanterns again. I'm only afraid of Yingluo. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he looked into the endless darkness. There are other strange creatures in the darkness. With the existence of the human-faced lantern, there was no guarantee that there would not be other strange creatures. With Gunai's current power, if they really encountered a powerful and strange creature, the chances of survival were not high. While he was thinking, his dark power Upanishad bloomed. Gunai quickly merged with the darkness. It wasn't very effective, but it could at least help Gunai avoid some potential danger. He turned around and saw that the human-faced lantern was still chasing after Gunai. Even though Gunai had become one with the darkness, they could still sense his exact location. After putting some distance between them, Gunai focused his mind and the Eye of Fate bloomed. As the Eye of Destiny bloomed, the surrounding night and the world seemed to be covered with a layer of color. Some areas were dark red like blood, making people feel fear. Some areas were red, as if there was danger. Some areas were light blue. The deeper dark blue region made one feel comfortable. The Eye of Fate was one of Gunai's methods. But as Gunai grew stronger, the Eye of Destiny's energy consumption also increased. In general, the time it could be used was much longer than before. After a dozen seconds, Gunai felt his eyes dry up. Gunai immediately closed the Eye of Fate and flew toward a dark blue area. However, even if they were flying in the dark blue region, they would still be able to escape. Gunai didn't let down his guard. The black leaves and mist of the dark lantern island were strange and grotesque. Who knew if there were any hidden dangers in the depths? While flying, Gunai used the darkness to hide his body. He also used the world power Upanishad to open a path for himself. The usual dark environment was no different from daytime for Gunai's vision. Gunai's powerful vision didn't have any effect, and it was no different from an ordinary person facing darkness. And here, Gunai's powerful vision was completely useless. Only when he used his world power Upanishad could he see the environment within a 100-meter radius. Gunai couldn't see any further than that. In this area, world intent and dark intent were both greatly disturbed. After flying all the way and shaking off the dozen or so strange lanterns that were chasing after him, he finally stopped. Gunai then landed on a pile of rubble. I have to recover my strength as soon as possible. Gunai sat down and began a new round of recovery. 463 Chapter 111 Man-Eating Strange Tree. He used the World Power Upanishad and the Dark Power Upanishad to build a three-layered defense. Gunai was relieved. He looked around carefully and confirmed that there was no danger. Gunai sat down and started to communicate with the other half of his body. He used the blood sea and the demon pool to transform his body and soul. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The energy surged over. Gunai's body began to recover quickly. Fortunately, I'm not just using the origin power in the mana pool. Otherwise, in this strange environment, the origin power in my body would be greatly limited, and it would be difficult for me to recover. Fortunately, I have enough energy in my blood sea. While Gunai was recovering his strength. In the darkness, the withered old trees around Gunai's area had been dried up by the wind, as if they were completely dead. When Gunai finally calmed down, he asked. The old trees seemed to come to life. They began to wriggle as if they were moving their roots. They slowly moved toward Gunai. The entire process was silent. Before he knew it, Gunai had been cultivating for more than 10 minutes. By now, he had recovered more than 90% of his strength. I've found him, he's there, he's right there. A shriek cut through the darkness. Gunai immediately stood up. About 1,000 meters away, the human-faced lantern was still chasing after him. Gunai's eyes twitched. You won't stop until you catch up to me. Just as Gunai was about to stand up, he was shocked. Gunai's expression became more and more serious as he looked around. Before, Gunai had been sure that there were no trees within a 50 or 60 meter radius of the pile of rubble. But at this moment, at the edge of the pile of rubble, about 20 meters away from Gunai, the rows of withered old trees were densely packed together, almost forming a curtain wall. A few of the closer ones were only 15 or 16 meters away from him. Gunai had been watching his surroundings the entire time, but he hadn't noticed the trees approaching. "Young man, you can't escape." A voice suddenly rang out in the darkness. Gunai couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly locked onto the source of the sound. It was a human face on the withered tree that had become so blurry that it could no longer be seen. However, one could still vaguely tell that it was a wrinkled face of an old man from a foreign tribe. He did not look young. "Who are you?" Gunai asked cautiously. The withered tree man ignored Gunai. "The eternal night lantern has its eyes on you," he continued. "It will chase you until you die. No matter how you run or where you run to, he can slowly catch up to you. Then, when you're not paying attention, he can eat you." Long night lantern. "Eat you, eat you, eat you, ha 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 ha, eat you, so fresh and delicious, I'm really famished." The withered tree man seemed to be excited by his words and shrieked repeatedly. His tone suddenly became hot and crazy. After a moment, the withered tree man's face seemed to have returned to normal. "Instead of wasting time to escape and then being eaten by those damn long night lanterns, it's better to be eaten by me. They are too noisy. After being eaten by me, I can tell you the story. I have many, many stories, all kinds of stories. I guarantee that you won't be bored. You can go to sleep when you're tired, unlike those lanterns that never stop talking. It's so good. Let me eat you Yingluo, eat you Yingluo, I'm starving to death, let me eat you, eat you." The withered tree face's voice gradually turned from hurried to crazed, and finally roared, its ferocious face visible. His voice reverberated in the darkness. By this time, the human-faced lantern, or more accurately, the eternal night lantern, was getting closer to Gunai. "Hurry up, speed up. That human face is about to be eaten by the cunning tree. Don't believe that old man Sly Tree's nonsense. He'll imprison you, then cut off pieces of your flesh bit by bit, and slowly enjoy them. He'll torture you and eat your flesh while telling you ghost stories. It's Yingluo, it's Yingluo. Let us eat you. We will only take small bites, no, big mouthfuls of you, and then make you a part of us. Hee hee, we can even fly. Look at how happy we are, unlike that sly tree old man, who looks like he's dead. That cunning tree old man died a long time ago. That's not right. If someone comes near, they'll come back to life. If that person's face is eaten by that old man's strange tree, he'll really come back to life." The dozens of faces of the long night lanterns that had arrived started to shout in a complicated manner. This made Gunai even more wary of this strange island. "Let's go." Gunai rose up and quickly disappeared into the air. He then activated his Eye of Destiny and flew in a dark blue direction. Terrible human face ran away again. "It's all your fault. I told you, we have to get close quietly and scare him to death. Hurry up and give chase." 70 miles per hour. As Gunai reappeared in the air, his speed was now 4 times faster than before. This speed was like a snail compared to Gunai's peak speed. But at this point, it was already quite good. Even if the human-faced lanterns surrounded him from all directions, Gunai could use his speed to break free. As he accelerated, the noise of the mottled people was left behind by Gunai. Gunai thought to himself as he flew. "That cunning tree old man said that the eternal night lantern will chase me alone until I die. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. If we really go all out, that long night lantern might not be able to exchange for one with me. But at the very least, in this affected area, the eternal night lantern should keep chasing me. If that's the case, then it's going to be a little troublesome. Gunai rubbed his glabella. I entered the Dark Shepherd Light Island to use it as a springboard to enter the Omoko ancient sacred mountain. But now, this damn thing is chasing me relentlessly. And there are also those strange trees that can move silently and eat people on this Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a place to stay for long. I can't waste time here. If I can't find a suitable place to live in a few days, I'll have to reincarnate and leave. I'll have to find another place to enter the Omoko ancient divine mountain. Let's search carefully first. If it doesn't work, I'll just die and return. After making this plan, Gunai was ready to open the Eye of Destiny again to find the way. All of a sudden. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent energy surged. Far behind Gunai, a white flame was burning. In an instant, the darkness in the entire area was dispelled. The fire was as bright as the sun, and Gunai's eyes narrowed. What? Gunai quickly reincarnated and looked at the source of the white flames. Within the flames, the night lantern that had been chasing him was reduced to ashes in the scorching flames, and there were a few figures standing in the air around the flames. Someone's there. Gunai's heart was moved. 464 Chapter 112 Three-Man Team. After thinking for a while, Gunai flew toward those people. In this strange place, there was no way Gunai could survive by himself. If he really did encounter an irresistible danger, Gunai would have to reincarnate and leave this strange place. It might be dangerous to come into contact with these people, but it was also possible to follow them into a relatively safe area. At the same time, he could find a way to reach the Omoko ancient divine mountain. While flying, Gunai stopped using his world and dark power Upanishads. Immediately, the three people in the area where the flames were gradually dissipating noticed Gunai's existence and looked over. The leader of the three was tall and sturdy. His skin was brown and yellow, and he was 4 meters tall. He carried a giant furnace sword on his back and had the aura of a demigod weapon. His realm was also at the demigod level. Beside him was a 2-headed troll that was even taller than the 4-meter-tall man from the foreign land. It was covered in muscles and carried a pair of battle axes on its back. The other was a human woman with blue skin. She was the same height as Gunai, and her body was covered in dark gold inscriptions. She had a magic dagger at her waist. The three of them looked at Gunai warily. He stopped 100 meters away from the three. You three, how did the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island become like this? Has this place been affected? Gun asked in the common language of the Holy Hajar. As soon as Gunai spoke, the three of them looked at him with strange expressions. You? Are you new here? The blue-skinned woman asked. Yes, I've only been here for a few days. It's just that this island seems to be slightly different from the one I've read about. Gunai nodded in response. The Dark Shepherd Light Island has been like this since 300 years ago, the woman said with a frown. 300 years ago. Gunai had noticed that the information on the island was very different from the one he'd encountered, and suspected that something had happened. He did not expect that there would be an accident 300 years ago. The timing of this information is really bad. Gunai now understood that the information he had was from hundreds or thousands of years ago. The strange event that had happened 300 years ago on the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island was clearly not known to the outside world, and it had not spread much. Did you come to the Dark Shepherd's Light Island because you want to go to the Omoko ancient divine mountain? The leader's voice was loud and deep. Yes, I wanted to use the island as a springboard to enter the Omoko ancient sacred mountain. However, I didn't expect to be lost in the darkness after arriving at the island. Gunai said. In the end, I met that long night lantern. It kept chasing me. If you didn't kill it, I'm afraid it would have followed me for a long time. When you were chased by the night lantern, you could still fly, the woman couldn't help but ask, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. At the same time, the burly man and the double-headed demon were both shocked. Gunai nodded. When I encountered the Eternal Night Lantern, my body was as stiff as a rusty machine. I couldn't move. Fortunately, I had the wind spirit wings, so I could fly. The three of them finally noticed the pair of green-blue wind spirit wings on Gunai's back. Can't I fly after being targeted by the night lantern? Gunai asked after he finished. The few of them looked at each other and seemed to be communicating in secret. A moment later, the woman began to explain, the long night lantern is one of the strange products of the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island's misfortune. After being targeted, the strange power of this Dark Shepherd Lamp Island will descend upon you. Then, your body and origin power will be completely confined and unable to move. You will then be swallowed by the Eternal Night Lantern and become a part of it. You should have seen those strange faces before. Those are the people it ate. I see. Gunai slightly nodded. Actually, Ying Luo. The woman paused for a moment before continuing. Some demigod experts can't easily set foot in the lantern area. After all, even a demigod would be completely suppressed and unable to move. They would then be eaten. I didn't expect that you would be able to escape after being targeted by that human-faced lantern. It's really rare. Not to mention that you're only at 4th stage realm late phase, this is unprecedented. So that's how it is. Gunai laughed. Maybe it's because I have the wind spirit wings. Gunai said. Of course, a large part of the reason is that my blood sea broke through the powerful binding power. Otherwise, even the wind spirit wings would not be able to make me fly. The woman continued after Gunai finished. We saw that the human-faced lantern was running in a certain direction and didn't notice us. That's why we attacked and burned it to death with fire. At that time, we were wondering why the human-faced lantern would run so far away. We didn't expect that it was you who attracted them. Flame techniques? Gunai raised his eyebrows. Fire-type techniques can deal with this human-faced lantern? The woman laughed. It's not an ordinary flame-type ability. Fulha flames. Gunai's expression changed. N. The woman nodded. Gunai's eyes once again swept over the three. The aura of the man in the lead was thick and powerful, but it didn't give off a feeling of vastness and profundity. His control of half-step divine power was clearly that of a half-god expert. Gunai could clearly sense the woman's aura. She was at the peak of the 4th sky, and the same was true for the two-headed demon. You've also come to the Dark Shepherd Light Island to head to the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain? Gunai asked. N. The burly man in the lead nodded slightly. Then can I join you? Gunai asked after a pause. The burly man laughed. This ordinary-looking human man was only at peak 4th level sage realm. Compared to other oracles and ancestral spirits, they were naturally weaker. However, this human man had managed to run so far away from the human-faced lantern, and it seemed that he had even shaken off the human-faced lantern. It seemed that he wasn't afraid of the human-faced lantern at all. He was able to deduce that this sage human was extremely powerful. If he could become a demigod, he would definitely be a very powerful existence even among demigods. They already had the intention of roping him in. They naturally wouldn't refuse Gunai's offer. After all, there were many united teams on the Dark Shepherd Light Island. The more people he recruited, the more powerful he would be. This way, he would be safer when he left the island in the future. No problem, come with us. This isn't the place to talk. In addition, the current situation of the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island isn't as good as it used to be, so there are some things we need to tell you. Otherwise, with your 4th level saint cultivation, if you really encounter some danger, you won't be able to live for long here. You must know that there are several deities on the Dark Shepherd Light Island. There are also many demigods who are good at assassination. These people are not to be trifled with. The burly man said. Thank you, Gunai said in a deep voice. 465 The Unforeseen Event on the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. After getting to know the three of them. As he followed the three of them, Gunai noticed that he was gradually changing. The rusty feeling of his body was gradually loosening. The feeling of source power gradually returned to his body. As the feeling of restraint gradually disappeared, Gunai's speed also gradually recovered. After his strength recovered, Gunai's mind gradually stabilized. Something has happened to the Omoko ancient divine mountain. It seems that it is necessary to obtain something that can change my source power in the Thulhu series to change my energy form. Otherwise, if I were to encounter these strange creatures, as a law incantation master, many of my law incantations would be useless. Yes, at the same time, I need to obtain some abilities of the Thulhu curse system. This way, when we face strange creatures, we will still have the ability to fight back. Gunai thought to himself. The woman explained as they flew. 300 years ago, there was a sudden change in the Mount Omoko. I heard that something strange has entered the Omoko ancient divine mountain. Strange things, Gunai's heart moved. No one knows what that strange thing is, but it directly led to the strange changes of the Omoko ancient sacred mountain. It's said that when the strange changes happened to Omoko, the supreme Thulhu creatures investigated it. The result was that the Omoko ancient sacred mountain seemed to have a shielding effect on the great creatures, so that the great Thulhu creatures could not know what the magical item was. Of course, I only found out about this later. And then, something happened to the Mount Omoko. The power of the Omoko ancient divine mountain has expanded to its limit. The Dark Herder Lamp Island we are currently on has been swept into the range of this power. Clearly, the mysterious item landed on Mount Omoko and caused a series of strange changes. This strange change naturally attracted the attention of many people. At the same time, the great Thulhu creatures sent many divine powerhouses into it to investigate the situation. At the same time, they sealed off the news of the changes in the Mount Omoko. We naturally don't know the exact results of the investigation. However, from the results of the investigation, many sneaky demigods have entered and gained a lot of benefits. It wasn't until more than 100 years ago, when a new god controller was born on Mount Omoko, that the news of the changes on Mount Omoko began to spread. However, this information is only limited to the gods. Ordinary oracles, ancestral spirits, saints, and even demigods, if they don't belong to the sphere of influence of the gods, can't know the relevant information. The news spread to many divine kingdoms. As a result, many demigods and divine spirit experts from many divine kingdoms entered the Omoko ancient divine mountain. This has also intensified the fighting and killing on the Mount Omoko. Many people have died there. It can be said that the massacre on the Mount Omoko is extremely fierce and terrifying. Even the gods move in groups. A single god, unless it's a particularly powerful one, would basically be dead once discovered. As more and more people went in, there was more and more good news. It's said that many Thulhu remains have appeared in some hidden corners, and some strange sealed areas have also been reopened. There are even some strange passageways that have bloomed. As more and more people obtain benefits, more and more people will naturally come. And this is also the reason why we are here. As she spoke, the alien woman, Odoi, looked at Xionggu Nirvana. Sir Gunai, you must have come here because you heard about this, right? It can be considered so. Gunai replied. Oh, that's right. Gunai suddenly remembered something. Lady Odora, I saw you burning that strange night lantern with fire. You used the power of Thulhu's fire. Where did you get this ability? One of my family's divine ancestors once obtained a Thulhu core fire on the Omoko ancient divine mountain. Oduwai explained. Many members of our family have to bear the magical burning of this item when they reach adulthood. If we can obtain the inscription pattern mark through complete burning, we will be able to obtain it. You will be able to master the mysterious power that contains Thulhu's power of fire. With that said, Oduwai waved her arms. Obviously, I passed. The flames I used before were flames that contained a small amount of Thulhu's fire energy. Don't underestimate these flames. Even a demigod would die if they were to be burned by my flames. Oduwai was clearly extremely confident in her fire abilities. Gunai, we've arrived at the gathering point for all of us. There's something I need to tell you, and you must remember it. At this time, the demigod master in the team, the burly man with a demigod weapon Ape on his back, Mandars, suddenly spoke. Please speak, Sir Mandars. Gunai looked over. As of now, there are many powerful cultivators heading to the Emoko ancient divine mountain. Even this not-so-famous Dark Shepherd Lamp Island has several gods and more than 20 demigods. Currently, there are 3 suitable hiding places in the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. At the same time, these 3 areas have become 3 forces. In our region, there are 2 deity-level experts. They are Lord Deity Motsi and Lord Deity Kakulo. The 3 forces don't have much interaction with each other, but they are definitely not friendly. In about 3 to 4 months, the darkness on the island will dissipate. This is the best time for us to leave the island. At that time, all of us will leave the Dark Shepherd Light Island together, follow the ocean north, and enter the Akma Passage. This is the closest passage to the Mount Omoko. There will be a great battle. Of course, we will plan the battle in detail. Ekma Passage. Gunai squinted his eyes. The passage to Ekma was not an easy area to pass through, as Gun had read about it in the data. It was extremely dangerous, and one could fall into a desperate situation of death if they were not careful. At that time, even gods would fall. The Mount Omoko was not a safe place to take a vacation, and the path to it was filled with the danger of death. For the next 3 to 4 months, you need the members of our team to participate in the patrol. At present, our small team only has about 10 days left to patrol. After this patrol is over, you can follow us to the core of the Dark Shepherd Light Island for your training. Gunai naturally didn't have any objections to being a patrol. After all, he had to pay a certain price to receive the protection of a god and a demigod. On the other hand, Gunai was more interested in the core cultivation area. Training in the core area, what is that place? Gunai asked. 466 God Mozi. A place with rich world origin in Holy Hajar. Mandas replied. Oh, Gunai's heart was moved. That place is a rare place for hidden cultivation. Oduwai, who was standing beside him, replied. There are even many outsiders who go to the core area to cultivate. The world intent there is 4 to 5 times more powerful than the outside world. 4 to 5 times? Then this is indeed a very good treasure land. Gunai said. That's natural. Oduwai replied with a smile. At the same time, we can absorb the world's origin to a certain extent there, allowing our cultivation foundation to be even more stable. The improvement effect is astonishing. You'll naturally know when you get there. Yes, Gunai nodded, his heart filled with anticipation for the core of the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. To demigods and deities, the difference in divine power between the two wouldn't be too great. The biggest difference was the comprehension of profound meaning. They were both immortals, but the stronger immortals could kill ordinary immortals as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. And the huge gap between them was pulled apart by profound meaning. There were demigods who could match gods because of their profound comprehension of profound meanings and their unique and powerful techniques. Gunyela was able to use these forbidden spells to easily kill an oracle and an ancestor soul expert, and he even had the confidence to fight against a demigod expert. On one hand, it was because of the Blood Sea's strength. The other reason was that Gunai's understanding of power Upanishads was very deep. It could be said that the understanding of power Upanishads was Gunai's biggest advantage. Gunai had been cultivating for a long time, but compared to the other powerful emissaries, ancestor souls, and demigods, it was a very short time. Being able to enter the core of the Dark Shepherd Light Island and cultivate in seclusion was also extremely good for one's growth. Gunai already had a plan. When he went to the Omoko ancient divine mountain and found enough Thulhu corpses, he would find a safe place to digest the corpses and learn profound meaning. In the future, when he became a god, he would also be a Thulhu god. This was far more powerful than the average god. Gun guessed that the so-called controller gods were most likely Thulhu gods. He just didn't know if they had Thulhu embryos like Gun. But Gunai speculated that they probably didn't. Otherwise, as time passed, they would become Thulhu creatures. He was not the controller deity that everyone called him now. As he followed Mandars and the other two, a massive building soon appeared in his line of sight. The building had two huge curved horns and was over 1,000 meters tall. The horns were symmetrical, and the main body of the building was low in the front and high in the back. Most of the back was shrouded in the shadow of the dark, like a water buffalo crawling in the dark. He entered the entrance of the water buffalo-like building. What entered his eyes was a long tunnel. After passing through the tunnel, they arrived at an extremely spacious and majestic hall with hundreds of stone pillars. On the left and right sides of the hall, two foreign gods sat cross-legged. Thick divine power circulated around the two gods, and the light that the divine power naturally emitted was hard to look at. These two should be the two deity-level experts, Mozi and Kakulo. Gunai thought to himself. In addition to these two gods, there were more than a dozen oracles and ancestor soul powerhouses on the stone pillars below the hall. These people's auras were all fourth stage realm late or peak. Gunai's eyes swept over these people. He could feel the dense divine power aura and profound fluctuations from them. Those who can make it here are indeed not weak. Are there no demigods? He should have entered the so-called core area. Gunai thought to himself as he passed the hall. Mandars, who was at the front, flew forward and bowed. Lord Gods Mozi and Kakulo, there was nothing unusual during today's patrol. The black tide did not come, and there were no signs of fluctuations. The god named Mozi opened his eyes and nodded. Then, the god's eyes turned to Gunai. Gunai immediately felt an invisible pressure. He even felt like he was being seen through. Gunai didn't do anything unusual and just stood there, allowing the other party to examine him. Gunai was confident that his opponent wouldn't be able to see much of his abilities. After looking around Gunai for a while, he finally looked away. At this moment, Mandars introduced. Lord Mozi, this fourth-level sage extraordinary is called Gunny Lawrence. He's a new extraordinary who's just arrived at the Dark Shepherd Light Island. He was targeted by the Eternal Night Lantern before, but he could easily get rid of the lantern's suppression and could even fly freely. How could he escape after being targeted by the Night Lantern? His words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Suddenly, many people opened their eyes and looked over, their eyes focused on Gunai. Even a weaker demigod might not be able to escape after being targeted by the Eternal Night Lantern. How did a level 4 saint manage to escape? Don't tell me he has some sort of special technique. Who knows? No matter what, this new guy can escape from the Eternal Night Lantern without any divine power. He is indeed powerful. At least, even if I use divine power, I will not be able to escape. The surrounding people were discussing. Mandar's words made the deity Mozi's opinion of Gunny rise again. He had sensed that this extraordinary named Gunny Lawrence was extraordinary, and now it seemed that he was right. Not bad. God Spirit Mozi nodded slightly. Then, Mozi looked at Gunai. Train well here and increase your strength as much as possible. When the time comes, when you head to the passage of Ekma, it might not be a bad thing for you to have no divine power. Lord Mozi, this junior will definitely work hard on his cultivation. Gunai said. Gunai naturally understood the meaning of God Mozi's words. In the Ekma tunnel, divine power blooming was often the priority of attacks. Gunai didn't have any god power, but he was very strong. This would obviously make the invisible pressure Gunai was enduring effective. Relatively speaking, this was indeed a good thing. After meeting God Mozi, Gunai had joined this small force. He followed Mandars back to the rest area. Mandars explained everything about the patrol and the surrounding situation to Gunny during their rest, giving him a new understanding of the Dark Herder Lamp Island. After a short rest, Mandars explained the things to take note of during the patrol, and the four of them began a new round of patrol. 467 Chapter 115 The reappearance of a fortuitous encounter. Time always passed very quickly when they were patrolling. Unknowingly, the 15-day patrol time had passed. After 15 days of patrol, Gunai gradually discovered one thing. The darkness and fog around them were gradually dissipating. It was obvious that the so-called window of the night was approaching. While he patrolled the area, Gunai also opened his miracle page to see if there was anything good nearby. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything nearby for Gunai to find. In the long and dark underground tunnel, Gun and the others followed Mandars and the others down the tunnel. At this time, the group of four had already finished their patrol work. Before the darkness dissipated, the four of them did not have any necessary work to do. He could totally find a place to cultivate and wait for the window to arrive. At this time, the four of them were heading to the core of the Dark Shepherd's Light Island, which was the place where the source of the Holy Sea was located. Gunai, said Mandars, who was flying in front. Gunai looked over. This is the first time you've been to the core area, so there are some things I need to tell you in case you get into unnecessary conflicts with others. The core area is a place where the experts of the three forces can reach through the tunnel. There are certain divisions in the area. If we rashly go to the area of the other two forces, we may be surrounded. At the same time, there are also some areas where there are many specialized cultivators. There is no lack of powerhouses among them. Don't rashly approach them. If you disturb them, a big battle will be inevitable. We just need to find a quiet place in our area to cultivate. Yes, I know. I should be spending most of my time in cultivation. If no one comes to disturb me, I shouldn't have any conflicts with them, Gunai replied. Although Gunai wasn't weak, he was still too weak in the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. There were many demigods and powerful gods, so Gunai naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble. Well, that's good. But if someone rashly enters our training area, you don't have to be afraid. Our training locations are relatively close to each other, so if we make a sound in time, I'll go over to support them very soon. That's a place for cultivation. There shouldn't be many battles there. Gunai asked. Not many, but we can't rule out some unusual situations. Some people are very good at hiding, and they are good at assassinations and sneak attacks. They like to look for prey in this area. In short, you just have to be careful. I understand, Gunai nodded, his eyes narrowed. They passed through the long, slanted tunnel. Gunai looked around and saw a vast underground space. However, the underground city was empty and silent. Large areas of buildings had collapsed. At the same time, there were auras that were either hidden or appearing in every corner, and there was no lack of demigods among them. Mandars was flying in front of them, looking very familiar with the route. It didn't take long for Gun and Mandas to enter another tunnel that was 50 to 60 meters in diameter. As soon as he entered the passage, Gunai could feel the aura of origin. The deeper he went, the more Gunai could feel the rich characteristics of the origin aura. At the same time, there were many small branches with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters on both sides of the passage. However, the entrances of these small branches were sealed with various auras. It was obvious that there were people inside. After about 1,000 meters, Mandars and the others stopped at the entrance of a small branch passage. Gunai, Mandars turned to look at Gunny. You can cultivate in this passage, the three of us are just a little ahead. If there's any situation, just go over and find us. I know, thank you, Sir Mandars. It's just a small matter. Then, Mandars and the other two flew forward. After entering this small passage, they reached the end about 200 meters in. There should have been people cultivating here before, and there were many tables and chairs inside. After checking and making sure there was nothing unusual, Gunai then went to the entrance of the cave and sealed it. He sat down in the corner of the passage. Gunai calmed his mind and entered a state of cultivation. After calming down, Gunai could easily feel the concentration of the world's origin in the surrounding space. Gurgle gurgle. As Gunai's world power Upanishad was released, the origin energy of the surrounding worlds was absorbed by him. Compared to other people absorbing the world's origin, with the world power Upanishad, Gunai could absorb the energy faster. The origin energy that entered Gunai's body quickly penetrated his body and strengthened his foundation. With the power of the world's origin to stabilize my foundation, even if I use a powerful fruit, it can still ensure that I can quickly reach the peak of the 4th rank without worrying about any drawbacks. This will allow me to easily advance to the demigod realm. Once I become a demigod, my strength will take a huge leap. At that time, even if I face a stage 1 or 2 god level expert, I will have the qualifications to survive. But it's a pity that there are only 2 months left. It's not enough for me to become a demigod. While he was cultivating, Gunai opened his system and looked through it. When he opened the system and entered the side adventure page, Gunai couldn't help but be startled. I had a fortuitous encounter. Adventure, the Relic of Okhkov. Adventure 1, the Remains of Okhkov. Miracle 2, the Relic of Okhkov. This time, there were a total of 2 contents for the side quest. Gunai opened the details of the mission and began to read it carefully. After he finished, he closed his eyes and began to think. The stronger I am, the better the fortuitous encounter will be. Although the adventure didn't clearly describe whether this existence called Okhkov was a dominator or some other creature, it was still able to enter my adventure page with its remains. It's at least the remains of a dominator, or even a great old god. We still need to go to this place to investigate the specific situation. In addition, the relic of Okhkov is more valuable than the remains. The remains of Thulhu creatures can basically be regarded as the most valuable item among the conventional items. It's even more valuable than a divine artifact. The value of this Ados relic must be extraordinary. It's Thulhu's innate ability, Thulhu's divine power? Or is it about the cultivation of Thulhu creatures? As he thought about it, Gun was full of anticipation for this so-called relic of Akatov. It's really not a mistake to come to the Omoko ancient divine mountain. Even though we're only at the edge of the outer region, we're still able to obtain such a harvest. Gunai thought. However, Gunai didn't act rashly. Instead, he continued to cultivate. It would not be too late for him to head out to search for the treasure after stabilizing it for a few days and understanding the surrounding situation. 468 Okhkov's relic. 7 or 8 days later. While cultivating, he observed his surroundings. Gunai had gained a lot of understanding of the core area. Firstly, most of the time, the vast majority of the powerhouses in the core region were in a state of cultivation. However, there would occasionally be some battles. And these battle conditions would usually appear in the open area outside, not in the tunnel. After all, they had appeared in the open territory. If they were defeated, it would be easier for them to escape. And once they were blocked in the passage area, they were basically dead. Moreover, everyone in the passageway area was from the same force. Under the siege of so many people, they would only die faster. However, there were many passageways here. If they were not sure and mistakenly entered the passageway of another force or other small teams of demigods, they would have to admit that they were unlucky. At the same time, the power that appeared in these battles were all at the 4th stage realm and demigod level. There were no gods participating. This made Gunai feel a lot more at ease. At the very least, the range of this power was still within his reach. All in all, Gunai was relatively safe in this tunnel. And once they left the passageway and entered the vast area outside, they would be able to escape. Gunai was only a 4th level saint. No matter how he looked at it, he was a soft persimmon that was easy to pinch. Therefore, Gunai had to ensure that he was hidden enough. It was best if he could sneak into the place where he had obtained the miracle. If they were targeted, the lightest consequence would be a huge battle. If worse came to worst, he wouldn't be able to get the good stuff. Therefore, Gunai had to make sure that no one would find him. In the tunnel, Gunai cast an invisibility spell on himself. Then, his dark power Upanishad bloomed, and he became one with the darkness. Gunai, who had entered a silent state of concealment, silently followed the seal at the exit into the tunnel. At this moment, the passage was completely silent. Even the open area outside did not have any movement. Gunai looked around to make sure no one was looking at him, then he flew out of the tunnel. After reaching the vast area, Gunai followed the rock wall and entered the abandoned city. Then, he headed toward the area that the system had pointed out. 10 minutes later, Gunai entered a tunnel that was about 40 to 50 meters in diameter. The origin of the world was dim and thin. Sensing the state of the area, Gunai let out a sigh of relief. The world's origin was dim and thin, which meant that no one would come here. This way, Gunai's chances of quietly obtaining a treasure would greatly increase. Then, Gunai jumped up and flew into the tunnel. After Gunai entered the depths of the cave, he disappeared. The space beside him rippled like water. A figure shrouded in darkness slowly emerged. The man looked at Gunai for a while before he disappeared into the tunnel. Gunai was very careful as he moved forward. At the same time, he followed the system's guidance and moved forward. Gunai was not moving very fast. In the meantime, they kept passing through a rather rugged passage. Gunai had already found that the core area was quite rugged and large. As they went deeper, Gunai found that the core area was far larger than he had imagined. However, the power of the world's origin in these remote areas was thinner than that of the abandoned ruins in the core, so Gunai didn't see anyone cultivating here. The deeper he went into the ancient nirvana, the calmer he became. This place was already very far from the core area. About 10 minutes later, after passing through a narrow passage, the view in front of him suddenly brightened. At the same time, the sound of water flowing could be heard. Gunai's eyes scanned the surroundings. His gaze swept past a strange door in the corner without stopping. Then, he began to build his own demonic erosion blade. A moment later, Gunai had created 10 of the mother blades. "You've been with me for so long? Do you really think I didn't notice you?" Gunai's cold voice resounded in the surrounding space. "Hee, Yingluo." A dry voice laughed. At the same time, a figure shrouded in a dark curtain drifted out from the depths of space. "I'm just a little curious as to why this friend has sneaked over here. What I want to do has nothing to do with you, sir." Gunai's voice was flat without any emotion. "Whatever you want to do is naturally none of my business. When you rashly pass by my area, hee, don't blame me for being impolite." The black shadow laughed sinisterly. "If you want to kill and rob, just say it directly. Don't use that crown-like excuse. If the other party was a demigod, then Gunai might have some fear. But this person was only an ancestor soul of the 4th stage. Gunai didn't care about this little bit of power. Just like Gunai, who didn't put the other party in his eyes. Adolf didn't even put this little 4th-level Saint Realm extraordinary in his eyes. They were all in the 4th stage, but the ancestor soul with divine power could crush saints in all aspects. Suddenly, 3 dark tentacles appeared in the air and tried to wrap around Gunai. Gunai's blue wings flapped and he dodged the dark tentacle. The 3 blades of the demonic obliteration mother swept towards Adolf. Bang! 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 At the same time when the demonic obliteration blade exploded, the dark curtain in front of Adolf was torn apart, and at the same time, Adolf let out a low groan. "This guy is only a saint. How can his spell attack be so terrifying?" There was a hint of surprise in the depths of Adolf's eyes. "My dark screen was a defense that I painstakingly built with my divine power. It was actually torn apart by this spell." Whoosh! 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 Another 3 devouring blades swept over. "Adolf, who relied on his semi-divine weapon for defense, did not dare to be careless this time. The darkness swept over. The 3 blades pierced through Adolph's body, and he disappeared. At the same time, the 3 attacks continued to extend towards Gunai. Each strike contained extremely strong power, stirring the surrounding origin power and causing it to tremble. At the same time when Adolf was young. Swish! Space power Upanishad rippled from Gunai's body, spreading to the surrounding area. This mysterious dark elementalist who possessed strange dark energy had extraordinary means. Gunai didn't dare to underestimate him. He quickly released his world power Upanishad to find Adolf. At this moment, whoosh! The unbelievably fast giant spear of darkness swept down from the sky. It came so quickly. Just as Gunai was about to move away from his position, his expression froze. Before anyone knew it, a powerful dark force had locked onto Gunai. He didn't have time to take any further action. Pang! The giant spear of darkness descended and slammed into Gunai. The giant spear of darkness slammed into Gunai, sending him flying into the ground. Immediately, an incomparably dense darkness bloomed. Boom! An indescribable boom suddenly exploded. Gunai was at the center of the explosion. 469 A terrifying physical body. The impact and explosion of the spear of darkness directly blasted the saint-level law incantation master into the depths of the ground. However, Adolf was not at ease. This was because the law incantation master had an astonishing perception. At the same time, he had also sensed the power of the other party's law incantation. He definitely wouldn't have been killed by such a simple incantation. The origin power storm born from the explosion gradually dissipated. At the same time, a green-blue figure gradually emerged from the storm of source power. Gun's dragon scale shield had been shattered by the explosion, and energy fragments kept falling. The black robe on his body was also tattered beyond recognition. With a wave of his hand, the energy dragon scale shield collapsed. Gunai then grabbed his tattered black robe and tore it off. As the black robe was pulled off, the dark gold demigod weapon, dark kin armor, appeared on Gun's body. A half-divine weapon. Adolf's eyes narrowed when he saw the equipment. The most suitable weapon for extraordinaries at their level, including experts at the demigod realm, was a demigod weapon. There was a clear difference between having and not having a quasi-relic. For example, if the opponent had a semi-divine weapon, the defense of the body would be greatly increased. Some injuries that could cause serious injuries would become light injuries under the defense of the semi-divine weapon. This would greatly increase the survival ability of extraordinaries. He also wanted to buy a quasi-relic, but he was too poor to afford such a powerful quasi-relic. Even for demigods, there were only a few who had demigod weapons. If it wasn't for this quasi-divine artifact, the attack from the spell just now would have been enough to seriously injure or even kill this weak mage. Adolf thought to himself. In comparison, even if a spell-casting extraordinaire had reached the level of an oracle, an ancestral spirit, a sage, or even a demigod, the survivability of their physical body was far inferior to that of the shadow and combat types. I have to say, your attack is a little painful. Gun looked up at the mysterious dark elementalist. There was no doubt that this dark elementalist was very powerful, possessing strength that surpassed ordinary peak fourth firmament ancestor souls. Humph! Adolf snorted at Gunai's words. So, you're worthy of me taking out my real weapon. What? Adolf's heart moved. Gunai waved his hand. A seven-colored light began to spread from Gunai's hand, becoming more and more brilliant. For a moment, the dark and quiet underground cave turned into a colorful fairy tale world. The seven-colored light gathered in Gunai's palm and turned into a colorful drop of water the size of half a fist. When he saw the colorful water droplet, he was stunned. Adolf's eyes almost couldn't move. After a long time, Adolf said softly, I didn't expect a small saint position to have a powerful quasi-divine artifact like the tear of the demon god. Tear of the Demonic God was an extremely powerful demigod artifact. He was famous even in the Holy See. First of all, it had a 30-fold increase in the power of incantations of law, which would make the power of each incantation of law expand to an indescribably terrifying level. Secondly, the tear of the demonic god had been refined from more than 10 demigods. A spell cast from it. It possesses extremely powerful demonic destructive power. This would make an ordinary spell almost as powerful as a forbidden spell. And when a spell was powerful, it would possess an unbelievable destructive power. The combination of the two made the demonic god's tear, a top-tier demigod artifact, extremely famous in Holy Hijr. Almost many oracles, ancestral spirits, saints, and demigod-ranked spellcasters dreamed of possessing a tear of the demon god. However, its high price made many people flinch. After staring at him for a while, Adolf laughed sinisterly. Then, his laughter was wild and devastating. Ha ha ha! A maniacal laughter filled the entire underground space. I really didn't expect to meet a saint with 2 divine artifacts here. Tisk, 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 no wonder you didn't reveal anything earlier. If you had revealed that you had such a treasure, I'm afraid those demigods would have targeted you and killed you. Even if the gods won't sell it directly, they will do it if they have the chance. It's a pity that these good things are going to be mine today, Adolf said in a dark tone. You, Gunyalo laughed. That's right, it's me, Adolf said softly in a dreamlike tone. It's me Yingluo, it's me Yingluo, it's me Yingluo, it's me Yingluo. The words were like a dream, echoing in Gunai's ears and seeping into his soul. For a moment, Gunai felt extremely tired, and he wanted to fall asleep. Go to sleep. Just sleep like this. Adolf's voice sounded like a dream. Gunai's eyes closed, and he entered a state of confusion. Buzz. 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 The sharp black blade suddenly swept over, bringing with it layers of blood-red light. Ah! A shrill scream sounded from Adolf's mouth as he cast the powerful sleeping nightmare incantation. Adolf's body had been cut open by the demonic erosion blade that Gunai had reconstructed with the demon god's tear. With the tear of the demonic god in his hand, Gunai released the world power Upanishad. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire world was filled with Gunarvana's terrifying world intent. The entire world was under Gunai's control. A lullaby is not bad, but it's only suitable for children. Gunyalo laughed. It was a soul that had been constructed by cultivating the secret scriptures of Thulhu, and the embryo of Gunek Thulu had also taken shape. If Adolf wanted to do something to Gun's soul without anyone noticing, he would be like throwing an egg at a rock. Furthermore, he had done it so resolutely and without hesitation. Adolf, who had his body cut open, was shocked. This nightmare slumber divine curse was a powerful forbidden spell that he had cultivated for hundreds of years. Countless extraordinary people had died in the hands of this spell. The law incantation master was not afraid of this powerful killing move at all. In fact, he did not even seem to be affected. The strength of the other party's soul had completely exceeded his imagination. Even a demigod's soul could not be this strong. Let's go. Adolf's body had a source in the dimensional space of his body. As long as his head, soul, and original soul core were not broken, he could recover his strength. Even one of his strongest killing moves couldn't deal with this law incantation master. He already had the intention to retreat. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a vast surge of god-like profound meaning of the world sweep across every corner of this space. How is it possible that Tao Wu's world power Upanishad is comparable to a god's? For a moment, Adolf was so shocked that he even stopped what he was doing. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. Furthermore, under the suppression of this world's profound meaning, teleportation, and other techniques were basically impossible to use. This was the essence of world power Upanishad. The world contained everything and suppressed everything. Damn it, despair filled Adolf's heart. He had a semi-godly armor, the famous tear of the demonic god, a strange soul that wasn't afraid of his powerful soul attacks, and his godlike profound meaning. All of this made Adolf despair. Even when he had faced a demigod, he had never felt such despair. Die! With a loud roar, Adolf, who knew that he had no chance of escaping, charged at Gunai. Seeing this, Gunai sneered. He clenched his fist lightly. Bang! 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 A blood-red light bloomed on Adolf's body. Gunai's demon corrosion blade spell also contained Gunai's blood. The moment he cut it open, Gunai's blood seeped into the other's blood. However, Gunai used his blood to blow up some of the blood. The pieces of flesh and blood continued to charge towards Gunai. Gunai's body glowed with a blood-red light as the blood sea devoured his flesh. What? Gunai's eyebrows twitched. A sense of danger appeared in Gunai's heart. The next moment, a strange soul source core with a face jumped out of the sea of blood and pounced on Gunai. The face was exactly the same as Adolf's, and it was staring at Gunai with a ferocious expression as it sent a soul thought. If you want to kill me, you will also die. Boom! A destructive explosion 10 times more powerful than the giant dark spear's explosion swept Gunai into it. 470 Chapter 118. The explosion created by the combination of the ultimate dark power Upanishad and the god power slowly dispersed. Gunai's situation could be described as miserable. Its entire head was completely blown apart by the destructive power. The flesh and blood of his 4 limbs were washed away by the destructive power, and a lot of them were annihilated. The dark golden bones could be seen. The bone armor under his left elbow was also shattered. The main part of its body was protected by dark-robed armor, so it wasn't badly damaged. Even a demigod would be in a half-crippled state with such an injury. After all, the power of the explosion was enough to threaten a demigod's attack. You really have some skills, Gunai thought to himself. However, do you really think that my physical body is as weak as a law incantation master's? This seemingly miserable injury was nothing more than a minor one for Gunai. Gunai's body was far more powerful than a demigod's. As for his recovery ability, it was even better than all the demigods. Combined with the demigod armor, dark-robed armor, even if he was hit by an attack that could destroy a demigod, it would only be a light injury to him. With a thought. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The origin power in the surrounding area was quickly absorbed by Gunai. The origin power and the power of the blood sea also surged into his body. Gunai's body quickly recovered. A few seconds later, Gunai returned to his peak state. This place is quite far from the core region where the world's origin is rich. According to the observations of the past few days, even if there is a battle, not many people will go and watch. At most, they will feel it from afar. But this can't be 100% sure that no one will come. Just to be safe, we need to quickly take the things and leave this place. Gunai then flew toward the strange ancient gate the system had pointed him to. The core area. In an area where dark mist gathered. 2 demigods and 4 peak 4th rank ancestral spirits were gathered here. The 6 of them had one thing in common. They all used the dark power Upanishad. He was cultivating. One of the demigods suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Adolf is dead. The half-body said in a deep voice. What? This sound immediately broke the other 5 people's state of meditation. What? The other demigod looked over in surprise. Adolf could even escape from a demigod, but he died. Could it be a god? No, it was a 4th-level saint who killed him. 4th-level saint? A look of surprise appeared on the faces of several people. The gap between a saint and an ancestor's soul in the 4th stage realm was extremely huge. The power of Shen power was not something that could be crossed easily. Are you sure? I'm 100% sure. The soul candle Adolf left with me was lit with the core of the night lantern. It can guarantee that the soul will be alive for a few seconds after it dies. Just a while ago, Adolf suddenly sent me a voice transmission telling me that he was already dead. He was killed by a 4th level saint, and that saint was suspected to be searching for a strange treasure. He was killed just now. That means that the slight battle fluctuations that came from deep underground were left behind by Adolf's battle? The other demigod asked in a deep voice. It should be. I can't let Adolf die in vain. At the same time, it's very likely that the sage is searching for treasures, and he might really have found something. The two demigods looked at each other and made a decision. Immediately, the group of 6 flew out. He was heading in the direction of the battle between Gun and Adolf. In the passage, Gunai followed the system's guidance and flew deeper. The further they flew, the more Gunai could feel the heart-palpitating aura. Gun was now sure that the so-called Akatov was a powerful ruler. After walking for a few minutes, at the end of the tunnel, there was a huge pile of white bones. Gun saw Akathov's relic floating in the air. It was half a skull the size of half a bedroom. At the same time, there were 15 long black horns on top of the head. This is really huge, it's more than 10 times more than all the ruler's flesh I've obtained before. Gunai couldn't help but smile at the sight of such a large piece of the ruler's flesh. If it was before, Gunai would have been injured by the ruler's flesh. But now, as the ruler's embryo gradually took shape, Gunai could now guarantee that he wouldn't be hurt when dealing with other ruler remains. The remains of Akatov are together with this wreckage. It should be hidden inside. Without further delay, Gun put the remains of Octo into the blood sea. Gunai didn't let go of any of the strange remains and bones on the ground. As the blood sea bloomed, Gunai swept them all into the blood sea, including the broken bones. After making sure there was nothing left behind, Gunai quickly returned to the tunnel. After leaving the cave, Gunai followed the system's special incantation and closed the huge stone door. His gaze swept across the many traces of battle that had been left behind in this area. Gunai quietly went invisible and released his dark power Upanishad. Let's go. Following the tunnel, Gunai began to return. After flying forward for less than 2 to 3 minutes, Gunai's face suddenly changed. Someone's here. Using his world power Upanishad, Gunai could sense several powerful auras coming toward him from the tunnel ahead. Normally, a normal battle wouldn't attract the attention of others, much less a group of people. This group of people coming over, whether they are the accomplices of the dark elementalist I killed just now or not, they obviously have bad intentions. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He jumped into a narrow passage and hid himself. After a while, Gunai felt it and the 3 of them quickly flew deeper into the tunnel. The leader was a demigod expert. Gunai was in hiding, and because everyone was rushing to the battle, they didn't notice him. Half a minute after the 3 of them had passed through the passage, Gunai then quietly emerged from the narrow passage. Gunai stared at the exit of the tunnel for a moment, and his heart became more and more vigilant. If Gunai's guess was correct, there was definitely someone waiting outside, and it could be a demigod. We have to rush out. Otherwise, if we're stuck here and surrounded by these people, we'll probably be killed. Reincarnation and escaping were the last resort. No one would want to die if they could get out alive. Gunai's eyes narrowed as he silently flew out. 471 The Pursuit of a Demigod. Gunai flew silently, and soon he encountered an obstacle on the first floor. In the rough passage with a diameter of more than 30 meters and a height of 100 meters. A layer of alert energy barrier had sealed off the entire tunnel. Outside the defensive barrier, 2 peak level 4 ancestor souls were standing guard, releasing dark power. Gunai was quite far away and there was an energy barrier between them, so the 2 of them didn't notice him. Flying there at full speed while controlling the world's mysteries to instantly open this not-so-strong energy barrier is a feasible plan. I just don't know if there are demigods or even more powerful gods guarding there. Regardless of whether there's a more powerful force there or not, charging over is a necessary choice. Otherwise, if the patrolmen who enter can't find anyone, they'll definitely conduct a detailed investigation of this area. I'm not too familiar with this area, and my hiding ability isn't that strong. If I go around in circles with these experts with the dark profound, I'll be discovered sooner or later. With that in mind, Gunai quickly put away some of the unnecessary equipment into the ring. He only had the defensive demigod weapon dark-robed armor on him. If he was killed by accident, he wouldn't have lost all his quasi-relics. Let's go! With a flash of green and blue light, Gunai's speed increased to its maximum. There's someone! Gun's burst of speed was immediately noticed by the two people outside the barrier. Gunai couldn't care less. Swish! The world power Upanishad was released to the maximum, touching the energy barrier. 7 or 8 exits were opened by Gunai. Shoo! The wind spirit wings pushed Gunai's speed to the extreme. A blood-red light mixed with a green-blue flash flashed past. This was a powerful teleportation technique that Gunai had developed by using the power of the wind spirit and the blood sea. In an instant, he crossed a distance of more than 2,000 meters and passed through the blockade of the warning energy barrier. At the same time as they landed, boom! An aura as strong as a dark sun erupted behind Gunai. A demigod expert. Gunai immediately realized. Chi. The destructive power of the dark sun bloomed with terrifying dark fluctuations. The dragon scale shield on Gun's body melted like snow under the sun. This also gave Gunai some time to recover. Gunai pushed the power of the wind spirit to its maximum. Chi. The dark power corroded Gunai's body, but he used all his strength to fly forward. They had left the radiation area of the dark Sunday. The dragon scale shield had completely melted. At the same time, Gunai's entire back was covered in blood. Fortunately, Gunai's body was strong enough. Otherwise, the dark sun would have melted him on the spot. Gunai continued to fly along the tunnel. You still want to escape, die? A sinister voice came from behind. Humph! With a cold snort, Gunai's body turned into a green-blue light and flew away. As he flew, Gunai quickly recovered from his injuries. Gunai's speed was as fast as a normal demigod. However, the guy chasing Gunai was not an ordinary demigod. He was much faster than Gunai. But fortunately, the cave was winding. With the wind spirit wings, Gunai was agile enough. They were able to bypass these rugged roads at the fastest speed. The aura of the demigod behind him was extremely strong. He was at least a late-stage demigod as he chased after Gunai and began to bombard him. Boom! 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 For a time, the rumbling sounds in the passage were endless. All sorts of dark attacks were thrown at Gunai. Some of them exploded on the barrier, causing large areas of rocks to collapse. The entire underground world was shaking. Some of the attacks landed on Gunai, injuring him. Some of the attacks landed directly on Gunai's body, causing his flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Gunai withstood the attacks and continued to speed up. Every time an attack landed on Gunai's body, his skin would be torn open. After all, this was an attack from a late-stage demigod. Gunai was only a 4th-level saint who didn't even have divine power. If he had divine power, Gunai would have fought back on the spot, and it was hard to say who would have survived. The speed at which he was flying was clearly different from when he was flying slowly. The passage that took more than 10 minutes to pass through. In less than a minute, Gunai had passed through the portal. Gunai had been worried that there were still people outside, but he didn't notice. These words made Gunai feel a lot more at ease. Even so, Gunai had been attacked no less than 30 or 40 times. Fortunately, Gunai's body was strong enough, and his recovery ability was terrifying enough. His legs had been corroded and blown off twice, but Gunai was able to quickly grow them back. The moment they entered the vast dungeon area, the demigod experts behind immediately sped up and caught up, launching all kinds of attacks. Boom! 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 Every attack was aimed at Gunai. The explosion numbed Gunai's scalp. There weren't many obstacles in this vast area, so Gunai didn't have much space to avoid. All Gunai could do was to dodge as quickly as he could, while hurrying back to his own territory. However, the god was not slow either. He just kept attacking. Gunai was covered in blood. However, Gunai just didn't die. He endured the damage and recovered like crazy. When Gunai was being chased by the demigod, the noise of the battle was sensed by all the powerful beings in the buried city. At this moment, the two of them rushed out and saw that it was a demigod who was actually chasing after a 4th stage realm saint. This immediately caused many people to watch the show. A demigod killing a saint was like an adult bullying a kindergartner, one-sided suppression. However, at this moment, not only was this 4th stage realm saint not killed, his speed was also surprisingly fast. His defensive ability was even more amazing and his vitality was also tenacious and terrifying. Even if a demigod's attack landed on his body, he could still withstand it and continue to escape. This made many powerhouses secretly praise this small saint position. To be able to have such strength at the saint level, it was not simple. Seeing that there was still quite a distance in front of him, the demigods behind him chased after him and attacked him. "Senior deity, save me," Gunai shouted. Gunai roared. The late-stage demigod expert, Dakra, who was chasing after them, couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Along the way, he had been chasing after this sage kid. However, the speed of this sage-level kid did not lose out to that of an ordinary demigod. The other party's body and vitality were even more terrifying. Even if he had taken so many attacks, he would still be in a half-crippled or even dying state. However, this small saint position had maintained its perfect state from the beginning to the end and was fleeing frantically. This level of defense and recovery ability shocked even him. There was no doubt that no force in this area would refuse such an incredible top-tier saint position. At this moment, he was asking for help from the gods, and he could not help but feel guilty. After all, if the other party's god really attacked, it would be seriously injured even if it managed to escape. In his moment of hesitation, Dakra's movements slowed down significantly, and even his speed of pursuit slowed down significantly. If a god were to make a move, he would definitely flee at the first moment. Taking advantage of this time, Gunai madly put some distance between them. Dakra, who had stopped for a moment, realized that no god had made a move. He suddenly realized that he had been fooled by this kid. "You're looking for death," the infuriated Dakra let out a furious roar, and his divine power burst out as he chased after them at full speed. Boom! 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 Another round of crazy bombardment caught up, even more ferocious than the previous one. "Senior God Sakra, quickly kill this demigod chasing me!" Gunai roared again, even calling out his name. This time, Dakra learned his lesson and did not stop his movements. Instead, he attacked while paying attention to his surroundings. However, no god made a move. "Brat, your devious trick won't work anymore after one use stop!" Darkla roared. "The cavern ahead is the faction I'm in. It has 5 deities and 20 demigods. If you dare to enter, I'll kill you!" Gunai threatened with his hoarse voice. 5 deities and 20 demigods, he's just a braggart who doesn't even know how to draft a draft. "Even if there's a god or a demigod, I'll kill you!" Darkla laughed. He finally understood that this sage kid didn't have the protection of a god. He had to kill this sage kid today. As he flew, Gunai entered a wide tunnel. Behind him, Darkra did not even think and immediately chased after him. 472 The Fall of a Demigod. While flying, some of Dakra's attacks landed on Gunai, but most of them landed on the tunnel barrier. The explosion caused the entire tunnel to shake. "Senior Mandars, please save me!" Gunai shouted. His voice spread throughout the entire tunnel. "No matter how you scream, no one will come to save you." Darkla, who was chasing after him, sneered. Just as Dakra's voice fell, Boom! 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 One after another, divine power continued to bloom in the small passages on both sides of the passage. The powerhouses who were cultivating in seclusion had already sensed the commotion earlier. However, these battles were normal, and they usually didn't care about them. However, at this moment, the commotion of the battle had actually extended directly into their cave. At the same time, they had also heard the roar. They knew Mandars. He was a demigod from their own faction. At this time, the people of his own force had actually been killed all the way to the place of cultivation. How terrible was this? Immediately, the 8 demigod masters released their divine power. For a moment, the aura of divine power filled every corner of the entire passage. How is this Yingluo possible? Darkla was dumbfounded. Previously, this brat had repeatedly shouted, but no one had made a move. Now, there were actually so many demigods appearing all of a sudden. At this moment, he somewhat understood that this brat had been playing tricks earlier. This place was the real place to save them. As he was busy chasing, he had directly rushed into the enemy's lair. Damn it! The frightened Dakra immediately stopped his pursuit. At this moment, a thick sword light pierced through the air. Pang! A sound. It collided with Darkra's dark energy ball. A demigod master with a demigod weapon appeared in the tunnel. And that damned sage kid just happened to be hiding behind that demigod. At the same time, the 4 demigods at the entrance of the passageway had also entered the wide passageway. He had chased them madly all the way, but he had gone too deep and was blocked by these demigods. Let's go! Dakra, who did not dare to stay any longer, turned around and flew away. Even if there were 4 demigods blocking the exit, he had to charge out. If he didn't, he would definitely die in battle today. You dare to kill your way in and still want to go out? The 4 demigods guarding the passage sneered. Boom! 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 Immediately, a violent explosion filled the entire tunnel. The entire tunnel shook violently, and large pieces of gravel collapsed from above. Mandars looked at the battle, then at Gunai. He didn't participate. Everyone, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. In the midst of the killing, Darkra's voice rang out, full of pleading. Misunderstanding, hee, Lao Ai, stop for now, let us check your soul first. That's right. Just surrender and let us imprison your soul first. Such a fierce counterattack, and you still say it's a misunderstanding. I think you want us to stop and escape. Who cares, let's kill him first. In a 4-on-1 battle, Dakra was being beaten until he was screaming in pain. Even the caves in the battle area collapsed, and the falling rocks were crushed into powder. Half a minute later, the battle gradually came to an end. 4 against 1, Dakra had no way of resisting. You're forcing me to do this, in his despair, Dakra roared in a threatening manner. Hee, I haven't seen a demigod self-destruct in a long time. You can self-destruct as much as you want. If you can get one of them, you win. A cold voice rang out. This was the voice of a peak demigod expert. In a 1-on-1 fight, he was able to beat the crap out of Dakra. In a 4-on-1 fight, even if Dakra self-destructed, he would not be able to kill any of them. After another 10 seconds or so, the despairing Dakra finally chose to self-destruct. Boom! An incomparably ferocious fluctuation of divine power origin swept out. The 4 demigods had already guessed that the other party would do this, so they immediately joined forces to block the power of the other party's self-destruction. Hoo! Gun felt the self-destruction of Dakar Raya. Gun let out a sigh of relief. He had been too frustrated by the demigod's pursuit just now. Now that he had killed him, Gunai could be considered to have gotten his revenge. What's the exact situation? After the demigod died, Gunai asked in a deep voice. Gunai pondered for a while and then said. I have a treasure that can find the location of some unknown treasures. I've seen how mysterious this Dark Shepherd Light Island is, so I'm planning to explore deeper to see if there's anything good. In the end, I didn't find the thing. Instead, a very powerful peak 4th level ancestor soul reserved me. After a round of fighting, I killed him. Manas's expression changed slightly when Gunny finished his story. You killed an ancestor soul at the peak of the 4th level. Gunai nodded. The gap between a saint and an ancestor soul is extremely wide. I never thought that Gunai would be able to kill an ancestor soul at the peak of the 4th rank. This strength cannot be underestimated. Mandas thought to himself. The opponent was very strong, but he still died in my hands. At that time, I had a bad feeling and hurried back. In the end, I was still blocked by that demigod. Under his pursuit, I managed to escape back in the end. You were chased by the demigods all the way back. At this moment, Mandars could not help but be slightly moved. If it was a god's messenger, it wouldn't be strange for the ancestral spirit to escape from the pursuit of a demigod. But Gu-ni was a saint. The huge difference in divine power was a threshold. And crossing over to the demigod realm was another huge threshold. With such a huge gap between them, Gunai was able to escape from the pursuit of a powerful demigod. Such means, even he himself did not dare to imagine it. Once this kid becomes a demigod, Bayan will probably reach the peak of the demigod realm. Mandas's eyes narrowed. Mandars, your people are really good at causing trouble for us. At this moment, a demigod's voice came from the front. Thank you for your help, everyone, Mandas said with a smile. Let's find a time to meet up. The demigods then dispersed. All right, Mandars said, looking at Gunai. This place isn't so easy to explore. Besides, you're only a saint right now. Those demigods have the power to hunt you down. Don't take the risk. Okay, I got it. Gunai nodded seriously. After talking with Mandars, Gun returned to his secret chamber. Hoo. Sitting on the cultivation seat, Gunai let out a long breath. Finally, I got it. I hope this relic won't disappoint me. 473 Thulhu Ancient Book. He opened the gate of cosmic force in his body. Gun threw the remains of Akatov, which was half the size of a bedroom, into his body. Immediately, the cosmic force began to wash over. At the same time, Gun could feel the Thulhu embryo in his body begin to absorb the ruler's flesh and blood, growing again. Fortunately, I have the Thulhu embryo, which has made my body and soul extremely powerful. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape from this demigod's attack. After calming down, Gunai flipped his hand and toyed with a fist-sized black bead. This black pillar was the relic of Akatov. It was also the core of the adventure. After some thought, Gunai's mind slowly seeped into it. As Gunai's mind entered it, swish, and his soul trembled. When Gunai calmed himself down, he found himself in the middle of a vast universe. There were 9 dim planets floating in the surroundings. In front of Gunai, there was an indescribable giant monster with a bull's head and black horns. Its body was so long that Gunai couldn't see the end of it. It seemed to be a strange creature made up of a bull's head and a snake's body. This should be the so-called Akatov. He met Okkov. The giant Octo slowly lowered his head and looked at Gunny, who was like an ant compared to his body. What an amazing Thulhu embryo! The Minotaur's language wasn't of any language, but Gunai could understand it perfectly. Greetings, Senior Akatov. Gunai said respectfully. You know me. Akatov looked at Gunny. I've seen your magnificent body in ancient historical records. If it weren't for the system, Gunai wouldn't have known the real name of Akatov. After looking at Gun, Octo asked, have they succeeded? Since Akatov asked this, Gunny naturally knew what he wanted to ask. From Andrew, Gun learned that one of the goals of some of the powerful Thulhu was to use the Thulhu's remains to give birth to new Thulhu creatures. Gun, on the other hand, had a Thulhu embryo, which made him look like a newly born Thulhu. No wonder Okkov would ask this question. So far, it seems that I didn't succeed in the area of Holy Hajar. My birth is a little special. I wasn't born from the corpses of Thulhu. As for whether the great Thulhu in other areas have made any achievements, I have no idea. It hasn't been born after such a long time. It should be a failure. Okkov said without any fluctuations in his tone. Then, Okkov began to explain in a calm tone. Ever since the Thulhu creatures were born, although our group is terrifyingly powerful, you have to know that Thulhu creatures are not perfect. To be precise, we are too strong, and thus we lack the potential to improve. Don't you feel that what I said is contradictory? Akatov looked at Gunny. Perhaps it's because the great Thulhu creature has reached the upper limit of its great power. Gunai thought for a moment and then replied. That's not the case. Akatov sighed. For Thulhu creatures, the growth of strength is not constant. It's true that powerful existences like the three pillar gods were born powerful. At the same time, they also grew up step by step. It's just that our race has been wandering in the universe for too long, and we've long forgotten to grow stronger. At the same time, the great three pillar gods have not changed for too long. The ancient gods and old gods who are more powerful than us haven't changed for a long time. We were born powerful, but in the long river of time, we slowly solidified and never changed, let alone adapt to this world. When I said that we need to adapt to this world, my words have become the laughingstock of my people. We're already strong enough. We don't need to change. We don't need to adapt to this world. The world needs to adapt to us. This is what the powerhouses of our race know about this world. Blind, foolish, and arrogant, this is my evaluation of our race. If the Thulhu creatures remain unchanged, they will be replaced sooner or later, won't they? Gunai couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was hard to imagine that this Akatov, who was already at the peak of his power, still had such a deep understanding. Your wisdom is as clear and bright as the holy light. Gunai praised. In fact, Gunai had already realized the disaster that would befall the dire creatures and the even more powerful initial element creatures. Compared to the strength of Thulhu creatures, Gunai thought that the new generation of Chi-Yuan creatures might not be strong. However, they would have endless potential to grow. If the Thulhu creatures could not kill all of them, then the Thulhu creatures would be the ones to die. They are too confident in their own strength. Okkov shook his head. So confident that we are the center of the world. Okkov sighed. When those Kiwan evil demons descended, I vaguely sensed that something was wrong. However, no one would listen to my words. And later on, we all tasted the consequences. And so, we began to create Thulhu creatures to strengthen our race. However, we never seek change, and we don't change much. How can we change so easily? Our flesh and blood are as rigid as our thoughts. It's difficult for us to give birth to a stronger life. Fortunately, there are still some results. Okkov began to narrate as if he was recalling something. The controller gods that we created have half of Thulhu's body at the same time. They control godly power, comprehend profound meanings, and learn a little of Thulhu's power. The powerful ones among them are even comparable to the rulers. However, this is not enough. No, Okkov shook his head. What we need is to be able to give birth to a race that is stronger than us. Although the luster on your body is different from the rest, you are too similar to us. You must know that being too similar is not necessarily a good thing. But no matter what, your birth is an extraordinary breakthrough. This is a good thing. Compared to the birth of my own kind, I hope that my research in another direction can also help my kind. But the disaster came too quickly. I died before I could get any results. Fortunately, my life form is rather special. Even after death, I can still maintain a certain level of thinking. This is a unique technique that belongs to us Thulhu creatures. It's a defensive technique that can use origin power, divine power, and even Thulhu's physical strength. After researching this strange and powerful defensive technique, I fell into a deep sleep. After all, if I don't sleep, as time passes, I will also enter a true eternal death. Now, I'm going to pass on the defensive technique I've researched to you. At the same time, I hope that you can pass on this powerful defensive technique to more people. Gun finally understood what he had touched this time. This was a powerful defense technique of Thulhu creatures. With this thought in mind, Gunai also became cautious. This was a powerful defensive technique developed by Thulhu creatures. One of Gunai's goals in coming to the Mount Imok was to obtain these powerful offensive and defensive techniques. 474 The Immortal Sacred Armor. Thulhu creatures had many powerful abilities. However, these abilities were unique to them. It could not be learned and mastered by others. This powerful defensive technique could be learned by everyone. It had a long widespread value. Don't worry, Senior Akatov. I'll definitely bring this powerful Thulhu ancient book to greater heights. Very good, yes. Akatov nodded. I've already felt it. The danger of us Thulhu creatures has arrived. Although I can't do anything, I hope that you can take the powerful ancient books that I've researched and achieve something. At the very least, we have to let those mysterious creatures know the power of us Thulhu creatures. We must let them suffer enough. Akakov's voice fell. In an instant, the dark red luster of the Universe Star City could be seen flowing over like water from the distance. It gradually entered the soul of Nirvana Deo. Gun closed his eyes and carefully felt the powerful defense scripture created by the powerful Thulhu creature. Many profound and obscure methods of operation bloomed in Gunai's mind. Gunai's brows furrowed slightly as he felt the vast and powerful ancient record. After a while, his brows relaxed again. There was no doubt that Gunai wouldn't even be able to learn the basics of this powerful ancient book. However, the AFK system was not to be trifled with. Gunai couldn't cultivate it himself, but he could do it in the hack system. As time passed, the level of this Thulhu defense manual would only continue to increase. After an unknown amount of time, when Gunai opened his eyes again, he had already left the vast starry sky. He was sitting cross-legged on the cultivation seat in the cave. Gunai looked down and saw that the fist-sized bead in his hand had cracked. He packed up these things. Gunai opened his hack system. Then, he placed the powerful Thulhu Classic, Immortal Saint Armor, on the hack position. 10 seconds later. Plus 2420. 2400 experience points floated up. Looking at the 2000 experience points, Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. The other manuals, even the powerful ones on the level of forbidden spells, would only give about 100 experience points when placed in Diana the hack machine. And this Thulhu manual gives me 2400 experience points the moment I enter. Just the small change alone is more terrifying than those forbidden spell manuals. I'm really looking forward to it. Immortal Saint Armor. It was a book on innate abilities. Through training, he could merge the mysterious power of Thulhu's holy armor into his body. It allowed the tens of trillions of cells in his body to be perfectly wrapped in a layer of saint armor. These densely packed cell-level small holy armors finally gathered to form an immortal holy armor that wrapped around the body. This ancient book could be said to be the master of Thulhu's biological defense. From the content and method of cultivation, the idea of creation could be said to be a work of art. It required a series of construction from the deepest part of the cells so that the cells would eventually adapt to the immortal saint armor. Just the painstaking study of this ancient book alone would require hundreds or even thousands of years. But Gunai didn't need to research it himself, nor did he need to spend time cultivating it. All he had to do was wait for a breakthrough. According to what Senior Octo said, the power of the immortal saint armor is terrifyingly strong. The system's experience points are the same. If I had this immortal saint armor before, even if it was only at level 1, I reckon I would be able to withstand that demigod's attack and counterattack. After all, my physical body is extremely sturdy to begin with. With the support of this immortal saint armor, that demigod might not be able to break through my defense. In 2 months' time, the darkness will dissipate. In these 2 months, I'll focus on my cultivation. Even if I don't break through to the demigod realm, it'll be good to reach the peak of the 4th stage realm. After I enter the Omoko ancient divine mountain and find a good place to cultivate and advance to a demigod, I can use the system to search for all kinds of Thulhu remains. Then, Gunai focused his mind and released the world power Upanishad to start absorbing the origin of the world around him. The more the world's origin was absorbed, the faster Gunai would advance to the demigod realm, and the more stable his realm would be. As he cultivated, 2 months passed by quickly without him knowing. Gunai, time's up. We should go and gather. Mandars's voice was heard while he was cultivating. Gunai immediately came out of his cultivation. After packing up his things, Gunai flew towards the entrance of the cave. At this moment, Mandars and the other 2 were waiting at the entrance of the cave. At the same time, many people were flying out of the cave in groups. Let's go. Mandars took the lead and flew out, followed by the 3 of them. Gunai, you're already at the peak of the 4th stage. I guess you'll be breaking through to the demigod realm soon. Mandars said as they flew. I should be able to advance to the demigod realm in a few more months, Gunai replied honestly. You're extremely powerful. Once you become a demigod and grasp divine power, not many demigods will be your match. Mandas smiled. You've reached the half-saint realm on your path to sainthood. It's time for you to reap the rewards. Gunai also smiled. This was indeed the case for saint cultivators. The level of sainthood was lower than the divine power of the divine envoy ancestral spirit, which resulted in a huge gap between the 2. Even if one had a deep understanding of profound meanings, it would be difficult to close the gap in divine power. Once he advanced to the demigod realm, he had completed the major shortcoming of Shen power. At the same time, his profound meaning was also displayed to a greater extent under the effect of his divine power. In the demigod realm, a saint had almost absolute authority, and it was the same in the deity realm. It could be said that the top experts among the gods were all saints. Oduyi and Tiramisu were also secretly envious. Although they were ancestor souls, they were nothing compared to Gunai after becoming demigods. Even now, they might not be as strong as Gunai. After all, they all knew that Gunai had killed an ancestor soul at the peak of the 4th level. Although they weren't weak, they were only at the peak of the 4th rank. It was quite difficult to kill an expert of the same level, and he might even be killed instead. The 4 of them soon arrived at the stone pillar hall that Gunai had visited many times before. At that moment, there were already more than 100 people gathered in the stone pillar hall. More people were coming in one after another. While waiting, Gunai quietly opened his hack system. He looked at the immortal armor, which was in an idle state. After 2 months of hacking, the current immortal armor had already been upgraded to level 1. It takes a lot of time to hack, but... Gunai squinted his eyes. Even if it's only level 1, I can feel the terrifying defensive power of the immortal saint armor in my body. Furthermore, by consuming the power of my blood, I can activate the immortal saint armor to a greater extent, forming a layer of defense on the surface of my body. With my current defense, even demigods would find it hard to break through. With that in mind, Gunai's confidence in the passage of Ekma increased. In terms of speed, Gunai wasn't any weaker than a demigod, and his defense and recovery abilities were better than most demigods. It was slightly weaker in terms of offensive power, but that was only when compared to experts at the demigod realm. Whether it was the sharpness of the demonic erosion blade, the suppression of the world power Upanishad, or the explosion of the blood sea, Gunai was fearless, no matter if it was one-on-one or multiple attacks. 475 Chapter 123 Ekma Passage. After waiting in the stone pillar hall for about half an hour, the 2 immortals in the hall opened their eyes at the same time. Everyone is here. Let's go. With the 2 gods in the lead, the 7 demigods and the remaining 100 over 3rd and 4th stage realm experts all flew out of the hall. After flying out of the exit, sure enough, the fog that had originally shrouded the outside had dispersed, and the light was as bright as the break of dawn. The horizon was crimson. The speed of the 2 gods wasn't fast, and it was enough for everyone to keep up. As they flew, they quickly left the dark shepherd light island. Along the way, Gunai noticed that many other extraordinaries were also flying in the same direction. As he flew, information about the passage to Ekma appeared in Gun's mind. The Ekma passage was a strange passage in the depths of space. It could be seen as a strange secret realm that had been opened up at both ends. After crossing the Great Ekma passage for 30,000 kilometers, he would be able to pass through the Amoko ancient divine mountain that was more than 100,000 kilometers away. There was the power of the Omoko ancient divine mountain seal outside, making it impossible to pass through. The Ekma passage was accessible. However, there was a huge population of creatures in the passage. Because of the violent origin power storm that Ekma had broken through, these creatures were born with extremely fierce killing characteristics. Once outsiders entered the Ekma passage, it would be the most passionate hunting time for these tyrannical creatures. There were many terrifying creatures that were comparable to gods in the passage. Therefore, it was necessary to pass through in a group. As he moved forward, Gun saw more and more god-level fighters leading teams toward the tunnel. Gunai saw more than 20 teams. There would probably be even more that he didn't see. About an hour later, the Ekma passage was right in front of them. It was a huge entrance with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. The vortex at the entrance was surging continuously. Many gods had already led their teams in. Everyone, while flying, God Spirit Mozi suddenly spoke. The passage is extremely dangerous. It's inevitable that we'll encounter deities. However, those beast-like deities have always bullied the weak and feared the strong. They may not attack us when they see that we have more people, but we can't rule out the possibility that they will attack us rashly. When the time comes, don't linger in battle. Just shake off these beast-like gods and advance as quickly as possible. Everyone's expressions were solemn when they heard this, and they didn't say much. A god leading a team did not mean that the god was their nanny. The god would not spend a lot of effort to protect them. One of the purposes of a god leading a team was to kill if they encountered a powerful god. Some of them might become the target of the divine beasts, which would reduce the pressure on the divine level experts. Yes, following a god could lead to the danger of death at any time, but if there were no major problems, everyone could even follow the god and safely pass through the Ekma passage. However, if he was alone, it was basically impossible to pass. Everyone following the 2 gods had their own advantages and disadvantages. Although they knew it was dangerous, none of them wanted to be the one to be sacrificed. It's about time, we should enter. God Mozi's voice sounded, and then he flew toward the passage. As they flew, Gunai's eyes scanned the surroundings, but his expression soon returned to normal. He followed the group into the vortex. As soon as he passed through the vortex, Gunai felt a dense and violent origin power storm. If an ordinary person dared to enter this place, they would be torn to pieces by the origin power storm in an instant. And such a violent origin power storm would definitely affect some people's origin power pools. For Gunai, the demonic pool was a world of its own, so it wouldn't be affected much by the outside world. Let's go. After everyone had entered, God Mozi's cold voice rang out. He then flew forward at a moderate speed, and everyone quickly followed. As he flew, Gunai examined the huge tunnel. It was at least 5,000 meters in diameter, and Gunai knew that the widest part of it was even 40 to 50,000 meters. That place was also the most dangerous place. Other than that, the Ekma passage did not only have one long passage, but it was also a complicated three-dimensional space passage that interweaved. Moreover, there were a lot of empty sources inside, and these places were also the breeding grounds for a large number of creatures. At the same time, some areas would also form barriers due to the surge of energy. There was obviously more than one path, but not all of them could be used. In the past, the best way was to follow the corpses of the monsters left behind by the people in front of them. It was the safest way. If someone else did this, it meant that the road was blocked. Find another way. On the walls of the Ekma tunnel, there were many caves and lairs. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and there were many corpses on the ground. It was obvious that the first team had already started fighting. Soon, Gunai could feel the violent waves of the explosion. Without a sound, Gunai covered himself with a dragon scale shield. Although the dragon scale shield's defensive power was weak compared to the immortal holy armor, it was still very weak. However, it was still quite effective against ordinary 3rd or 4th level attacks. Ka. As he was moving forward, a large number of strange cries suddenly sounded from one side of the passage. A black mass of crow people the size of normal humans pounced toward the group. Each of them was radiating divine power, even though it wasn't as thick as the divine envoy realm. However, there were too many of them. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 of them, and the number behind would only be more terrifying. Within the territory of Ekma, it was normal for a tribe to have tens of millions of people. "Be careful of their black feathers," someone immediately shouted. The next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Densely packed energy feathers as thick as an arm with divine power fell like raindrops. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, over 100 feathers hit Gunai's body, reducing the power of his shield. These attacks didn't do much damage to Gunai. Even if they hit him directly, he wouldn't feel any pain. But for other spirit consciousness ancestral spirits, it was not the same. If they were to be attacked by these dense attacks, under continuous attacks, even a 4th stage realm ancestral spirit would fall. Their defense was completely different from Gunai's. As they flew forward, they began to counterattack. A large number of counterattacks were launched. A large number of crow men were killed, and their feathers flew everywhere. A barrier of world power bloomed around Gunai. At the same time, some of the Blood Sea's power was added to the world barrier. The feathers were slowed down as soon as they entered the shield, and when they hit Gun's dragon scale shield, they were no longer destructive. At the same time, Gunai was also controlling his demon corrosion blade to quickly kill the crow men around him. However, there were simply too many of them. After killing one, 2 more would appear, and after killing 2, 4 more would appear. It was simply endless. Everyone did not dare to engage in battle, and could only fight while flying. 476 Hiding. The group's speed wasn't slow as they fought against the densely packed black crow people chasing them. However, they soon arrived at the next fork in the road. The scene that appeared caused the expressions of the many oracles and ancestors' souls to change greatly. At this intersection, they were densely packed with black-winged griffins. Dark griffin. In addition, the depths of the 2 passages were filled with dense dark griffins. Moreover, the aura emitted by these dark griffins was clearly more powerful than that of the crow people, and it was more intimidating. Everyone was caught in the passage by the crow men and the dark griffins. Boom! Boom! The 2 deity-level powerhouses opened a path for everyone. At the same time, several demigod experts also attacked. In an instant, a large number of dark griffins were blasted into pieces by the gods. The god was leading the way. Everyone was fighting back against the raven. With this formation, everyone quickly moved forward in the tunnel. After advancing for less than 10 minutes, Gunai saw that the 3rd-level oracles and ancestors' souls were starting to get tired of defending against the crow people's attacks. Very quickly, 2 3rd-stage realm god emissaries were pierced through by the dense feathers. The black crow people then swarmed forward and tore the corpses of the 2 oracles into pieces. Too many. Gunai furrowed his brows as he attacked. Whether it was the dark griffins at the front or the crow people at the back, there were too many of them. Gunai hadn't experienced this before. But at this moment, Gunai only felt that the dense crowd of crow people was like a wave. Gunai couldn't even win. The crow men continued to attack Gunai. There were at least 50 dark crow men attacking Gunai at the same time. No matter how much the Chakraless ancient Nirvana sect killed, the number of crow men wouldn't decrease. After one wave of crow men died, the next wave would immediately take over. Fortunately, Gunai still had a strong defense, so he didn't have to worry about his own safety. These attacks were basically useless against Gunai. While attacking, Gunai's world power Upanishad was not only in a defensive state. At the same time, Gunai was also using the world's mysteries and the power of the Blood Sea to drag the crow men he and Zhou Grenren had killed into the Blood Sea. After all, these black crow people were all at the divine emissary level. By pulling it into the Blood Sea, it could also provide some power for the expansion of the Blood Sea. At the same time, after their blood was transformed, it could also be turned into Gunai's origin power, which would continuously replenish Gunai's origin power. In general, even in a fierce battle, Gunai could always be at his peak. As they advanced, more and more divine envoys and ancestral spirits fell. This gave Gun a deeper understanding of the dangers of the passage. When they arrived at another passageway, Gunai suddenly looked forward. In the depths of the tunnel, 3 powerful auras of gods and 5 fierce auras of demigods appeared at the same time. Be careful of any gods or demigods. Kill them with all your might. God Moz's fierce voice rang out. Everyone's expression was solemn. They had only passed through 1/10 of the passage, but the situation was already becoming more and more intense. After a while, boom, 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 boom. The gods in front of them began to fight quickly. The air waves from the explosion surged. Even the raging origin power storm was directly torn apart by the fluctuations of the gods' battle. The power of heaven and earth seemed weak in front of the gods. Hurry up and follow us! Several half-saint experts also shouted in succession. The group immediately began to speed up. As the group advanced, their attacks naturally weakened. In an instant, the crow men behind him chased after him. At the same time, a few crow men with demigod auras suddenly appeared. These powerful black crow people have a certain level of intelligence. They didn't appear when they saw that we had a deity leading the group. But now that they have sensed a powerful force blocking our way, they couldn't spare any time and immediately flew out. What a cunning bunch! Gunai thought to himself when he saw the crow demigod. The thought flashed through Gunai's mind. Along with the powerful demigod crow men, a large number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 crow men also swarmed out. Kill them all! The leader of the black crow people's demigod hoarsely roared in the language of their race. Whoosh! 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 The countless raven madly shot their dark feathers at Gunai and the others. The sharp feathers were as dense as raindrops. Buzz! Buzz! Bang! 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 Ah! Save me! Damn it, my physical body has been pierced through. Be careful! Hurry up and come help me! For a time, many third-stage realm divine senses were pierced through by these feathers, their shields or other defensive means were blown apart. Some of the 4th-stage realm oracles and ancestral spirits who didn't have strong defensive abilities had their shields shattered and their bodies were already injured. Screams and cries for help mixed together. At the same time, the 8 ancestors' souls appeared behind Gunai. The people near Gunai had already discovered that his defense was extremely strong, and he could completely block the feathers. Before this, the attacks from the feathers were not a threat to them. They didn't need to use Gunai's area of effect defense to dodge. At this moment, with the appearance of so many powerful feathers, even the demigod black crow people came from behind. Seeing that they couldn't block it, they ran in front of Gunai and used his defensive power to block the feathers. Friend, your defense is strong. Let's join forces to attack and help you relieve the pressure. That's right, if we work together, we can help you kill more crow people. Gunai's eyes twitched when he heard the voice. You guys are afraid of the demigod's attack, but do you think I'm not afraid? Gunai didn't have the obligation to block the feathers for these people. He ignored them and quickly put some distance between them. However, these people stuck to Gunai like glue. At this moment, the situation changed. Swish! An extremely powerful restrictive force appeared in the area where Gunai was. This power was clearly meant to seal off this area. If they were trapped here and didn't leave with the Divine Spirit Realm experts, it would be terrible. The wind spirit wings on Gunai's back suddenly shook, and he flew to the side to escape. 477 trapped. The others also noticed this scene. Their expressions changed as they quickly retreated in the direction of the god. Gunai was the fastest among them. In a flash of green and blue light, Gunai had already arrived at the edge of the sealed area. Peng! There was a dull sound. Gunai crashed into the edge of the sealed area. Immediately after. Bang! 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 Similar collision sounds rang out in succession. The other people who were fleeing were also blocked by this powerful barrier one by one. Gunai's face darkened as he looked at the 3-meter thick energy barrier. This strange sealing method first sealed the outer area, then sealed the inside. When the seal's effect appeared, it had actually already completely sealed off this area. At this moment, the 7 of them, including Gunai, were all trapped in this area. He looked at the thick energy seal. Aside from Gunai, the faces of the other 6 people were all pale. Everyone knew the consequences of being trapped here. They're so close, Gunai said with a dark expression, something must have happened. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were hiding behind him, the demigod crowmen wouldn't have used such a powerful technique to trap Gunai and the others. Sir, please don't make such a joke at a time like this. A hoarse voice was heard. Now, we need to think of a way to leave this place. Otherwise, the longer we're trapped here, the more crow people there will be, and the more trouble we'll be in. I'm afraid we can't leave just because we want to. Gunai said in a low voice as he felt the energy barrier. This is an extremely powerful demigod technique. We might not be able to break it even if we work together. Furthermore, look, the Raven people outside have already stopped their attacks on the energy barrier. They are waiting for more troops to arrive, and waiting for our comrades to leave. Then we have to attack quickly. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more trouble we'll have. Immediately, an expert wielding a battle axe shouted in a deep voice. Boom! Immediately, the battle axe expert struck down with his axe, causing the energy barrier to tremble slightly. Let's attack together, Gunai shouted. Everyone immediately began to attack the same position. Boom! 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 For a moment, the entire energy barrier began to tremble slightly under everyone's attacks. 10 seconds later. Kaka ha 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 ha. The energy barrier began to show signs of cracking. It's about to crack, let's put in more effort, a furious roar sounded. Everyone immediately gritted their teeth and attacked the energy barrier. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka! At the same time, the crow men outside also let out a strange cry. Gunai's heart sank as he looked around. He saw that the tens of thousands of black crow people around him were all accumulating divine power. At the same time, a sharp feather was in front of them, ready to attack. The divine power on the feather became more and more powerful. Just as everyone was about to break through the energy barrier. Swish! And NBSP, time and space trembled, and the energy barrier that imprisoned them instantly vanished. Everyone didn't have time to rejoice. Whoosh! 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 The densely packed sharp feathers almost filled every corner of the room as they attacked the crowd. Space-time trembled, causing everyone to be unable to teleport. Everyone was trying their best to burst out and charge forward. In an instant, hundreds of feathers hit Gun. Gun's dragon scale shield was shattered. The remaining feathers hit Gunai. Bang 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 bang. A sea of feathers hit Gunai, sending out waves of god power. Under the light of divine power, a golden glass appeared on Gunai's skin. Those seemingly fierce attacks couldn't shake this golden glass like immortal saint armor at all. It couldn't do any damage to Gunai at all. The immortal saint armor was a powerful technique. At this moment, it displayed an extremely terrifying defensive ability. Gunai took the attack of the feathers head-on and quickly left. Gunai was able to withstand so many attacks. However, the others were not so lucky. The rain of feathers pierced through their defenses and their bodies, causing their flesh and blood to fly and their divine power to surge. Screams of pain rose and fell. Save me! Ah! Let's go all out with them! Boom! 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 At the same time, the demigod-level Black Crow people in the midst of the Black Crow people also made their moves. The divine power swept over madly. Soon, these voices were drowned out. Gunai didn't look back at all. If there were no accidents, none of those trapped people should be able to escape alive. With so many Black Crow people and demigod Black Crow people, they had no chance of escaping. But after flying out, Gunai's expression wasn't very good. With the immortal armor, Gun wouldn't be injured or killed by normal attacks from demigods. But if he encountered a god-level creature, it would be terrible. Gunai had to find God Mozi and the others as soon as possible. Only then could they safely leave the Ekma tunnel. While flying, the front was still filled with crow people. Gunai's eyes narrowed. Boom! Boundless blood power bloomed from Gunai's body. At the same time, the world intent bloomed. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the world intent suppressed and the blood sea churned. Ga! 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 One after another, the raven men who were wailing in pain were swept into the blood sea by the waves. A moment later, Gunai had already escaped the pursuit of the crow men. At the same time, a sea of dark griffins appeared in front of him. There were more of these dark griffins than the crow people, and they were bigger in size. At the same time, some demigod dark griffins were mixed in with the dark griffins. Gun gritted his teeth and flew towards the flock of dark griffins. Gun didn't dare to kill too many of the dark griffins. He could only shrink the blood sea and world power Upanishad to a 30-meter radius and travel quickly. Gunai was obviously faster by himself. Gunai, who was running through the dark griffins, was naturally under a lot of attacks. Gunai withstood the attacks and flew forward. A moment later, Gunai's eyes narrowed. In front of them, there were a total of 5 exits, some high and some low, some big and some small. At the same time, in the depths of the 5 passages, all kinds of divine power erupted, and Gunai couldn't sense which direction Mozi and the other gods had flown in. At this moment, the demigod-level dark griffins had already arrived. There wasn't much time for Gunai to think. Gunai flew towards a wider tunnel. 478 hiding. After passing through 3 forks in the road, Gunai finally understood one thing. That was, not only had he lost God Motsi, but he had also lost his way in the Akhmer passage. At this moment, in all directions, including behind Gunai, there were a large number of creatures of various races. The flying snake tribe with wings. Bloodthirsty bats with fangs. A ferocious-looking ghost-faced flying ape with a spear in its hand. An evil winged elf skilled in all kinds of spells. There were also many other creatures that Gunai couldn't name. They filled the tunnel and killed any creature that entered. Their target was Gunai. There were no other creatures nearby, only Gunai. All of a sudden, Gunai felt the fluctuations of a fierce battle coming from the tunnel on the left. Gunai's body flickered as he flew off in that direction. Even if they lost God Mozi, they could still find another team. However, Gun had only flown there for less than half a minute. 7 or 8 demigods flew toward Gunai. After sensing it, Gunai's expression changed. Behind them, a strange and fierce divine aura was wreaking havoc. Mother Fasterisker. Gunai quickly turned around and ran. If they encountered a demigod, they could still escape. If they encountered a god, they would basically die. As he fled, Gunai quickly pulled away from the 8 demigods at a fork. The deity was after them, not Gunai. Gunai didn't want to be hunted down by the gods with them. Gunai charged forward while withstanding all kinds of attacks. During this time, they also encountered 2 teams of experts with divine auras. Unfortunately, there were only demigods and gods in these teams of gods, and they were being hunted down by the gods in the passage of Ekma. It was a complete chaos. Gunai guessed that they had lost their sense of direction. Who knew if they would end up in a dead end if they followed them? After failing to find a team, Gugni began to move through the tunnel alone. Compared to other people's burst of Shen power, Gunai, a mere 4th level saint, was a completely unremarkable existence. The demigods in the tunnel weren't too interested in Gunai. Only those below the demigod level had the desire to kill Gunai. However, Gunai was much faster than them. He could easily shake them off. Half an hour later, in a narrow tunnel, after killing 7 or 8 demon rats, Gunai finally had the chance to take a break. Does this count as me getting lost in the Akhmer passage? Gunai forced a smile. Fortunately, I only got lost here and didn't die here. I'm much better off than the others. Gunai reinvigorated. I can't be sure of my current location. I still know too little about the Ekma tunnel. But according to my world esoteric rule for the world, I can still determine the direction of the entrance and the general direction of the exit. As long as I'm in the right direction, and I'm careful enough, I'll still be able to enter the Mount Tomoko through the Ekma passage. With this thought, Gunai took out a star soul and placed it in the world. After a few minutes of rest, Gunai flew away again. At this time, the passage of Ekma was as chaotic as ever. The battles in various places were endless. Gunai didn't care about the battle. Then, he followed his plan and flew towards the exit. After a certain distance, Gunai would find a hidden area and place a star soul there. This way, even if Gunai was killed by the god, he could resurrect in the distance and continue to find a way out. It didn't take long for Gunai to run into the group of gods. However, the team of gods was already in a tough battle. A total of 7 dark angel-like ugly creatures with ferocious faces exuded the aura of gods as they fought with the 3 gods in the team. Gunai quietly sneaked past. Gunai was quietly moving forward. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. In a passage, Gunai was moving forward quickly. Gun had already passed through the widest area of the tunnel. And that place was the place where the battle between the god-level powerhouses was the most intense. There were battles everywhere. In a chaotic battle, Gunai, who had no divine power and was extremely fast, could travel a long distance without anyone noticing. This allowed Gunai to pass through the widest area without any danger. After leaving behind 2 soul stars, Gugni was now in the second half of the tunnel. The area Gunai was in was clearly still empty, and there were no signs of a corpse on the ground. As they passed through the tunnel, Gunai suddenly became alert, and his hair stood on end. The next moment, swish! A sharp light that Gunai couldn't see through directly pierced through Gunai's body. He had shattered Gunai's soul source core. It's a sneak attack from a god. Gunai had determined the moment of his death. Gunai didn't wait for too long. He immediately headed to the nearest star soul. In the narrow passage, Gunai was resurrected. There isn't any large-scale battle in the second half of the tunnel. If I go directly like this, the bird that takes the lead will be shot. I'll definitely become the first target. It seems like I'll have to wait for a while. Gunai thought. And Yang Luo. My undying armor can withstand the attacks of demigods, but it still can't defend against the attacks of deities. After all, I'm only at the 4th level of the Saint realm. I don't even have divine power, and the level of my immortal saint armor is only level 1. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a moment. I can only continue moving forward after the experts behind me have cleared the way. Gunai immediately entered stealth mode in the narrow passage, waiting for the second half of the battle to begin. At the same time, Gunai opened his miracle system. Unfortunately, there was nothing good in the vicinity. But even if there were, it wouldn't be easy to get them in the dangerous Ekma passage. Gunai waited for an hour. When he felt that it was about time, he quickly flew away from this hidden cave. Sure enough, while Gunai had been waiting, many gods had already opened up a path. Using the same method as before, Gunai once again began to move forward. 479 arriving at the ancient gods' mountain. 3 hours later. In a dark passage. Gunai slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. I almost died again. The latter half of the tunnel was clearly not as chaotic as the first half. As a result, Gunai's progress was hindered by many obstacles. In fact, many demigods were chasing Gunai. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the Ekma tunnel, Gunai would definitely fight back and slowly wear down these demigods. However, in this passage, the more fighting there was, the more enemies would be attracted. Gunai could only keep running. While he was running, Gunai was caught in the shockwaves of a battle between a group of gods. He had suffered serious injuries. The demigods behind him continued to chase after Gunai. Gunai had to use a lot of strength to barely escape. My attack is still a little weak. The Blood Sea and World Intent are very strong. But its offensive power is slightly lacking. The first thing I need to do before entering the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain is to obtain some offensive techniques. This way, I'll be able to kill demigods easily after I advance to the demigod realm and cultivate in seclusion. I'll even be able to fight back against god-level experts. After recovering, Gunai continued on his journey. More than an hour later, the number of powerful creatures in the passage began to decrease rapidly. At this moment, Gunai had a vague idea. Then, Gunai began to speed up. After more than 10 minutes, as expected, a huge vortex with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters appeared in front of them. They had reached the exit of the Ekma tunnel. Gunai didn't fly over recklessly. He hid himself to the side. After hiding a star soul, he flew through the tunnel. After entering the huge vortex, as the space around them twisted and turned, Gunai's eyes suddenly brightened. A huge pyramid-like mountain range stood in front of them, reaching into the sky. It even reached the void world above the world barrier of Holy Hajar. They had arrived at the Mount Omoko. Hoo! Gunai's heart trembled slightly as he looked at the vast and unimaginably huge Omok Ancient God Mountain. A moment later, Gunai calmed down. After scanning the area in front of him, Gunai flew in one direction. It seemed to be the camp for the visitors. As Gunai moved forward, the building on the plain gradually became clear. If Gunai's guess was correct, this was indeed a gathering place at the foot of the Omoko Ancient Sacred Mountain. At the center of the camp was a lighthouse emitting a dazzling white light. It absorbed the surrounding origin power and formed a huge energy barrier that enveloped the entire camp. At the entrance, there was a small team of 12 gods, guarding the entrance. Next to it was a note in the common language of the Holy Hajar: you have to pay 1 million sacred source coins to enter the city. The price is really high. Gunai thought to himself. The campsite at the foot of the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain was a very rare safe place. Once they left the campsite and headed for the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain, they would be in danger. Senior Deity. At the entrance, Gunai took out a ring with 1 million sacred source coins. The human-shaped divine-level overlord took the coins and glanced at Gunai. It's rare for a saint like you to dare to enter the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain alone. I originally had a team, but unfortunately, I got lost with them. I almost died several times before I managed to pass through this tunnel. That Akma tunnel really is dangerous. Gunai said, his heart palpitating. Haha, the Ekma passage is indeed very dangerous. Even gods might not be able to pass through it safely. You're really lucky to be able to pass through it with your saint realm. The god said with a laugh. That's right, a little guy like you would basically be dead once you go in. It's really the heavens' favor that you were able to enter. A deity-level expert at the side chimed in. However, you might not be so lucky in the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain. A fee of 1 million saint source coins will allow you to stay in this camp for an unlimited amount of time. That's why you'd rather become a demigod, or even a god, before entering the mountain. The deity-level human expert from the foreign land warned. I will. Go in. After thanking the foreign human god, Gunai flew towards the center of the settlement. After walking through the tunnel, Gun understood. His current strength was still too weak, and it was not suitable for him to explore the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain. Therefore, Gunai wanted to stay here and cultivate until he became a demigod. He wanted to explore the Mount Omoko after becoming a god. After all, Gunai now had the remains of Akatov in his body, which was enough for him to digest for years. While the Thulhu embryo was growing steadily, there was no need for Gun to venture into dangerous places. It would not be too late for him to enter the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain after he had completely digested the remains of Akatov and cultivated a few more powerful techniques. 2 hours later, Gunai had already found a lot of information about the camp. This campsite was called the Bloody Polo Campsite. It was a camp built by a master of a divine kingdom in the Saint Glay continent. There was no doubt about its safety. If Gunai wanted to cultivate here, he would naturally have to find a good place. Fortunately, there were quite a few cultivation residences here. As long as one paid a certain fee, they could cultivate here for a long time. While he was inquiring about the residence of these people, Gunai had also heard a lot of good news. First of all, there were all kinds of powerful books for sale in this Bloody Polo camp. Among them, there was no lack of powerful and strange books that contained a certain amount of Thulhu's power. One had to know that in the outside world, there was not a single book that contained the power of Thulhu. This was exactly what Gunai needed the most. Also, Gunai had heard that it was within the Mount Omoko. There were many famous strange and dangerous areas, and there were many Thulhu remains among them, but no one dared to go because it was too dangerous. To others, it might be dangerous, but to Gunai, it might not be. It was much better to know the dangerous areas and the places where Thulhu's remains were located than to blindly search around. 480 24-Winged Angel. Before he knew it, Gunai had already been in Blood Lake Luo's camp for half a month. During this time, Gunai spent most of his time cultivating. Previously, when he reincarnated into 4th stage realm, late stage realm, he was once again approaching 4th stage realm peak. Apart from training, Gun spent most of his time searching for information on the powerful Thulhu books. Even though there were powerful books on profound meaning in Blood Lake Luo camp, they were not everywhere. He also needed to ask around. When it first opened, Gunai hadn't been able to find any clues. It wasn't until yesterday morning that Gunai finally had a rough idea. Gun got in touch with a middleman named Diaz. The middleman seemed to have access to a lot of information from Thulhu's books. He was cultivating. Weng 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 weng. A slight vibration was heard. Gunai flipped his hand and a palm-sized message token appeared in his hand. Arrive at Barrack Tavern in 3 hours. I've arranged for a Holy Spirit contender to be there. He has a Thulhu classic that is suitable for you. After carefully examining it, Gunai put the message token back into his ring. I just got in touch with Diaz yesterday, and I got some information today. It seems like this agent named Diaz has quite a bit of information in his hands. I hope it's a good Thulhu ancient book. Gunai thought. After some preparation, Gunai left the place he had rented for 2 years. Gunai was preparing to become a demigod in the Blood Lake camp, so a safe place was necessary. Soon, Gugni met the middleman, Diaz, at Barracks Bar. This was a peak demigod-level elven ancestor soul powerhouse. As he cultivated the light power Upanishad, his entire body emitted a holy and holy aura. He was talking to several other demigods in the spacious tavern. Gunai didn't go up to disturb them. He ordered some wine and drank as he waited. About an hour later, Hanuman Da and the other demigods finished their discussion. Diaz turned towards Gunai with a faint smile on his face. To ordinary oracles and ancestor soul powerhouses, they had no right to obtain the Thulhu ancient books, let alone saints who did not even have divine power. Unless he was a member of a powerful force or a large clan. If it wasn't for the position of Gunny Lawrence, who was so generous, he would have paid him 2 million sacred source coins as an intermediary. He obviously wouldn't have found a powerful Thulhu book for this little guy named Gun Lawrence so quickly. Senior Diaz. Gunai saluted after the man sat down. You're welcome, Diaz chuckled. This time, the one who took the Thulhu ancient books was a god. This god should be a powerhouse in a god team who is responsible for taking out similar ancient books. Yesterday, when I talked to him, he told me that he has the powerful scriptures like Dark Power Upanishad and Destruction Power Upanishad. At the same time, if I'm not mistaken, he has other powerful manuals in his hands. You can rest assured in negotiating with this god. I have had more than a dozen intermediary transactions with him, and the classics obtained each time were very satisfactory to the traders. This time, you've chosen a very powerful and difficult book. I think this god will definitely meet your requirements. Then I must thank Senior Diaz. Gunai thanked him again. However, you have to know that this kind of powerful book of Upanishad is very expensive. Even ordinary god-level experts can't afford it. The starting price is 200 to 300 million sacred source coins. It's even possible to earn more than 1 billion sacred source coins. Diaz warned. He vaguely knew that Gunai was extremely rich and generous. Gunai had also told him that he didn't lack money, but this involved hundreds of millions of sacred source coins. He still needed to remind Gunai. After all, if Gunai couldn't take out the money, it would be quite embarrassing for him. After all, it was a powerful god who had come this time. Furthermore, the other party had many powerful Thulhu scriptures in his hands, and he had a very powerful team of gods behind him. He didn't want to offend such a good big customer. Senior Diaz, you don't have to worry about the price of the Thulhu ancient books as long as the other party can bring out the ancient books that I like. You don't have to worry, I have the ability to pay the corresponding amount. Gunai said with confidence. Gunai used to have 5 billion sacred source coins. Furthermore, over the past few years, as the Blood Dream coins in the Blood Dream world had been expanding, there was no need to worry. Many of them had already started to exchange their sacred source coins for Blood Dream coins. Gunai could easily earn tens of millions of sacred source coins every day. Not only had the arena become Gunai's source of power, but it had also become his source of wealth. Gunai had spent so much effort to build the arena and create Blood Dream coins. The effect was already starting to become more and more obvious with the passage of time. The sacred source coins he had exchanged for during this period were added to Gunai's own sacred source coins. Gunai had more than 8 billion sacred source coins now. Gunai was more than qualified to buy the expensive Thulhu book. After receiving Gunai's confirmation, Diaz felt completely at ease and began to chat with him. Time flew by as Gun and Diaz chatted. About an hour later, Diaz, who was chatting, suddenly felt something. North Omana, over here. Diaz stood up and waved his hand. Then, Gun saw a 24-winged angel with 12 pairs of 24-winged white wings fly over. A 24-winged angel. Gunai couldn't help but be surprised to see his opponent's 24 wings. Generally speaking, it was normal to have 12 wings when one became a god. 18-winged was already the best of his peers. This angel had a total of 24 wings, which meant that she was at the peak of the divine realm. The 24-winged angel named North Omana sat down. Diaz introduced. This is the extraordinary who wants to buy Thulhu's ancient books today, Gunny Lawrence. North Omana's eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed as he glanced at Gunny. He looked at Diaz with a puzzled expression. It was obvious that even demigods might not be able to buy Thulhu scriptures at the level of a trade, and a saint who did not even have a small divine power could buy Thulhu scriptures. North Omana felt that this Diaz was playing with him. Diaz clearly understood what North Omana was thinking. As for the sacred source coins, you don't have to worry about it. Mr. Gun has enough money. I've already talked to him about it. North Omana's brows relaxed slightly upon hearing Diaz's words. All right, the two of you can carry out the transaction. In the Blood Soul Luo camp, there were extremely powerful guards, so there was no need to worry about snatching. They could directly carry out the transaction here. Following Diaz's words, North Omana took out a sealed bronze treasure chest and spoke first. 481 Thulhu Ancient Book. According to Sir Diaz's requirements. North Omana explained to Gunny. First of all, this is a powerful Thulhu ancient book that uses either the profound meaning of darkness or light as its core. It doesn't matter if it's dark or light, but the two can't be mixed together. You can only choose one of the two. Also, this ancient book can carry any form of profound meaning, such as earth, fire, wind, lightning, destruction, death, and so on. It can perfectly unleash the power of various profound meanings. Perfectly unleashing the power of the Power Upanishad is also a characteristic of the Thulhu ancient books. I don't need to go into too much detail about this. The main point is the Kazaya. Bayomana's eyes, which were staring at Gunai, bloomed with a smile. According to what you said, the difficulty isn't important. What's important is the power. Even if it's extremely difficult to cultivate, but its power is extremely strong, this kind of manual has no problem at all. I can tell you with absolute certainty that the difficulty of this technique is beyond your imagination. In the past, more than 12 gods in our team had practiced this ancient book. However, only 3 of them have reached the entry level, and only 1 of them has cultivated to the first level. Furthermore, it took a lot of time, no less than 3,000 years. And after the first rank, it's extremely difficult to advance another step. As a Thulhu ancient book that is extremely difficult to cultivate, its power is just as difficult to cultivate as it is. It's amazing. I can say that if you master this technique, you'll be able to easily kill a god when you're a demigod. A demigod killing a god. When Diaz heard North Omana's explanation, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was extremely difficult for a demigod to kill a god. However, this Thulhu manual could do it. Clearly, this scripture was just as North Omana had said. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, but its power was equally terrifying. After listening to North Omana's story, there was no change in his expression. But he was very satisfied. I like this sort of extremely difficult to train in, and at the same time, terrifyingly powerful manuals. The cultivation difficulty was very high. This didn't exist for Gunai. What's the price? Gunai asked after some thought. If the difficulty of cultivation isn't so high, the price will start from 1 billion Saint Origin dollars. Given the extraordinary cultivation, the price will be 500 million Saint Origin dollars. After thinking for a while, Gunai nodded. I'm taking this manual. This time, it was Bayomana's turn to be slightly surprised. This seemingly unremarkable saint was really confident in himself, and his wealth was astonishing. With a flip of his hand, Gun had already handed the ring he had prepared to North Omana. After a brief inspection, North Omana nodded with satisfaction and handed the bronze chest to Gunny. Can I just open it? Gun asked North Omana. You can open it directly. You can even accept the inheritance on the spot. It won't take too much time. North Omana responded. All right then, I'll pass on the inheritance first. When he opened the bronze treasure chest, what he saw was a crystal ball-like object. Gunai reached out with one hand and accepted the inheritance in front of the god. As the inheritance began, a vast amount of information swarmed in. Gunai's soul was extremely powerful, and it could easily contain this vast amount of information. In less than half a minute, Gun had completed the inheritance of the powerful Thulhu ancient book called God-Destroying Light. After carefully examining it, Gunai placed it on the phone. After a while, plus 1840. 1840 experience points appeared. It's a pretty good book, it's very suitable for me, Gunai said as he put away the chest. Sir, Gunai's soul is so powerful it's shocking. North Omana, who was sitting across from Gun, raised an eyebrow when he saw Gun accepting the inheritance of the God-Destroying Light so quickly. She was so close to Gunai, so she could feel that Gunai had indeed absorbed the energy and completed the inheritance. It wasn't just a simple touch. In our team, there were a few ancestral spirits and sage-level geniuses who had received inheritances related to the God-Destroying Light. However, those saint-level geniuses need more than an hour to complete the inheritance of the God-Destroying Light from the sector beasts. And those ancestral spirits whose souls have been nourished by divine power will need at least half an hour. You completed the inheritance in just half a minute. The strength of your soul is worthy of praise. My soul is rather special, that's why I was able to pass down the inheritance so quickly, Gunai replied. After completing a transaction, North Omana spoke again. Do you need any more Thulhu books, sir? Oh. Gunai looked over. Previously, Gun had told Diaz that he needed Thulhu scriptures. He didn't expect the 24-winged angel, North Omana, to bring more than one. That will depend on whether this Thulhu ancient book is suitable for me. If it's a critical moment, I will naturally need it. Gunai said. Gunai had learned that the God-Destroying Light was a powerful Thulhu ancient book. The form of attack was a single dark light wash. A single target attack was very powerful, but it couldn't be sustained, let alone a large-scale attack. It would be even better if he had similar means of continuous attack or large-scale area attack. I think this scripture will be very suitable for you, Sir Gunai. North Omana explained again. This Thulhu manual is called the Baler's Flame. It contains the flame core of the great Thulhu creature Baler. Once you can refine this flame, you will have the power of Baler's Flame. Of course, if I want to refine this flame core, I'll first have to train this technique called the Baler's Flames to level 1. At the same time, the higher the grade, the easier it is to refine. After mastering the Baler's Flames, I can gradually increase the power of the flames by cultivating this ancient book and devouring a small amount of Thulhu's flesh. At the same time, the core of this flame is the Destruction Power Upanishad. Sir, you've sensed a very dense Destruction Power Upanishad. I think this scripture will be very suitable for you. It's extremely difficult, but it's also extremely powerful if you focus your gaze on it. You can even sense the enemy, and you can instantly use the Baler flames to set them ablaze. We are both gods. Once I use this Baler flame, I can easily burn the other party to death. If a demigod can successfully cultivate it, it won't be a problem to kill a god. 482 years of secluded cultivation. That means this is a classic that has Thulhu's ability? After a moment of silence, Gun looked at North Omana. Yes, I am, North Omana nodded. Controlling the power of Baler's flames is clearly much more convenient than incantations or even attack manuals. Indeed. Gunai nodded seriously. Without a doubt, the Baler's flame was very suitable for Gunai. After all, to other people, the difficulty of refining Thulhu's flames was extremely high. Even with the help of the ancient records, the dangers involved could result in self-immolation if one was not careful. But for Gunai, Gun was a Thulhu creature. There was no problem in controlling this flame. Gunai had even sent a portion of the flame's power into his body. After one reincarnation, Gunai would be able to perfectly match the flame. This was more effective than any other refining method. Then what's the price of this Baler's flame? 1.2 billion sacred source coins. After all, it contains the Thulhu flame, and it's very powerful. North Omana replied. Gunai nodded. I'm taking these Baler's flames. As Gunai nodded, a smile appeared on North Omana's face. The extraordinary of this position was astonishingly rich. Moreover, his attacks were quite brutal. When trading with other gods, it was inevitable to bargain, and the other party might not even buy it. After all, not all deities could afford billions of sacred source dollars. And the transaction with this sage extraordinary in front of him was really smooth. Next, North Omana introduced the 2 Thulhu books to Gun. But it wasn't suitable, so Gunai didn't buy it. After some discussion, the deal was officially over. Gunai said goodbye to the 2 and flew back to his cultivation residence. In the secret cultivation room, Gunai, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. In this deal, he had obtained 2 Thulhu ancient books, and his gains were quite good. The God-destroying light requires up to 64 syllables. I currently have 32 secret crossing runes. After reconstruction, the tier of the demon god can carry 14 secret crossing runes. I still need to construct 18 secret crossing runes before I can instantly release the god-destroying light. With my current level of sainthood, I'm clearly unable to bear so many secret crossing runes. I can only condense so many secret crossing runes after I advance to the half-saint realm. I've gathered enough secret fairy runes. When I get the corresponding Thulhu ancient books in the future, I can easily cast them instantly. Gunai thought. Then, he focused on the Baler's flames. Compared to the god-destroying light, a Thulhu's ability like Baler's flame had a higher growth limit. As Gun's Thulhu embryo grew, the power of Baler's flames would also increase. However, the prerequisite was that Gunai had to perfectly bear the power of Baler's flames. He placed his hand on the red stone slab where Baler's flames were. Gun could feel the weak power of Thulhu's fire, which was the power of Baler's fire. He opened the cosmic gate in his body and sent some of the Baler flames into the depths of his body. Gunai then destroyed his own soul core. After he was reincarnated, the Barrow flames that had been washed over by the universe force were now perfectly burning inside Gunai's body. When he absorbed Baler's fire again, it was as if the fire had found its home. It quickly surged into Gunai's body, and then merged with the Baler's fire inside him. Then, Gun placed the book on Baler's fire on the phone. The experience points of 1860 points appeared. This experience is a little higher than the power of the god-destroying light, so I don't have to say much about its power. Sensing the Baler's flames in his body, Gunai's mind gradually calmed down. After this reincarnation, my realm has dropped a little, to the standard of 4th stage realm middle stage. It just so happens that during this period of time when I'm training to advance to a demigod, the blood sea will expand, and the Thulhu embryo will grow. At the same time, the 3 Thulhu tomes, the immortal armor, the god-destroying light, and the Baler's flame, are all training in parallel. Once I become a demigod, I'll have the right to enter the Omoko ancient divine mountain alone to search for Thulhu's flesh. As he pondered, Gunai entered a state of meditation. Time flew by as Gunai continued to cultivate. Bloody Polo Camp. In an extremely spacious tavern. Many gods and demigods were here. This time, I'm really going to die of anger. A god-level expert angrily complained to his friends. I was about to complete the inheritance of that land of the demon eye, but then those guys from the god kingdom of the Ziyuan controller came. When that group of people arrived, they immediately launched an attack on me. The 3rd stage realm deity in the lead is extremely powerful. Fortunately, I'm not weak either, so I was able to break out of the encirclement. It's a pity that the inheritance is broken and a lot of information is scattered. I can only keep a small part of it. There's been such a huge commotion in the Demon Eye area this time. Furthermore, it's the inheritance of the power and abilities of an old god. Those rulers naturally won't allow others to touch it. A nearby deity said. Those ruler-level kingdoms have occupied more than a dozen inheritance lands of the magic eye. The others simply can't get it, and they'll even be driven away when they get close. The weaker ones will be killed directly. The other deity said helplessly. You're lucky to have escaped this time. Many deities were killed on the spot. Do they really think that the Omoko ancient divine mountain was opened by the kingdom of the ruler of Ziwan? The angry god said angrily. What can you do if you're not as good as him? I can only take a step back. The god spread his hands. I just can't take this lying down. When I recover my strength, I'll definitely call a few friends to go to the Demon Eye area again. I have to kill a few of his gods to recoup my losses. We must also let those countries in control of the Ziayuan region suffer. That's true. They can kill us here on the Mount Emok, and we can kill them too. While these people were discussing, not far away, Gunai was sitting in a corner, quietly listening to the gods. After coming out of seclusion, Gunai had heard a lot about the so-called Demon Eye from many gods. After carefully looking at it, he roughly understood. While he had been cultivating in seclusion, the Mount Omoko had undergone many changes. One of the major changes in this area was the appearance of a very powerful place where the old god of Thulhu died. 12 inheritance grounds had appeared in this area after this change. It was said that in every land of inheritance, one could obtain Thulhu's classics or Thulhu's abilities. For a time, many people went there. However, the powerful ruler of the kingdom called Ziayuan had sent a large number of gods to occupy the area. At the same time, they chased away and killed the other gods who went forward. This incident caused a lot of discussion in the camp. Magic Eye Thulhu's god of the old days inheritance? Hearing the discussion of the gods, Gunai squinted his eyes. 483 Demigod Gunai. After listening for a while, Gunai also gradually calmed down. After nearly 3 years of secluded cultivation. In the first half of the year, Gunai had quickly returned to the peak of the 4th level of the Saint Realm. After half a year of cultivation, Gunai reached the demigod realm in less than half a month. He had completed the transformation of his soul source core into a demigod source core. As the demigod source core's transformation was completed and stabilized. At the same time, Gunai's soul, body, and origin power all experienced a tremendous change. The first and most significant change was that the mana source had transformed into demigod power, or what people called divine power. Oracles, a slightly weaker demigod power used by ancestors' soul powerhouses. Demigod experts, on the other hand, used pure demigod power. Before, the biggest difference between Gunai and the ancestral spirit was divine power. After becoming a demigod, Gunai's energy had transformed into divine power, and his power level had undergone a huge transformation. His soul and physical body had also undergone a huge transformation. With the nourishment of his divine power, Gunai's body and soul were both growing stronger. It was an all-round transformation and improvement, as well as the acquisition of divine power. Gunai's current state was exactly as he had expected. After becoming a demigod, he was standing at the peak of the demigod realm. Naturally, he had also made great progress in his profound meaning. The higher one's realm was, the faster one could comprehend the profound meaning. After being reincarnated many times, Gunai's understanding of the 3 power Upanishads was very fast. After advancing to the demigod realm, he had become a demigod. It could increase Gunai's learning speed by more than 10 times. The ocean of profound meaning comprehensions came one after another. Gunai didn't come out immediately after he became a demigod. Gunai was completely immersed in the world, dark, and destruction ultimacy. It had only been 2 years since he became a demigod, but Gunai's understanding of the 3 profound meanings was already comparable to the 20 years he had spent in meditation. By now, Gunai's understanding of power Upanishads was no weaker than a level 2 or even level 3 deity. Gunai's strong foundation and powerful intent had allowed him to easily reach the peak of the demigod realm. The biggest change in Gunai's strength was the cultivation of the 3 Thulhu scriptures. Level 7 Immortal Armor. Level 7 God-Destroying Light. Balar's Flames were level 7. 3 powerful Thulhu scriptures that were so difficult to cultivate that even gods had a hard time getting started with. He had spent 3 years in Gunai's hack system. All of them had reached level 7. The Thulhu ancient book would undergo a major transformation with each level of advancement. The Thulhu manual, which was as high as level 7, had transformed 7 times in a row, and each transformation was more terrifying than the last. The Thulhu manual was a level 7 item, and with Gunai's victory and his strong foundation, it was extremely powerful. This was also why Gunai dared to enter the mountain as a demigod. After cultivating for such a long time, I'm about to reach the mid-demigod realm. At the same time, I've digested more than half of Akatoph's remains in my body. According to the digestion speed of a demigod, I'll be done in 2 years. And Yang Luo. Gunai squinted his eyes. I keep feeling like my body is getting restless. It's as if a terrifying power is already being nurtured in my body. Could it be that the Thulhu embryo has gradually developed into a Thulhu fetus? Gunai rubbed his forehead. I'll gather some information in the next few days and get to know more about the nearby Mount Omoko, as well as some special areas. I won't be back for a long time after entering the Mount Emoto. I have to prepare everything I need. In the next few days, Gunai said as he gathered his runes. He began to collect and organize all kinds of information about the Mount Omoko. 7 or 8 days later, after he finished organizing and preparing the information, Gunai began his journey to the Mount Omoko. On this day, in the early morning, at the north gate of Bloody Polo Camp, the temperature was extremely low, almost -40 degrees. Snow had started to fall at the north gate, and there was even a layer of white snow on the ground. However, the temperature would rise rapidly in a few hours, and then it would rise to about 150 degrees, and the snow would melt quickly. At night, the temperature would drop rapidly. In the middle of the night, the temperature would drop to 70-80 degrees. This change in temperature was very common in the surroundings of the Mount Omoko. Even when the Mount Omoko was undergoing a major change, it was very common for the temperature to rise to thousands of degrees, or even to the extreme cold of minus a few hundred degrees. Such a small change in temperature didn't even affect the Saint Gunai, let alone the demigod Gunai. When they arrived at the North Gate, there were already many demigods and gods gathered at the North Gate. Most of them were god-level powerhouses, and there were fewer demigods. There was no need to talk about the dangers of the Omoko ancient divine mountain. Even the gods were in danger, and the demigods who were confident in entering it were naturally all extremely powerful. Just as Gunai was about to make his way through the crowd and head for the Mount Omoko, a voice suddenly came from beside Gunai. "Friend, let's form a team and head to the divine mountain." "What?" Gunai stopped and looked to the side. A mermaid at the peak of the demigod level was looking at Gunai, surrounded by water. Gunai was just about to refuse. There are a lot of god spirit experts who have entered the divine mountain. If we demigods act alone, we might be killed by those gods with evil intentions. If we gather together, we'll be more powerful in numbers. Those gods won't dare to attack us, and we'll be much safer. After we arrive at the divine mountain, we'll go our own ways and find our own opportunities. We won't interfere with each other, how about it? The merfolk demigod suggested to Gunai. Gunai thought for a moment and nodded. "Thank you very much, sir. I'm willing to join." Gunai was flying alone, and there was still a long way to go before he reached the Mount Omoko. If he encountered a god with evil intentions, he would really attack Gunai. With the demigod experts gathered together, the chances of being attacked by a god-level expert were greatly reduced. 484 Chapter 132 Instant Kill. Following the mermaid demigod's instructions, Gun came to a high area in the sky. There were already 8 demigod experts here. Most of these demigod experts were at the peak realm, and there were even 2 peak experts at the sage level demigod realm. There were very few demigods like Gunai, who hadn't even reached the mid-stage of the demigod realm. Most of these peak demigod experts had no hope of breaking through. They hoped to enter the Omoko ancient divine mountain to find some opportunities to break through. There had been many demigods in the past who had sought opportunities and breakthroughs in the Omoko ancient divine mountain. Even the powerful experts at the peak of 5th stage divine spirit realm had found special treasures in the Omoko ancient divine mountain to further improve their strength and become powerful controller gods. It was precisely because of these aspects. The Mount Omoko had become a place that attracted the attention of many gods in Holy Hyrule. While waiting, the merfolk demigod and his friends kept trying to win over demigods one after another. In half an hour, more than 20 demigods had gathered in the area. In addition to the demigod and his friends, there were a total of 28 demigod experts in this area. While Gunai was waiting, the gods at the north gate left. At this moment, the merfolk demigod and his 5 friends flew back. After looking around at the demigods, the merman demigod said, "Everyone, let's go." Under the lead of the humans and demigods, Gunai and the others flew toward the huge Mount Imok. While flying, everyone's speed was not slow. The distance between the Omoko ancient divine mountain and the group was getting closer and closer. It was just as the merman demigod had said. The group was extremely safe as they flew, and no gods appeared to attack them. After flying for about 3 hours, the Omoko ancient divine mountain was right in front of him. Up ahead is Mount Omoko. Just as they were about to reach the Mount Omoko, the merfolk demigod in front suddenly said, "But I want to warn you that if you are not strong enough, it's best not to go to the range of those large passages. Don't fly around rashly. Otherwise, you'll easily meet the gods. In the Omoko ancient divine mountain, when the gods see demigods like us, they basically kill us. No one will show mercy." Gunai squinted his eyes at the area in front of him as the demigod and the others talked. There's something strange indeed. Previously, this merfolk demigod and his companions had been constantly pulling people into the team. Gunai noticed that the gods on guard had looked over many times. At that time, Gunai had maintained a certain level of vigilance. It was obviously a good idea to band together to guard against the attack of the gods. However, the merfolk demigod and his companions might have other motives. With his profound world intent, Gunai could sense that the space in front of him was very strange. In fact, the entire region was an extremely powerful trap. Although it was very well hidden, Gunai was the darling of the world. Whether it was the surface or the deep layer of the world, he could feel it. At that moment, the merfolk demigod was still flying straight ahead with everyone. Gunai was already certain that the mermaid demigod and his companions were planning to kill them all. "Everyone!" Gunai suddenly said. Immediately, the people flying in the sky looked over. "We've arrived at Ancient God's Mountain. Let's disperse here." As Gunai spoke, he slowed down. Seeing this, the others also slowed down their flying speed. At this moment, another elder at the peak of the demigod realm in the crowd narrowed his eyes and laughed. "This friend is right. Before this, we said that we would disperse after reaching the divine mountain. Now, we've almost arrived. Let's go our separate ways and find our own entry point. It would be bad if we were to attack each other when we enter together." As the old man spoke, he glanced at Gunai. Gunai had already come to a realization. He wasn't the only one who felt that something was out of the ordinary. The two of them sang the same tune. No matter how stupid the others were, they could also vaguely sense it. They immediately stopped flying forward. The mermaid demigod leading the way glanced at Gunai and the old man, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. "I agree. I agree. I also think it's better to spread out here." The other peak stage demigods immediately chimed in. The merfolk demigod chuckled. "Since everyone wants to disperse here, let's make our move." The merfolk demigod, who was still smiling a moment ago, roared ferociously in the next moment. Immediately after. Boom! Boom! In front of him, two enormous auras of gods bloomed. It's a deity-level expert. As expected, this is a trap. Many demigods were shocked and understood what had happened. You're courting death. The human and the demigod also made their moves, charging toward Gunai. The battle instantly erupted. He had originally planned to lead this group of people into the forbidden space and lock them down. After that, the deity-level experts would refine these demigods and obtain the wealth in their hands. They had already done this more than a dozen times. Every time, he would gain a lot. However, this time, something went wrong. That ordinary-looking demigod had actually sensed the secret arrangement and was about to spread out. Once they spread out, the plan that they had spent so much effort on would be wasted. Since you dare to speak, then don't blame me for killing you. The angry peak-level Merman demigod charged at Gunai. As he and the demigod fought, his 5 companions also attacked the demigod beside them. In addition, 2 deities were charging over. Immediately, the group of unfamiliar demigod experts quickly scattered and fled in all directions. That's right, in the face of the attack of the 2 gods, the demigods didn't have much power to resist at all. Their first choice was to flee in all directions. He was facing a slash from a peak Merman demigod. Gunai coldly laughed. Other people might be afraid of the attack of the 2 gods, but Gunai wasn't. In his eyes, a black flame flashed. Ah! A shrill scream came out of the mouth of the demigod at the peak of the mermaid realm. From his blood, black flames began to rise rapidly from his body. Before he could even react, his entire body, soul, and demigod source core were destroyed by the black Balar flames. He was facing an expert at the peak of the demigod realm. One glance. This was the power of Gun, who had become a demigod and had mastered a powerful level 7 Thulhu manual. 485 killing a stage 1 divine spirit. When Gunai killed the merfolk with a single glance, the old man who was not far away also crushed the head of another merfolk demigod expert. Little friend, your strength is truly astonishing. After killing the enemy, the goateed old man looked at Gunai and laughed. Why don't the 2 of us take on these 2 gods one by one, the goateed elder suggested. Gunai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He did not expect to encounter a hidden expert. A demigod wouldn't be afraid of a god of the first realm, and he might even have the confidence to kill them. This kind of strength was one of the few existences in the entire Holy Hijjar. That's what I was thinking. Gunai laughed. The 2 merfolk gods were both at the early first sky, so Gunai wasn't afraid of them at all. Then Gunai jumped up and flew toward the god on the left. But the goateed elder was faster than Gunai. In a flash, he had crossed a distance of 50,000 to 60,000 meters. Then, he slapped the god who was rushing over. Gunai had also covered a distance of 30,000 meters with one step. In an instant, the surging sea of blood bloomed, and all its power suppressed the god. As the blood sea bloomed, the mermaid deity's speed decreased drastically, not even 1/10 of his original speed. At the same time, the powerful demonic erosion blade covered the sky and slashed towards the god. After all, the god suppressed by the blood sea was also a god-level expert. He charged at Gunai, carrying the entire blood sea's pressure. Boom! 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 For a moment, the entire world was filled with the violent surging of blood waves. When they saw Gunai and the goateed old man block the attack of the god-level warrior, they were shocked. Even when they were fighting on par with the gods. The demigods who didn't run immediately pounced at the remaining 4 companions of the merfolk demigod. Without the threat of the gods, they would naturally not let off the demigods who wanted to kill them. For a moment, the entire world was filled with turbulent divine power colliding and intertwining. Boom! 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 The origin power of heaven and earth went crazy. The fiercest battle was between Gunai and the goateed elder. Gunai's side was still fine, as the Blood Sea's suppression had greatly limited the strength of the first-degree realm god. Furthermore, most of the fluctuations had been absorbed by the Blood Sea. On the other hand, the battle between the Goateed Elder and the first-stage realm god was a real battle between gods. The aftershock of each strike was released gently, sweeping across a distance of 10,000 meters. The burst of divine power even caused the space to tremble slightly. Under the combined pressure of the Blood Sea and space intent, the mermaid god realm expert could only use 20 to 30% of his strength. With the immortal saint armor, Gunai wasn't afraid of the mermaid god's attack at all. If he were to use the Baler's flames directly, it would not be a problem to kill this first-stage mermaid god. However, Gun didn't use the Thulhu skill. Instead, he used the demigod tears to release the demonic erosion blades, which converged into the demonic erosion mother blade that constantly crossed the sea of blood and bombarded the first realm mermaid god. After becoming a demigod, Gunai's soul and divine power increased his attack power. At the same time, Gunai's darkness and destruction ultimacy had been greatly improved. He was now comparable to a second or even third stage saint. As such, the demonic corrosion blade was still a significant threat to the mermaid god in the first realm. In addition, there was the suppression of the Blood Sea and world intent. Gunai began to gain the upper hand. At this moment, the battle between the demigods in the distance was showing a one-sided situation. Before, Gunai had burned an extremely powerful merfolk demigod to death, and the Goateed Elder had killed one. There were only 4 demigods left. Under the siege of the 12 demigods who had not escaped, they were being beaten back. There were even many demigods who had begun to enter a state of serious injury. They wanted to escape, but the other demigods had no intention of letting them go. It was obvious that these half-gods wouldn't stop until they were all killed. As he fought with the mermaid god of the first realm, Gunai's devouring blade continued to slash at his body. From time to time, it could even cut open his body. At the same time, under the cover of the Blood Sea, the blood from the Blood Sea continued to seep into his body. Although the mermaid divine spirit had also noticed this, it was in the middle of a battle, and it could not divert its attention to expel the blood that had entered its body. In the middle of the fight, Gunai still had the time to observe the fight between the Goateed Elder and the mermaid god level elite. The Goateed Elder's strength was quite shocking, and he could have a slight upper hand. However, it wasn't as if the mermaid god in the first realm didn't have the power to fight back. The battle between these two people was clearly difficult to determine a winner in a short time. His gaze then fell back onto the mermaid god who was still trapped in the Blood Sea. It's almost done, Gunai thought. He thought so. The fire in Gunai's eyes burned. The next moment, swish! A sound. The black fire bug in the first stage realm started to burn in the depths of its blood. At the same time, the power of blood with flames poured into the divine crown of the mermaid god. Not good. This, the mermaid god was horrified, and he immediately sensed that something was wrong as the strange flames within his body began to rise. When he wanted to escape again, it was already too late. If this flame was outside of his body, he could still use his innate ability to protect his life. He directly broke free from the burning flames. At this moment, the flames were emerging from his body. No matter how hard he tried to break free, he could not escape the burning of the flames. The divine power in his body surged wildly, trying to put out these strange flames. But he couldn't block these strange flames at all. This made him even more frightened. This guy is only a demigod. How could he have such a terrifying sacred art? Damn Yingluo, Yingluo! Chi 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 chi! In an instant, the flames had already wrapped around the core of his body, the divine crown. After a demigod became a god, the soul's original core would undergo a qualitative transformation and then fuse into the divine crown. His soul, divine power source, and other things were all fused into the divine crown. And once the god's crown was severely damaged, there was basically no chance of survival. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. under the burning of Balor's flames. The divine crown was quickly wrapped in black flames. A mournful wail came out of his mouth. The mermaid divine spirit expert shuddered and his aura dissipated. The first stage mermaid god had fallen. 486 Entering the divine mountain. The god is dead. The many demigod experts who had already killed the 4 demigods in the distance were all shocked when they saw this scene. There was a huge difference between a demigod and a god. Demigods were comparable to deities. Although there were few of them, there were still some. As for demigods being able to kill gods, that only existed in rumors. It was very rare for a demigod to be able to kill a god with such ease. The first realm mermaid god who was still fighting the goateed elder in the distance was shocked upon seeing this. The goateed demigod from the human sheep race was even stronger than him. In addition, there was a terrifying demigod who could kill gods. If he didn't leave now, he would probably die here today. Let's go. Without any further hesitation, the mermaid deity immediately turned to flee. It was supposed to be a steady battle of annihilation. Under the terrifying power of these 2 demigods, they had forcibly reached a battle of fleeing. The demigod Renyang elder couldn't stop the deity from leaving. He couldn't catch up with this god. You want to leave? Gunai, who was picking up the dead bodies of the gods, saw the god trying to escape and couldn't help sneering. Swish! The sky suddenly trembled. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, the space was pierced through. Then, a huge black pillar of light with a diameter of more than 300 meters fell from the sky, imprisoning the fleeing god in it. This god-destroying light contained all of Gunai's dark, destruction, and space profounds. When it descended, it suppressed and locked down the entire first stage mermaid god spirit. This Bayan. He could feel the terrifying power completely imprisoning him. The mermaid god was shocked to death. Chi 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 chi. The terrifying power that contained Thulhu's might washed down. Chi 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 chi. The mermaid god's body sizzled like ice being thrown into a furnace, and white smoke quickly spread from his body. His body was melting rapidly. Immediately after. Swish! A sound. The black flames on his body began to burn. Under the double attack of the god-destroying light and Balor's flames, this fleeing god had no room to resist at all. Ah, Yingluo! It was accompanied by a shrill scream. A few seconds later, the mermaid god was evaporated by the god-destroying light. All that was left was a divine crown with black flames rising from it. With a wave of his hand, the god crown appeared in Gunai's hand. The old man from the human sheep race stared at Gunai. A strange ripple appeared in the depths of his eyes, but it quickly calmed down. The demigods in the distance were dumbfounded. Even a deity would not be able to kill a deity so easily. This method was too terrifying. A demigod could also possess such terrifying strength? This simply refreshed their understanding of demigods. Everyone, the crisis has been resolved, but we can't stay here for long. The fluctuations of the battle will attract other gods to come and investigate. Let's enter the divine mountain separately. With that, Gunai turned and flew toward the nearby divine mountain. Hoo! Seeing Gunai leave, the demigods all let out a sigh of relief. With Gunai's strength, if he had any ill intentions, none of them would be able to escape. Fortunately, Gunai wasn't the kind of person with evil intentions, so he didn't have any strange thoughts about them. Then, the demigods scattered and flew toward the divine mountain. While flying, Gunai was thinking about the battle. This first-level divine spirit realm expert isn't weak, but it's obvious that my high-level Thulhu ancient books are more powerful. If I use these methods well, even a first-level divine spirit realm expert will find it hard to escape from me. I've gained quite a bit from this battle. 2 godly spirit crowns, and both are ancestral-level godly spirit crowns. Gunai then looked at the vast divine mountain in front of him. Although I'm not weak, I can't be too arrogant. Within the divine mountain, there are plenty of experts. The first level of the Divine Spirit Realm is only the initial stage of the Divine Spirit Realm. There are still the second, third, fourth, and fifth level of the Divine Spirit Realm. Their strength is much stronger than those in the first stage realm. The difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. I'll steadily continue to upgrade my 3 Thulhu tomes, and then look for the flesh and blood of the ruler's remains to let my Thulhu prototype continue to grow and improve. By the time I become a god, my Thulhu life form will have taken shape. At that time, I will be able to run amok within the Mount Omoko. But now, I still need to be careful. Every time I die, my realm will drop a lot. I'll need 1 or 2 years to improve. I've heard that within the ancient God's Mountain, there are treasures that can allow even gods to advance quickly. It can even allow a first-degree realm god to advance to the second-degree realm, or even from the second-degree realm to the third-degree realm. I also need to search for these good things. The stronger I am, the more I can guarantee that I won't die in the future catastrophe. I can even achieve something. As he pondered, Gunai had already arrived at the Divine Mountain. After finding an entrance, Gunai left his soul in a hidden corner and entered the enormous Mount Omoko. It was a pyramid-like mountain on the outside. The interior was a completely different world, and each region was like a 3-dimensional framework of the underground world. In addition, the higher the region, the more good things there were. At the same time, the more divine spirit experts there were, the more intense the battle would be. In addition, some areas of the Mount Omoko would change. During this period, many treasures and unique inheritances had appeared on the Mount Omoko. There were even new areas that had appeared. These were all related to the changes in the area. Gunai naturally needed to explore these areas that were constantly changing. After all, there were a lot of good things in it. If he could get some, it would be of great help to Gunai's cultivation. The others didn't dare to go in rashly for fear of being trapped. For Gunai, as long as he set up a star soul, he didn't have to worry about being trapped. But before that, Gunai had to first explore the few places he had decided on. In those places, Gun was able to obtain the remains of many powerful Thulhu creatures, as well as powerful Thulhu books and Thulhu abilities. When he became strong enough, Gunai would naturally be qualified to explore the dangerous area. He also wanted to head to the highest level of the Mount Omoko and come into contact with the remains of the terrifying ancient god of space. 487 Half a year's harvest. Mount Omoko. In a sealed cave secret room. Breathing heavily, Gunai let out a long breath. Gunai's cultivation level had already stabilized at the mid-demigod realm. It had been half a year since Gunai had entered the Mount Omoko. Gunai had spent most of the past 6 months cultivating and increasing his strength. Compared to the outside world, due to the large number of Thulhu remains in the Omoko ancient divine mountain, the energy there was extremely pure and contained a small amount of the power of the world's origin. In fact, the density of the world's origin in some areas was even several times higher than that of the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. And NBSP, if he used this place with some rare fruits, he would be able to increase his cultivation speed. At the same time, in the area where Gunai was cultivating, the density of the world's origin was about twice that of the Dark Shepherd Lamp Island. That was why Gunai was able to advance so quickly. At the same time, his comprehension of profound meaning had also improved by leaps and bounds. In this half a year's time, while he was training, he was also using the miracle system to search for Thulhu remains. In half a year's time, Gunai found the remains of 3 excellent dominators. Compared to the remains of the ruler of the Oya continent, the ruler of the Mount Omoko was much larger in both size and mass. 2 of them were slightly larger than the remains of Akkaf. The largest piece was twice the size of the remains of Akkaf. With so many ruler remains, Gugni could improve his Thulhu embryo faster and more steadily. And as Gunai grew in the face of the ruler's remains, the Thulhu remains could no longer do any damage to Gun. Gunai easily put it back into his bag and sent it into his body for cleansing. The interior of the Omoko ancient divine mountain was enormous. However, there were also many gods. In the process of exploration, it was inevitable that they would meet other gods and demigods. It was still fine when facing a demigod. Normally, those who saw Gunai at the mid-demigod realm wouldn't easily attack him. After all, in a battle between demigods, when divine power was released, other gods would sense that it was at the level of a demigod, and thus attract more powerful gods. At that time, the demigods on both sides would be in trouble. Hence, demigods would leave each other after a brief encounter. However, if he encountered a god-level powerhouse. But it was different. Without a doubt, when these god realm experts saw Gunai, who was only at the mid-stage of the demigod realm, he was clearly a pushover. No one was willing to let Gunai go. If he killed this demigod, not only would he be able to obtain the resources in his hands, but he would also be able to kill this demigod. If the other party's gains would also fall into his hands, why not? As a result, in just half a year, Gunai had gained 12 more god crowns. World, darkness, and destruction profound are all improving rapidly. And after many reincarnations, the clarity of my perception of Dark Power Upanishad and Dark Power Upanishad has also increased by several times. Of course, the most important thing is that the improvement of my embryonic form of Thulhu has also increased my efficiency in comprehending the three profound meanings. Thulhu's embryonic form will become stronger and stronger as it digests the ruler's flesh and blood. When it grows to a certain level, the power of Thulhu itself will be comparable to the power of a god. There's a limit to the increase in the power of a god. The increase in Thulhu creatures' power is not like that of gods, their upper limit is very high. Furthermore, if I fuse with a part of the characteristics of the Kiwan creature that is about to arrive, I can become a powerful Thulhu creature that can break through without limit. Of course, we'll have to see the details. Gunai looked into the depths of his storage space. After a moment, Gunai looked away. I've used up most of the precious fruits that can increase my demigod realm, but it's enough for me to reach the demigod realm. However, treasures that can quickly increase one's godly spirit level are not for sale outside. I'll need to search for it myself within the Mount Emoko. However, such a treasure is not so easy to obtain. Gunai pondered. Buzz, 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 buzz. A trembling fluctuation could be felt. For a moment, the entire cave was shaking slightly. Even the fluctuations of space power Upanishad were coming from the distance. After a full 10 minutes, the trembling fluctuations gradually subsided. Gunai didn't show any reaction to the trembling. In the past 3 months, every half a month or so, Gunai would feel this strange fluctuation. From the memories of the god he had killed, Gunai knew that this shaking was a change happening within the Mount Omoko. Every time a large-scale tremor occurred, it meant that there would be some changes in the area. It was possible that some new ordinary regions would appear. There might also be some special Thulhu treasures or even rare Thulhu inheritances. I'm going out for a walk. After the shaking stopped, Gunai opened the sealed secret room and flew out. After each tremor, Gunai would patrol the area. If there really was a Thulhu legacy or Thulhu treasure, Gunai would be able to detect it immediately. Compared to the other demigods, he did not have the confidence to conduct a large-scale investigation. Gunai didn't have this concern. After all, Gunai had killed many deities in the past 6 months and defeated many who had escaped. In fact, there were already many rumors about powerful demigods in the surroundings. After leaving the sealed secret room, what entered his eyes was a vast desert. Hoo 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 hoo. A fierce wind howled, and yellow sand and fog filled the sky. In the distance, one could see all sorts of huge, rough passages and tunnels with diameters of over 10,000 meters. This desert was Gunai's training ground. At the same time, Gunai had snatched this place from a powerful second-stage god. After occupying this place, all the gods who entered this place would be killed. It wouldn't matter if they were just passing by, but if they wanted to cultivate here, Gunai would naturally chase them out without any hesitation. The weaker ones would be killed. Following the path he had planned, Gunai's speed increased. This area was very large. Even with Gunai's God Realm speed, it would still take him 1 or 2 hours to finish exploring. Gunai was very careful as he flew, in case other gods tried to attack him. Although Gunai was quite famous in this area because of the fight between the second stage realm gods, he was still a god. Ordinary gods would not dare to provoke him. But that did not mean that not all gods would not dare to provoke him. Some of the gods who had just arrived in this area would definitely come up and pinch him when they saw a demigod. Even though he had the immortal saint armor, which had a strong defensive ability. But Gunai still remained vigilant. 488 Demigod Overlord. At this moment, in the sky, a team of 4 gods was flying and checking the situation around them. All of a sudden, the first stage peak deity in the lead looked into the distance. His expression changed. "Run, that brat is out to patrol again, damn it, we actually ran into him. Let's go." The other 2 first stage realm middle stage deities' expressions also changed. Immediately, the leader, who was at the peak of the first level of Divine Spirit Realm, and the 3 other first level mid-stage Divine Spirit Realm experts from the small Divine Spirit clan fled at full speed. He waited until he was far away. Only then did the leading peak first heaven deity let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, that kid didn't chase us. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble." The demonic dragon god, who was at the peak of the first stage realm, said with a slight fear. "That's right. That guy is very fierce, and when he unleashes his wind spirit wings, he's extremely fast." A dark elf god chimed in. He listened to the 2 gods' narration. The newly joined deity of the Ox clan also had a serious expression on his face. From their expressions and conversation, the god of the Ox tribe could feel the horror of this mysterious man. After all, their small team had a first stage realm peak god and he also had 3 first stage realm middle stage gods. In this area, they were considered to be quite powerful. When faced with that fellow, they could only flee at full speed. One could imagine how terrifying that fellow was. After a moment's silence, the Ox deity asked in a low voice. "What realm is that person at? Could it be a second or even third stage god?" "No, that kid is only a demigod." "What, demigod?" The Ox deity's jaw almost dropped in shock. "I didn't hear wrong, did I? Captain, did you just say that guy is a demigod?" You didn't hear wrong, that kid is a demigod." A demigod could scare 4 gods away from such a long distance? The Ox deity felt that his view of the world had been refreshed once again. Although it was rare for a demigod to be on par with a god, it was not something new. However, it was the first time he had encountered a situation where a demigod had scared off 4 gods. The demonic dragon god seemed to have noticed the confusion of the Ox god. He smiled and said, "You don't believe me? Old BA, you know, right?" "Yes, I've heard of him. He's a god in the middle of the second stage realm. He's extremely powerful and used to be the overlord of this region. When other people see him, they have to take a detour. However, he was killed a few months ago." He. The demonic dragon god laughed in a low voice. "Can you guess who killed him?" The Ox deity was stunned. "Could it be Yingluo?" "That's right, that's the kid." The demonic dragon god sighed. "About half a year ago, that demigod came to this area and killed 3 gods in a row. He became unparalleled. Many people have gotten to know this unbelievably powerful demigod. As the overlord of this region, Old BA naturally wants to know why this demigod is so strong. He gathered his 4 subordinates. Then, we'll join forces and kill our way over." Tisk, 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 that battle was truly earth-shaking. More than 30 gods were watching from a distance. I still have the battle recording here. I'll show it to you later. That kid's defensive power is terrifying. His offensive power is beyond your imagination. All sorts of terrifying energy attacks, soul attacks, and even penetrative attacks landed on his body, but he withstood them all. He's not afraid at all. He withstood the attacks of 5 people and killed old BA on the spot. The blood sea has easily spread out for tens of thousands of meters. Black flames. Not even gods can withstand them. A black hole light pillar that can tear space apart. Once it falls, there's basically no chance of survival. Old BA was killed. The other 4 either escaped or died. I heard that only one managed to escape, and the other 3 are all dead. Even the one who managed to escape was greatly weakened. I heard that even the divine crown has been damaged. I imagine that his level of insight has dropped. That old BA wanted to search the demigod's soul, but in the end, his soul was searched by the demigod instead. What a reversal of fortune! After that battle, that demigod has completely established his position as the top overlord of this area. Later, other gods also tried to challenge him, but the result was obvious. They all died to that guy. You have to remember that right now, that demigod is the absolute overlord of this region. If you see him, you have to run far away. Don't pinch him just because he's a demigod. That guy isn't easy to deal with. If you dare to go up, you'll die. After listening to the demonic dragon's story, the ox deity's expression changed. 1 against 5, with the second stage realm middle stage deity. He withstood the attacks of 5 people and killed 4. Even though he was an expert of the divine spirit realm and had seen many things, he had never seen such a situation. Then why is this demigod so strong? The ox deity asked in shock. God knows, the demonic dragon god wagged its tail. However, that guy's profound meaning is very profound and vast. In the future, it's only a matter of time before he advances to the god level. Anyway, just don't provoke that guy. The ox deity nodded. In the face of such a fierce god of death, he obviously wouldn't take things too hard. From a distance, Gunai saw the 4 gods fleeing. Gunai glanced at him, but he didn't chase after him. In the past few months, Gunai had killed many gods in this area. Anyone who saw him would run away. If he didn't know what to do, Gunai would have sent him to his death. As they flew, Gunai began to meet some gods. However, these gods all flew away as soon as they saw Gunai, with no intention of meeting him. As he flew, Gunai began to think. After the fluctuation this time, many gods came out to check. Obviously, these guys know that there is a vibration in this area. Something should be coming out. With my current strength and means, if something good really appears, it won't be a problem to get some. While flying. What? Gunai's expression changed. Then, Gunai looked to the upper left where the source tide storm was. That source tide storm was a normal phenomenon. But now, Gunai was the favorite of the world. He could feel that there were some slight changes in the depths of that world. In a deep corner, the space seemed to have caved in. The trajectory of the world had also changed. It was obvious that something had happened. Let's go. Gunai immediately flew over. 489 The Red Light Cave. Within the ancient Omoko Divine Mountain, there were many strange areas. The source tide storm that Gunai was currently in was clearly in this area. Gunai had heard that it was in some extremely dangerous source tide storms. Even the gods could not stand still. Although the area in front of Gunai wasn't as powerful as the one in front of him, it would be difficult for an ordinary demigod to stabilize themselves. At the edge of the source tide storm, Gunai's eyes narrowed after carefully sensing it. There's no doubt that the area behind the source tide storm has indeed undergone extraordinary changes. Gunai didn't enter immediately. Instead, he carefully examined his surroundings. After making sure no one was watching him from a distance, Gunai jumped into the source tide storm. The violent source tide storm came roaring. The wind spirit wings on Gunai's back bloomed, and he easily controlled the violent source tide as he flew deeper into the depths. After about 5 to 6,000 meters deep, the source tide storm suddenly disappeared. Then, he saw a desert with a ceiling, just like the one Gunai had been in before. In this area, there was a wide and huge boulder wall above, a desert below, and wide passages leading in from all four sides. Further outside, there was the howling source tide storm. This kind of capped desert was a common area in this vast territory, and there was nothing different about it. However, the capped desert was different from the past. At this moment, at the top of the capped desert, near the giant rock wall, a channel with a diameter of about 100 meters and emitting thick red light bloomed. It was clear that this red light passage was the one that had caused this world to change, and Gunai had sensed it. I've been patrolling this place before, but nothing like this has happened. And now, Ying has appeared. Gunai's eyes narrowed. Combined with the fluctuations from before, Gunai had a vague guess. How lucky! I'm the first one to encounter it. A smile appeared on Gunai's face. Soon after, Gunai began to examine the cave. The red rays of light in the cave are obviously filled with some kind of powerful annihilating power. It seems that we can pass through by looking for gaps, but in fact, it's hard to say. The entire tunnel has been filled with destructive power for a long time. Gun could feel it through his prototype Thulhu. The entire cave was filled with a mysterious power of annihilation. There's no point in trying to avoid being hurt by evasion. The only way is to rely on my strong body to withstand this terrifying annihilative power. Of course, it's also possible to slowly wait outside until the light dissipates before entering. I just don't know if the destructive power in this cave will disappear or how long it will take for it to disappear. For me, there's obviously no need to go through so much trouble. Waiting here for too long will only bring more trouble. Let's try the effect of this destructive power first. With a thought. Buzz! Gunai's entire body glowed with a golden light. A moment later, Gunai had turned into a golden man. Then, a layer of golden glass appeared on Gunai's body. After 2 or 3 breaths of time, a fist-thick layer of golden glass had formed on Gunai's body. This was the power of the 7th rank immortal armor, which gave Gunai a strong body and a powerful defense. Gunai didn't need to use his golden body to fight the gods. He could use his armor to block the attacks. If he conjured the golden body and the glazed sacred armor on the surface, Gunai's defensive power and the toughness of his body would be raised to another level. After preparing his defenses, Gunai flew straight into the cave. The moment he entered, chi. An indescribable destructive power pierced through Gunai's body and soul. At the same time, Gunai's body began to emit a green mist. Even though Gunai had the level 7 Thulhu immortal armor, he was still able to defend himself. Within the tunnel of destruction created by the strange red light, it was still in a state of continuous annihilation. After a while, swish, a sound. Gunai's star soul was destroyed. The destruction of a soul didn't affect Gunai at all. Gunai quickly concluded as he sensed the destructive power within the passage. Fleshly body, soul. A double annihilation. And it's a completely penetrative annihilation. There's no way to use the surface layer of defense to block it at all. I have to use a strong body to resist it. The same goes for the soul. However, my astral soul doesn't need to be placed in my body. There's no need to worry about the destruction of the soul. I only need to withstand the power of this destruction with my physical body, and then I can enter through the passage. Gunai then quickly left the tunnel. In just a short while, Gunai's body had been slightly destroyed, even with the help of the immortal saint armor. With a thought, Gunai quickly absorbed the surrounding origin power. In the blink of an eye, Gunai had returned to his peak. When he looked at the tunnel again, Gunai's eyes narrowed. The power of annihilation is very strong. My immortal saint armor is enough to allow my body to withstand it. At the same time, my recovery ability can easily repair my damaged body. It's completely possible to enter it. With a thought, the green-blue wind spirit wings spread open again. After he was ready, swish! A green-blue light flashed. Gunai quickly flew deeper into the tunnel. When Gunai entered the tunnel, he began to speed forward. In the area further away, there was a large number of floating rivers. Several gods stopped in the depths of a river. The direction they were looking at was a strange red light tunnel deep in the water wood. The annihilative power that bloomed from the inside made them feel frightened. For a period of time before this area had been shaking. As expected, the land of treasures has appeared. Indeed. However, this tunnel isn't easy to enter. The destructive power is simply too astonishing. Even if it's not easy to get in, we still need to try, otherwise, we won't have the advantage of finding them in advance. That's for sure. Immediately, the group of 8 gods began to try. In another area with continuous thunderstorms, a group of gods had also discovered a huge entrance with a diameter of 100 meters, filled with red rays and destructive power. Similar passages also appeared in other areas one after another. Very quickly, the news of the mysterious tunnel quickly spread throughout the area. 490 The Gathering of Gods. The desert that Gun had entered. A team of 7 gods was at the entrance of the cave where Gunai had entered. The captain of this god spirit squad was a middle-stage 3rd-level god spirit with vertical pupils, dark golden scales, and a pair of scaled wings. He was a flying snake clansman. Under the gazes of the other 6 people. In the team of 7 gods, a powerful behemoth god with the bloodline of the behemoth lord transformed into a behemoth beast with a height of 12 and a yellow luster. After the transformation, the behemoth god's body flashed into the cave of the red light annihilation. As soon as he entered, the expression of the behemoth god changed drastically. In less than 3 seconds, the behemoth god quickly retreated from the passage. In just 3 short seconds, the aura of this stage 2 middle stage behemoth god expert had dropped by a large amount. This scene made the gods' expressions turn grave. About half an hour ago, they received the news. A powerful annihilating cavern with strange red rays had appeared in the area. It was suspected to be the remains of Thulhu creatures, or the inheritance of Thulhu creatures. However, this was a major piece of news, so their team immediately launched a rapid search. They quickly found the not-so-deep cave. At the same time, they also discovered that the cave was filled with a shocking amount of annihilating energy. Therefore, he asked the behemoth god, who had the strongest soul and body defense in the team, to try. Who would have thought that it would only last for a short 3 seconds? This second stage middle stage behemoth god couldn't take it. In fact, the short 3 seconds had caused his aura to weaken significantly. How is it? The leading flying snake god asked in a deep voice. After taking out a powerful potion and drinking it, the behemoth god recovered a little before explaining in a low voice. The annihilative power within the cave is very strange. It is a powerful annihilative will that seeps into the body and even the soul. The surface layer of defense is hard to resist. I need a strong body to resist it. If that's all it is, then so be it. That obliterating might directly affects the soul. That is the most troublesome part. Just now, my physical body could still hold on for a while, but my soul can't hold on any longer. A soul-penetrating obliteration. Yes. I'm afraid this is going to be a little tricky. The flying serpent god frowned. They immediately took action after receiving the news so that they could enter the cave one step ahead of time. The powerful destructive power in the cave kept them outside. If even the behemoth god known for its defense couldn't withstand it, it would be even more impossible for them to withstand it. Captain, it seems like it's impossible to rush in directly. What should we do next? At this moment, a white-scaled female dragon man warrior spoke. Should we seal off the surrounding areas so that others can't get close, and then wait for the energy in the cave to weaken before we enter? The flying serpent god's eyes narrowed as he spoke. At present, many teams of gods have received the news and know that Thulhu caves have appeared in this area. They will definitely look around. It won't be long before they discover the secret of this place. Although we're very strong, it's not a big problem to drive them away and occupy the territory first. But the problem is, things are different now. You guys should know that a large portion of the Black Demonic God Controller Nation's forces are stationed in this region. Now that the Thulhu Cave has appeared, they will naturally mobilize all their forces to find all the caves and occupy them. They rely on their powerful strength to monopolize all the passageways and then completely occupy Thulhu's treasures. This has always been the practice of the gods who control the kingdoms. In a short period of time, we can certainly drive away the other gods, and even engage in a battle with the gods of the Black Devil God Nation. But the problem is, if the gods of the Black Demon God Nation attack in large numbers, we might not be able to guard the entrance of this passage. So, we don't need to drive away the other idol gods around here. Instead, we should unite them. Unite those idol gods. Many of the gods in the team looked over in confusion. The flying snake god chuckled. We want to unite those idol gods, and then form a force to fight against the gods of the Black Demon God Kingdom. This way, we can ensure that we'll be the first wave to enter when the power of the passage weakens. At the same time, I reckon that the people from the Black Demonic God country will occupy quite a few of the other entrances. In other words, when the first wave entered, the number of deity-level experts in the Black Devil God Nation was extremely high. If we unite a group of gods, we can also allow them to hold the gods in the Black Demon God's divine kingdom back. At the same time, when necessary, they can also use them as cannon fodder. Our team is strong enough. The more gods that enter, the more chances we have to get good things. After the flying snake god's explanation, everyone came to a sudden realization. He understood his captain's plan. This is also the best solution at the moment. Otherwise, we won't even be qualified to be the first batch to enter. Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Black Demonic God was in control of many gods in the God Nation, and he was extremely powerful. Take advantage of the fact that the Black Demonic God's deity who controls the deity nation has yet to arrive. Quickly spread out and search for the deities everywhere. Have them all come. The more gods that come here, the better. Only then will we have enough confidence to contend against the experts of the Black Demonic God's divine kingdom. The flying snake god gave the order. Immediately, the other members of the small team began to fly out and search for gods to recruit. At the same time, at the other entrances of the tunnel, there was already a fight for the right to guard the tunnel. At the same time, the many powerful gods of the Black Demonic God in this area also received the information, and they quickly took action. When the many gods in the outside world targeted the land of Thulhu's treasures and destroyed the entrance of the passage with their rays, they began to fight for it. Gunai was rapidly moving through the tunnel. The dark tunnel was deeper than Gun had imagined. With his blue wind spirit wings, Gunai flew through the rugged passage at the speed of a normal first-order god. He had already been flying for 4 hours. Under normal circumstances, a deity's 4 hours of flying speed would be enough to pass through the Ekma passage. However, at this moment, inside the annihilating ray tunnel, the exit ahead was still far away. Gunai wasn't in a hurry. I have powerful occultic runes that can convert the energy of the blood sea to supply my body with recovery, and the efficiency is very high. Otherwise, my physical body, which was strengthened by my immortal saint armor, would have been annihilated long ago. The blood sea's power is endless. I can fly for 3 to 5 years at this level of destruction without any problem. What? As he flew, Gunai suddenly saw something in front of him. The path ahead seems to be a little different. Immediately, Gunai increased his speed and flew forward. 491 cheating if you can't take it. Hwa 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 sound. It was a long passageway that took more than 4 hours of continuous flight. Gunai had finally passed through it. He finally flew over. Gunai let out a long breath. Gunai then focused his attention on the end of the tunnel. Gunai immediately saw a 10,000-meter tall tree in the depths of the mysterious space. This tree was different from any other tree Gunai had ever seen. Its body was almost translucent, like a carved crystal glass. At the same time, the flow of energy within the trunk of the tree could be clearly seen. The energy deep underground was absorbed by the roots and slowly gathered. It flowed along its main body and up its many branches. At the same time, the sky above this mysterious area was like a night sky with bright stars. The starlight emitted by those strange existences that shone like stars turned into trickles that were absorbed by the crystal glass-like giant tree. After patrolling the huge crystal glass tree for a while, Gunai's eyes were drawn to the crystal tree, and the 9 fruits that shone like little suns. These 9 fruits were like small suns. Every single one of them released a heart-palpitating fluctuation. The pure and unique energy contained in each one of them was comparable to that of a powerful god. The magical crystal glass tree. 9 mysterious fruits that emitted boundless light and energy like small suns. It was clear that these fruits were the core of this Thulhu land of treasures. After staring at the mysterious fruit for a while, Hoo. Gunai exhaled, trying to calm his heart. Gunai didn't fly over. The land of Thulhu's treasures was not as safe as he had imagined. Gun first looked at the tunnel behind him. The destruction energy within it was as stable as before. This annihilation energy will probably not disappear for a while. We can't be reckless. First, he hid the soul of a star in a corner. Gunai then opened his miracle system. But what surprised Gunai was that, at this moment, the miracle system page was empty. There was no miracle at all. The treasure is right in front of me. Is it because I'm too close to the treasure? Or? Gun turned off the system and looked at the mysterious crystal tree. Because of that strange barrier, I can't get it. In Gunai's perception, around the huge crystal glass tree, a layer of invisible barrier had enveloped the entire crystal glass tree. Gunai could use his world power Upanishad to sense the invisible barrier. With a thought, Gunai flew toward the crystal glass tree. As he flew, Gunai also observed his surroundings. One by one, he found the tunnel that was similar to the one Gunai had entered. Including the tunnel I passed through, there are a total of 9 tunnels with annihilation rays. It's a good thing that the destructive energy in these tunnels is very stable. I don't think anyone will come in before the annihilating energy rays in the tunnel disappear. However, once the threat in the passage is gone, there will soon be top-tier gods flying in. For me, it would take 4 hours to fly. For those top gods, it wouldn't even take 4 hours, half an hour, or even 10 minutes to pass. As he pondered, Gun stood by the invisible energy barrier at the edge of the crystal glass tree. Gunai waved his hand. A giant hand formed from divine power appeared in the air and touched the invisible energy barrier. After touching it, Gunai felt an invisible force stop the hand from going any further. It's completely blocked, I can't get in. He gave up after a few attempts. He tried to use his physical body, but it was also blocked and he couldn't move an inch. World, darkness, destruction, and all of Gunai's techniques were used in an attempt to break through the invisible barrier. However, this invisible barrier seemed to have completely cut off any possibility of passing through. Even the soul of the ancient Nirvana planet couldn't pass through this invisible barrier. After a few more attempts, Gunai gradually stopped. Since we can't enter, then try to break it. The black flames in Gunai's eyes flickered. Whoosh! Balor's flames burned fiercely on the invisible barrier. There was even a constant sizzling sound. After a few minutes, Balor's flames gradually extinguished. Gunai's eyes narrowed. The power of Balor's flames did not need to be said. However, after a few minutes of burning, the invisible barrier did not move. Balor's flames could not cause any effective damage to it. The next moment, buzz! The 300-meter diameter of the God-destroying light was now reduced to only 3 meters. The God-destroying light tore through space and struck the invisible barrier. Chi 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 chi. The spatial barrier was also making a buzzing sound. After a dozen seconds, the god-destroying light disappeared. The invisible barrier was still intact. There's no way to break it. Gunai frowned. This is going to be a little troublesome. If Gunai couldn't get these Thulhu treasures in advance, he would be able to obtain them. Then the advantage of entering early would be gone. The power of Thulhu's treasure is extraordinary. My attack is powerful enough compared to those ordinary gods, but it's still too weak against Thulhu's treasure. I have to find a way to open it. Otherwise, when those powerful gods come in, I won't be qualified to compete with them for these Thulhu treasures. After thinking for a while, Gunai looked down at the giant crystal tree. Then, Gunai's divine power bloomed. At the same time, his world intent fused with Gunai's body as he flew down. Just as it was about to touch the ground, Gunai's body seemed to be in a different dimension as he went underground. Gunai followed the invisible barrier and flew deeper underground. As a Thulhu creature, Gun could feel a powerful presence deep in the soil. There was no doubt that there was the remains of an extremely powerful Thulhu creature deep underground. Gunai's profound meaning and attack methods alone were not enough to get through the barrier. In that case, Gun would have to find a way from the corpse of this powerful Thulhu creature. He continued to descend through the soil. 2 to 3 minutes later, in the deeper layer of the soil, Gun saw the huge Thulhu remains. 492 burning the tree roots. The Thulhu ruler's remains that entered his eyes had a head the size of a small villa. It was the head of a dragon. Behind the head was 100-meter-long, multicolored scale armor. At the same time, this 100-meter-long body was as thick as the head. It looked like a snake-dragon-type creature. However, it was unknown where the lower half of his body had gone. The crystal glass tree's transparent crystal-like roots were densely rooted in the entire tree path. It was constantly absorbing energy from Thulhu's remains. The energy of Thulhu's remains seemed to be endless, even after so many years. Gunai could see that the crystal tree was still absorbing the energy from the dragon's body. The crystal tree's invisible energy barrier only covered its main trunk, which was close to the ground. It did not cover the roots and the remains of the creatures on the tree path. Fortunately, it wasn't completely wrapped up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get anything. He released the World Power Upanishad and started to search for other Thulhu remains. After sensing for a while, Gunai's body flew deep underground. He was right below the crystal glass tree. In front of Gun was the remains of Thulhu, about the size of a small wooden table, with collar scales. The most important thing was that the Thulhu remains, which were the size of a small wooden table, had been completely separated from the Thulhu creature. Although it was in a separate state, there were still hundreds of hair-like roots densely rooted in it, absorbing the energy from the flesh. As they got closer, Gunai also noticed something. There was no doubt that this Thulhu creature was dead. However, its flesh wasn't like the tentacles Gunai had encountered before. It was threatening, but it wasn't alive. This piece of ruler's flesh and blood, or even the entire corpse of the huge Thulhu creature, had a small amount of life. Even though this Thulhu creature was dead. However, his flesh and blood seemed to be alive and had a slight life characteristic. Could it be that this crystal glass tree grew out of his body and then reinvigorated the ruler's flesh and blood? No matter what, Zhen Zhen. Gun's eyes swept over the huge Thulhu ruler. In the end, it's still an inanimate object. Gunai then looked at the table-sized piece of flesh. Buzz! The black flame quickly burned the ruler's flesh. And NBSP, at the same time, the Balar flames began to burn the roots of the crystal glass tree. As the roots burned, Gunai also felt the changes in them. After burning for a minute or two, Gunai's expression relaxed a little. Although it's burning very slowly, it's certain that the Balar's flames can indeed cause some damage to the mysterious crystal glass tree's roots. Keep burning this root. In a few days, the root will be completely burned off, and I can get this piece of flesh from Thulhu's remains. I'll use reincarnation to obtain the same Thulhu characteristics. In that case, I might be able to pass through the invisible barrier. Of course, whether I can pass or not, I will only know after the specific transformation. Let's start with the burning. When Gun started to burn the roots of the crystal glass tree, the 9 tunnels that had been annihilated by the giant rays had been found one after another. At the same time, a large number of experts from the powerful Black Demonic God Controller Nation were also sent over to occupy the various large annihilative caves. The gods would not give up such a good opportunity easily. For a time, a large number of battles broke out near all the entrances of the caves. As the battle went on, more and more gods learned about the opening of Thulhu's treasure cave, so more and more gods began to join the battle. Every day, a large number of gods died at the entrance of the cave. For a time, the entrances to these 9 caves had become the gods' mincemeat. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. Under the crystal glass tree. The black flames quickly grew. Green smoke filled the air. The black flames of Balor disappeared. At the same time, Thulhu's flesh, which was the size of a small wooden table, had completely broken free from the crystal glass tree's roots. With a thought, Gunai put it into his spatial bag. Gunai let out a long sigh of relief. After 5 days of burning, I've finally burned off such a thin root. It seems that it's unrealistic to put such a large Thulhu creature into my space package by burning. Gunai then quickly flew up. The first thing he did was to check the stability of the 9 tunnels. After a brief inspection, Gunai finally relaxed. The 9 channels were still stable and showed no signs of dissipating. Gunai didn't waste any time and flew to a corner. After sitting down, Gunai opened the cosmic force gate in his body and put the ruler's flesh into his body. The 3 pieces of flesh that Gun had obtained before were clearly different from this. At the same time, after obtaining the ruler's flesh, Gunai had never reincarnated. Therefore, the cleansing and absorption of the ruler's flesh and blood was not as fast. After this reincarnation, I'll be able to completely match the characteristics of these 4 pieces of flesh. The absorption will be much faster. After feeling it for a while, Gunai self-destructed his soul source core and died. After this reincarnation, my cultivation will fall to the early stage of the demigod realm. Even with those precious fruits, it will still take a year and a half to cultivate it back. I hope the 9 fruits won't disappoint me. Gunai thought to himself as he reincarnated. After he was resurrected again, Gunai could already feel his cosmic force washing over the 4 pieces of flesh in his body. Every piece of Thulhu's flesh seemed to be a part of Gun. The cleansing and absorption allowed Gunai to perfectly fit every weak power in the remains of Thulhu and absorb it perfectly. Then, he flew toward the crystal glass tree. Before he even got close to the invisible barrier of the crystal glass tree, Gunai had already gained some insight. He would probably be able to pass directly. 493 Chapter 141 Steady Wave. He reached the edge of the invisible barrier and placed his palm on it. Immediately, an invisible and powerful repulsive force appeared. It made Gunai unable to advance an inch. Gunai wasn't in a hurry, so he continued to carefully sense the area. Buzz buzz buzz. A moment later, an invisible force began to spread between Gunai's palm and the comprehension barrier. An invisible fluctuation rippled on the invisible barrier like waves. Even the entire crystal glass book was glowing with a faint starlight. As the invisible waves rippled, gradually, the strong repulsive force began to weaken. And it was getting weaker and weaker. After a dozen breaths, the force of repulsion gradually disappeared. At the same time, Gunai reached out his hand. The arm directly sank into the invisible barrier. Who can pass? A smile appeared on Gunai's face. Although there's still some blocking energy, it's the energy barrier's own power. It can't stop me from entering. The plan of assimilating the characteristics of Thulhu creatures and passing through worked indeed. Gunai's body flickered and he disappeared into the barrier. They slowly entered the Stronghold King's cave at a speed of more than 1 meter per second. Half a minute later, Gunai was able to pass through the 30-meter thick barrier. After Gunai passed through the thick barrier, the 9 dazzling energy fruits were already within reach. Gunai wasn't in a hurry. Looking at the 9 mysterious fruits, Gunai began to think. There are 9 fruits and 9 passages. Most of them are connected by some mysterious connection. At the same time, this land of treasures was born because of the crystal glass tree and the fruit. No matter what, if I touch this fruit, there will most likely be some changes here. If that's the case, I'll have to consider the problem of getting out. After these few days, this passage should have been discovered by others. Needless to say, there must be many experts guarding the entrance. Once the destruction energy weakens, many experts will definitely swarm in. The faster ones will be able to get in 10 minutes. My previous reincarnation caused all of my astral souls to disappear. And after one more reincarnation, I will fall back to the peak of the 4th level. The method of reincarnation and escape won't work either. In fact, you don't even have the right to make me die once. Once I die, even if I have more than 80 chances to reincarnate, I will still be killed by them and return to the level of an extraordinary master. The ancient shadow door cannot be used on Mount Omoko. Any teleportation treasure will be disrupted by an invisible force here. It's obviously impossible to use the ancient shadow gate to teleport away. Then the only way is to use Chi-Chi. Gunai's eyes narrowed. Kill our way out. Right now, my greatest reliance is my defensive ability. It's completely possible to fight our way out while withstanding the attacks of a god. In fact, I have an advantage in this 100-meter wide tunnel. After all, the god-destroying light can cover the entire cave. In this way, within the passageway, even if I were to encounter a powerful god in the 3rd stage realm, I would still have the qualifications to kill them. Gunai looked at the 9 fruits, and then back at the 9 paths filled with the power of annihilation. It's easy to get the 9 fruits, but it's not easy to get out. We can't be too hasty. The best way is to cultivate here first. After all, no one knows when the destructive energy in the energy passageway will disappear. I'll cultivate here first. The longer I drag this out, the higher my realm will be, and the higher the level of my Thulhu books will be. The more I see, the stronger I will be. Wait until the passage starts to have strange movements, or even when it weakens. It'll take them at least 10 minutes to get in. This is enough time for me to get 9 of them easily. Then, I'll kill my way out of the tunnel I came in from. Furthermore, the longer this passage lasts, the more advantageous it is for me. It's best if it can last for more than 10 years. By then, I can advance to God. After making a rough plan in his heart, Gunai first walked around the 9 fruits. After feeling the mysterious energy, he left the crystal glass tree and went to the top. He began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. From this position, Gunai could clearly sense the situation of the 9 other passages. Once there were any strange fluctuations, Gunai would be able to sense it at the first moment, and then he would take action. At the same time, he would cultivate in this area. Gunai could also absorb a little of the mysterious energy that the crystal glass tree had absorbed from the mysterious starry sky above. Gunai could feel that the mysterious energy of the stars could not only speed up his cultivation, but it could also increase his cultivation speed. It could also speed up the growth of his Thulhu embryo. At the same time, his comprehension of the 3 ultimacy became clearer and faster. The effect of cultivating here was even faster than cultivating outside. Immersed in the mysterious starlight, Gunai once again began his cultivation journey. Gunai was cultivating. After the first wave of mass deaths, the battle in the passage outside returned to a period of peace. And as the stability period arrived, naturally, the guilds and powers that did not manage to occupy the passageway's priority spots were unwilling to accept this. They also began to recruit idol gods everywhere to fight for a more favorable position. As for the teams that were guarding the passage, they had to be on guard and guard. Naturally, they did not have the power to recruit more people. It would be about half a year later. The second wave of fighting, which was even more difficult to avoid, broke out in the defense of the passage. This wave of killing was obviously bigger and more turbulent than the second wave, and there were more divine spirit experts involved. Among them, there were some third and even fourth stage realm top experts. The news about the mysterious Thulhu passage had also spread more and more in the past 6 months. More and more gods began to learn about the mysterious Thulhu passage. Unknowingly, it had been 2 years since the tunnel had been destroyed. Compared to the gods outside, they had been fighting and killing each other for 2 years. Gunai, on the other hand, had used the mysterious crystal glass tree and the mysterious starlight to cultivate for 2 years. 494 Chapter 142 The Gods Enter. Under the mysterious night sky filled with light, Gunai sat there quietly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a long breath, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. Gunai looked down at the giant crystal tree, and then at the 9 destruction energy paths that remained stable. Gunai could vaguely feel it. 2 years is enough. Gunai slightly rubbed his palm, and a smile appeared on his face. Gunai had made great progress in the past 2 years. Gunai's own realm was the first to bear the brunt. 2 years ago, when Gunai reincarnated, his cultivation had dropped to the early demigod realm. And now, Gunai had already reached the late stage of the demigod realm. On one hand, it was because Gunai had stored precious fruits that could quickly increase his demigod level. On the other hand, the mysterious starlight here was nourishing Gunai. The combination of these two factors allowed Gunai to reach the late-stage demigod realm in 2 years. Compared to the improvement of his realm, Gunai's comprehension of the mystical aspect had also improved by leaps and bounds. During the 2 years of comprehending the profound meaning, Gunai had also gradually discovered the difference between him and the others. His first choice was to comprehend profound meanings. Generally speaking, the later he comprehended, the closer he got to the ceiling, and the slower the efficiency of his comprehension. They would even be stuck at many levels and stop at this point. Gunai, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Gunai's extraordinary talent was already terrifying after being reincarnated. Gunai's comprehension was also very fast. As he cultivated, his understanding of the 3 profound meanings gradually deepened. After reaching the level of a stage 3 god, one's comprehension of profound meaning should have slowed down. Gunai didn't feel his comprehension speed slow down. Instead, it was getting faster and faster. That's right, Gunai's efficiency in learning power Upanishads was getting faster and faster. Even if his realm didn't increase, Gunai found that he was learning faster and faster. Moreover, it seemed like no barrier could stop Gunai. When Gunai's comprehension of destruction power Upanishad was stopped at a certain node, he would start to comprehend dark power Upanishad. After a while, Gunai would come back to study the destruction power Upanishad. He would find that it was easy to break through the new node, so he would continue to study it. As for the world's favored child, the world's profound, Gunai had never been stuck. He was the favorite of the world power Upanishad, which perfectly matched the power Upanishad of the world. No matter how strong a power Upanishad node was, Gunai would slow down his learning speed, but he would still be able to progress steadily. When he passed this barrier, he would once again return to his previous high efficiency rate of comprehension. Gun could guess that his uniqueness was probably due to his Thulhu embryo. The compatibility between the Thulhu embryo and Gun's own power Upanishads. This made Gunai's speed even faster when he was learning the power Upanishads. By now, Gunai could roughly guess that his 3 profound meanings combined were comparable to some powerful 4th-level saints. The advancement of his cultivation. The comprehension of profound meaning. The improvement in both aspects was huge. As for the 3 Thulhu ancient books that he had AFK with, their levels did not increase much. However, compared to before, its power had also taken a qualitative leap. After all, a single upgrade at a higher level was comparable to 2 or even 3 upgrades at a lower level. The higher one's mind was, the more terrifying the power of the Thulhu manual would be. The 3 Thulhu tomes were all at level 9. Compared to when it was at level 7, its power was on a whole new level. With the improvement of his ancient Nirvana power Upanishad in his realm, he was able to break through. Gunai wasn't even afraid of facing a powerful god of the 4th step. After some thought, Gunai's eyes scanned the 9 paths around him. It should be starting soon, but there's still some time. Gunai then focused his mind and began to form his own runes. The Secret Crossing Rune, Holy Shadow Rune, and Heavy Curse Rune didn't need to be condensed. What Gunai needed to do now was to form an occultic rune. The more occultic runes there were, the faster the Thulhu embryo would grow. Before, Gunai didn't need the occultic runes. Now that there was more and more flesh and blood from the ruler, it was clear that he needed to strengthen the occultic runes and speed up the growth rate of his Thulhu embryo. As Gunai condensed, demonic runes began to appear one after another in his body. The 11th. The 12th. With each condensed cosmic force, Gunai could feel that the cosmic force in his body was much stronger than before, and the speed of its washing was also increased by about 20%. After about a day and a night, Gunai slowly opened his eyes and stopped forming the demonic runes. There were now 16 demonized runes inside Gunai's body. With the addition of the 16th occultic rune, the Thulhu embryo's rate of cleansing was 3 times faster than before. Of course, the more important thing was that the density of the cosmic force in his body was higher. This would also allow Gun's Thulhu embryo to grow stronger. What? Gunai felt something and looked at the tunnel. After staring at it for a while, Gunai retracted his gaze. The energy has already begun to decline. When it weakens completely, a god will enter. With my current strength, I can basically follow a passage and kill my way out. With that in mind, Gunai flew down toward the crystal glass trees. He came to a fruit that was about 2 meters in diameter and looked like a small sun. Gunai's world power Upanishad bloomed and took it into his system space. When Gunai collected the fruit, he immediately felt the energy of one of the 9 tunnels begin to weaken. The energy that originally needed an hour to completely decay was now the fruit that he had harvested. It would probably be exhausted in 10 minutes. As expected, touching these fruits will cause a change in the energy in the passageway. Fortunately, I didn't touch these fruits before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to enjoy them. Gunai's body flickered and in an instant, the 9 energy fruits were all in his bag. Gunai then followed the path he had come in from and quickly flew away. At the same time, when the energy passage began to decline, outside the 9 tunnels, the many gods stationed there looked at the tunnel filled with annihilating energy at the same time. All of them were rubbing their hands. Once the annihilation's energy was weakened to a point where it could be resisted, they would definitely rush in at the first moment. After a few minutes, when the powerful annihilation energy weakened to a certain extent, the energy of destruction would be greatly weakened. Outside the 9 passages, a total of 6 powerful stage 4 deities were rushing in through the passages. After a few minutes, the second batch of stage 3 realm deities entered. Then, a large number of stage 2 deities entered. After that, it was time for a stage 1 god to enter. A massive number of gods poured into the Thulhu passage. Needless to say, it would be a bloody battle. It was just as Gunai had expected. When the first batch of stage 4 deities entered the core of Thulhu's passage and saw the huge crystal glass tree, they were stunned. They could all sense that the crystal glass tree was born from the corpses of Thulhu creatures. However, they didn't see any fruits. Subconsciously, they were certain that the crystal glass tree was a supreme treasure. After all, the invisible energy barrier was protecting this huge tree. If this wasn't a treasure, what was it? Immediately, the first batch of stage 4 divine spirits who entered began to fight each other madly. Only by killing the others would they have the power to claim the crystal tree. A tragic and bloody war between the gods immediately began. For a moment, a terrifying divine power fluctuation bloomed in the area of the crystal glass tree. 495 fleeing. Gunai was flying through the tunnel with the speed of a second stage god. In less than 20 minutes, he could faintly feel the surging energy behind him. That was a battle between two stage 4 realm gods. It's a good thing I escaped quickly. Otherwise, even if I'm not afraid of these stage 4 deities, I might not be able to win in a one-on-one fight. Then Gunai's expression became serious as he looked ahead. They're here, third level of divine spirit realm. At this moment, Ao Tuoli, the stage 3 realm deity of the flying snake tribe, was flying at high speed through the passageway. Their small team had joined forces with other small teams. One after another, more than 80 deity teams were gathered. They had managed to withstand 5 to 6 attacks from the Black Devil God's divine kingdom. Although there were many casualties, there were still more than 50 people. However, all the deaths and injuries were worth it. Their god had occupied the most advantageous position in this passage. Of course, the most important thing was that it wasn't their people who died fighting against the Black Demonic God's divine kingdom. They had felt it when the tunnel was opened earlier. He waited until the destruction energy in the passage had dropped to a certain level. The strongest of them all, Ao Tuoli, and the other two stage 3 deities were the first to enter. Out of the three of them, Ao Tuoli was the fastest. The three of them entered at the same time, and at this time, Ao Tuoli had already pulled a certain distance away from the other two stage 3 realm deities. What? As he flew, Ao Tuoli suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him, his expression filled with shock. What's going on? A demigod is actually flying over. How did he get in? After a moment of surprise, Ao Tuoli's expression suddenly sank. And his speed is so fast. His speed is probably comparable to an ordinary second stage god. It's rare for a demigod to have such speed. No matter how this demigod got in, let's capture him first and search his soul. After a big turn, Gunai immediately saw the snake god with snake wings. He was in the middle of the third stage realm and his divine power was vast and his strength was quite strong. A black flame flashed in Gunai's eyes. Otto, who had just gathered his divine power, was suddenly shocked. Not good. At the same time as he dodged, swish! A terrifying black flame immediately bloomed on his body. The black flames were so ferocious that the moment they were ignited, Ao Tuoli felt an irresistible destructive power rapidly burning his body and soul. The power of the flames even seeped into his divine crown. Balor's flames had risen from level 7 to level 9. In addition, the ancient Nirvana realm had increased the power of his god power, and his darkness and destruction power Upanishads had also improved. The power of Balor's flames had clearly increased by 2 or even 3 levels. Even a stage 3 god would find it hard to resist the terrifying Balor flames. Die! As he endured the burning flames, he gritted his teeth and attacked Gunai. 7 or 8 rainbow-like vines appeared in the surrounding space. At the same time the rainbow vine appeared. Gunai's body quickly turned golden. The rainbow vines wrapped around Gunai's body. Buzz! The profound world power Upanishad created a small world around Gunai. It made it difficult for the vines to bind him. At the same time, the power of Gunai's sacred armor of immortality was reflected back at him. Chi 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 chi! The vines quickly melted, and Gunai was able to break free from the attack of the vines. Not only did the immortal saint armor have a strong defensive ability, but it also had a terrifying ability to break free. Using the world power Upanishad, he could strengthen the world around Gunai. It would be difficult for those controlling techniques to imprison Gunai. Buzz! The space suddenly trembled. A power that made Ao Tuoli feel fear tore open the space. Whoosh! The empty year was torn apart, and a black light instantly enveloped the entire long passage. Chi 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 chi! Ao Tuoli, who was enveloped in the black light, felt his entire body being washed by a terrifying force. It was as if the force of the cleansing was about to tear his flesh from his bones. Ah, Ying Luo! Gritting his steel teeth, a powerful god equipment appeared on top of Otto's body. Only then was he able to barely resist the terrifying black light. Then, he continued to attack Gunai. One by one, penetrative battle spears were condensed in his hands, and then these battle spears were quickly thrown over. In the face of such an attack that could easily pierce through a stage 2 god spirit, Gunai wasn't afraid at all as he attacked with his restriction. Bang! 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 The power of each spear strike sent out waves of divine power that swept through the entire passage. Gunai took the spear's attack head-on as he quickly moved forward. After 7 or 8 spears landed on Gunai's body, Gunai quickly passed by Ao Tuoli and flew towards the entrance. This scene once again shocked Ao Tuoli. How is this guy's defense so strong? There's still Ying Luo. Ao Tuoli lowered his head and looked at the black flames that were gradually being suppressed on his body, as well as the black light that was gradually dissipating. His expression became more and more serious. He's only a demigod, but he already has the power to threaten me. And his defense is so amazing. If we were to really fight, I might not be his match. What kind of freak is this? Could it be that this fellow was born from the depths of that mysterious place? He looked at the powerful demigod who was running away quickly, then at the depths of the Thulhu tunnel. In the end, Ao Tuoli still gritted his teeth, quickly recovering his strength as he flew deeper into the cave. That strange demigod was very strong. If he really chased after him, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Besides, it was possible that the demigod's strength was related to the depths of the Thulhu passage. Therefore, it was best to enter the depths of the cave as soon as possible to see if he could get some benefits. Gunai let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the flying snake tribe leader wasn't chasing after him. Even though he wasn't afraid of that stage 3 realm god, it would be troublesome if the other party were to chase after him. Gunai then looked towards the exit. Again, 2 more. However, if they don't attack me, I don't have to attack them. After a while, Gunai and the 2 demigods of the 3rd stage met. The 2 stage 3 deities had naturally felt the shockwaves from the previous battle. And now, he was facing Gunai, who was only a demigod. He was a pushover, so it would be a waste not to crush him. Therefore, the 2 of them joined forces to attack Gunai. Seeing this, Gunai immediately retaliated. For a time, his divine power surged again. 496 escaping and ascending to heaven. The battle came quickly and left quickly. A second after Gunai and the 2 fighters crossed paths, the battle had already begun. He could feel the demigod running away quickly. The 2 3rd stage realm initial stage deities had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. In just a short 1 or 2 seconds of battle, the 2 of them were already quite injured. Whether it was the strange black flames or the strange black light that directly tore through space and penetrated through it, they were both extremely threatening to the 2 of them. Fortunately, the 2 of them had divine artifacts and defensive equipment. Otherwise, they would definitely have suffered a great loss. More importantly, that demigod's defensive ability was simply terrifying. Their attacks landed on each other's bodies, but the other party ignored them. He directly took the damage from the 2 people and advanced by leaps and bounds, unafraid of any attack. Fortunately, the demigod didn't have any intention of fighting. He just kept running. Otherwise, if the fight continued, the 2 of them would be the only ones to die. At this moment, the 2 stage 3 realm gods finally understood why there was an extremely short battle earlier. Clearly, Ao Tuoli had also had a short confrontation with this demigod, who was so powerful that it was somewhat strange. As this demigod fled, he fought. Since Atoli didn't pursue this demigod, the two of them naturally didn't have any thoughts of pursuing him. Entering the depths of the Thulhu cave was the right thing to do. After all, they had been waiting outside the cave for 2 years. Now that the cave had opened, they had to go in and take a look. After passing by the first 3 powerful gods, seeing that they weren't going to catch up, Gunai relaxed. If 3rd stage realm experts didn't chase after him, then those 2nd stage and even 1st stage realm gods wouldn't be a threat to him. After the battle, many gods went in and found no powerful treasures. In addition, he had escaped at full speed, so most of them must have guessed that he had obtained the treasure and escaped. However, that was no longer important. After this battle, Gunai would definitely find a hidden place far away, then concentrate on cultivating and directly become a god. When Gunai became a saint spirit, he wouldn't even be afraid of a 5th order god, let alone a 4th order god. At that time, Gunai would be completely safe on the Mount Omoko. A moment later, Gunai saw 7 or 8 2nd order realm gods flying towards him. With a thought, Gunai charged over. After a few seconds, after dealing a heavy blow to the 7 or 8 stage 2 deities and killing 2 of them, Gunai left. He left behind a group of dumbfounded stage 2 deities. Gunai then ran into the group of more than 40 1st stage realm gods. This made things even easier, as he directly killed his way over. Naturally, none of these 1st stage gods were able to withstand the attack of Gunai. An hour later, Capped Desert. Whoosh! Gunai jumped down. Gunai then looked around. There were no other gods around. Clearly, he was able to enter before the surrounding gods could. With a thought, Gunai concealed his body and flew off in a certain direction. There was no need to say anything more. The mysterious crystal glass tree must have been in a mess. Unfortunately, their battle was destined to be in vain. Gunai flew for 3 days and 3 nights. Gunai stopped when he reached the border of the outer barrier, which was close to the middle region of the Mount Omoko. This place was closer to the middle layer of the Omoko Ancient God Mountain and was also close to the barrier at the edge of Omoko. It was basically an area where no one had returned. It was the safest place to cultivate. He patrolled the area in secret and confirmed that there were no gods nearby. Gunai found a very well-hidden location. He then hid inside and sealed the passage, completely isolating himself from the outside world. In a sealed secret chamber, Gunai let out a long breath. Huhuhu has finally escaped. He fled so far away to such a remote place. Even if they're aware of it, it should be difficult for them to find my traces. Moreover, even though there are many divine spirit experts in the Omoko Ancient Divine Mountain, most of them are scattered. There won't be many people who will come to find me. When this is over, this matter will probably be over. Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. And Jianji. I just need to stay here and steadily advance to the God realm. Although it's a pity that we didn't get the huge Thulhu remains under the mysterious crystal tree. However, it's enough to get the 9 mysterious fruits. For now, the Thulhu remains in my body are enough. Previously, I could use it for about 20 years. Now, the scouring speed of my cosmic force has increased to about 3 times its original speed. Basically, it can be washed away for about 7 years. As the Thulhu embryo in my body grows, this time should be shortened. Such a long time is more than enough for me to advance to the God realm. Besides, I still have the mysterious fruit of the crystal glass tree. It won't be too late to go out and look for Thulhu's remains after I become a god and my strength has increased greatly. It's a pity that I didn't obtain any new Thulhu ancient books during this period of time. I can't use any more powerful techniques. Gunai then gradually collected his thoughts. I wonder about the effect of the fruit of the crystal glass tree. We'll know once we try. With a flip of his hand, a 2-meter wide fruit that was like a small sun bloomed. As the fruit was taken out, instantly, the entire cave was illuminated by the light as if it was daytime. The mysterious energy that it released poured into Gunai's body, and Gunai immediately felt his soul gently ripple. It's indeed wondrous. Gunai sighed. He looked around. The entire cave had been sealed up by Gunai, so the outside world wouldn't notice him taking out the fruit. He then swallowed the mysterious fruit that was like a small sun. The 2-meter-wide little sun fruit was swallowed by Gunai. As a demigod, Gunai naturally had a way to store such a large fruit. As soon as the fruit entered his stomach, an incomparably pure energy began to flow through Gunai's body. He could feel the power of the Twilight Star origin canon flowing through his body, and the absorption of the small sun fruit began. His demigod realm was also improving at an extremely fast speed. More importantly, the Thulhu embryo in Gun's body was growing at an indescribable speed. This growth rate was 100 times faster than before. As expected, it's effective on my Thulhu embryo, and most of the power is used on my Thulhu embryo. After all, this thing grew from the powerful Thulhu's corpse, and I don't know how many years of energy it has been absorbing. This fruit is probably enough for me to advance to the God realm. Gunai thought. 497 Advancing to God. There was the existence of the Thulhu fruit. Gunai's progress was extremely fast. Before he knew it, half a year had passed. In the dark cave, Gunai was sitting cross-legged on his cultivation seat. At this moment, the entire cave was filled with an extremely dense aura of a god. Although this was only the aura of a first-stage realm god, the might of its divine power was comparable to that of a second-stage god. And the place where the god aura was blooming was naturally Gunai. The power of the Thulhu fruit was beyond doubt. Gun, who was a late-stage demigod, used the Thulhu fruit to reach the peak of the demigod realm in less than half a month. After that, Gun used the Thulhu fruit to break through to godhood. He had a strong foundation, a perfect soul, body, and half of his divine power after reincarnation. In addition, Gunai had already deeply comprehended the 3 profound meanings. It only took 3 months for Gunai to become a god. Gunai, who was far superior to a demigod in many aspects, was no weaker than an ordinary second-stage deity. The most intuitive thing was, Gunai, who was at the initial stage of the first-order divine spirit realm, was comparable to an initial stage second-order divine spirit in terms of divine power. After more than 2 months of stabilization, Gunai had completely stabilized his realm at the first level of the divine spirit realm and was about to reach the middle stage of the first level of the divine spirit realm. The entire cave was filled with Gunai's dense divine aura. There was also another aura that was weaker, but it was completely above the gods. Thulhu's aura. The Thulhu fruit had an extraordinary effect on the cultivation of the deity series. In fact, the Thulhu fruit had the greatest effect on Gunai because of the Thulhu embryo in his body. Strictly speaking, the Thulhu embryo in Gun's body had already taken shape. The current Gun could be seen as a weak Thulhu creature. Although the Thulhu embryo was weak, in essence, it was completely above the gods. A weak Thulhu creature at the early stage of first-level divine spirit realm. This was the true form of the Ancient One. Whether it was advancing from a demigod to a god, or did it grow from a Thulhu embryo to a weak Thulhu? To Gunai, this was a huge transformation. Hu. After a long breath, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. He could feel the transformation of his strength, as well as the advancement of his life form. Gunai couldn't help but smile. Back then, in the region of the crystal glass tree, I, who was a late-stage demigod, was afraid of those powerful deities of the 4th stage realm. And now, I've already advanced to God, and Thulhu's biological form has taken shape. I think those 4th stage God-level spirits are afraid of me. The Thulhu ancient book supported by the universal force, and the blood sea that I myself perfectly fit with the universal force. Any 4th stage divine spirit would find it hard to resist such powerful physical techniques. Even those experts at the 5th stage of the divine spirit realm might not be able to resist them. Gunai thought to himself. The biggest difference between a Thulhu embryo and a Thulhu creature was the use of cosmic force. The birth of the cosmic force was the foundation for Gun to become a Thulhu embryo. However, the Thulhu embryo could not control the cosmic force. However, once one became a Thulhu creature, it would be different. One could control the cosmic force. When Gun's Thulhu embryo gradually grew into a Thulhu creature, Gunai discovered that he could control the cosmic force that washed over his body. Cosmic force. It was the most mysterious power in the entire universe. Ordinary creatures could not control it at all. The only thing he could control were Thulhu creatures. This was also the most essential difference between Thulhu creatures and ordinary creatures. When the universe force was added to the manuals and powerful abilities, the power of the manuals and abilities would undergo a complete transformation. It could be seen as a dimension reduction attack. It was a one-sided destructive attack. Gun's Thulhu body was still weak. The cosmic force he had grasped was still very weak, let alone cultivate and comprehend it. Once Gun's Thulhu body grew and he gained full control of the universe, he would become a true Thulhu creature. At the same time, the ancient Nirvana universe force would naturally flow in his body and the surrounding universe. It was born to be invisible, and indescribable. As he thought about it, he looked inside his body. Of the 4 large pieces of Thulhu, the 3 smaller ones had been digested. And the originally largest piece was only left with a third. In another month or so, it would be completely digested. Half a year ago, Gun's Thulhu body had not yet formed. Gunai estimated that it would take 5 or 6 years. However, after the body of Thulhu was formed, Gun clearly underestimated the demand of Thulhu remains for the body of Thulhu. The absorption speed increased by 10 times. As a result, the Thulhu remains in Gun's body were almost completely digested in just half a year. Continue to use the Thulhu fruit to speed up the training of the body of Thulhu. Without the remains of Thulhu, it will be very slow, and it will waste most of the power of the Thulhu fruit. There are only 8 fruits left. It'll probably be hard to get such a fruit for a long time. I need to use it sparingly. It seems that I need to go out and find more Thulhu remains. Gunai thought. Now that I've become a god, the body of Thulhu has taken shape, and my strength has increased in all aspects. There are not many strong people in the entire Omoko ancient divine mountain who can threaten me. I can reincarnate and place my soul in many places. I don't have to worry about being imprisoned in those dangerous places. With this in mind, Gunai stood up. This place is closer to the middle region of the Omoko ancient divine mountain. I remember that in the middle region, not far from me, there is a very dangerous region called Emos. It's said that even stage 4 and stage 5 divine spirits don't dare to enter that place. There's a risk of death even if you go in. At the same time, it's also where a large number of Thulhu treasures are born. Therefore, there are many gods who use their avatars to explore. If I go there and borrow the miracle system, I can definitely find some good things. It would be even better if I could find some powerful Thulhu abilities. After all, I have a total of 12 slots now, while the Thulhu manual only has 3. The remaining 9 hack slots are placed there. It's a waste to leave them empty while I'm cultivating. I've found more Thulhu remains and some Thulhu ancient books on my trip to the land of Emos. When I came back to cultivate again, on one hand, I improved my realm and strength. On the other hand, I hacked to improve my ancient books. The effect was excellent. After thinking for a while, Gunai made a decision. He quietly opened up a passage, and after identifying the direction, he flew towards the dangerous middle region of the Omoko ancient divine mountain, the land of Emos. 498 A dangerous signal. In a huge passage, Gunai was flying forward at the speed of a second-degree realm god. It's been half a year since the incident at the crystal glass tree. I wonder what will happen next. It would naturally be better if they were gradually forgotten. But if someone uses some special means to find some clues and wants to find me, then he better pray that he doesn't encounter me. Gunai thought. The current Gunai was completely different from the demigod he had been half a year ago. As he flew, Gunai sensed the auras of other flying gods. Among them, there was no lack of strong first-stage peak, and even second-stage god spirit auras. The gods also felt Gunai's aura. Although they could feel that Gunai's aura was at the first-stage realm, when they felt that Gunai's aura was almost comparable to a second-stage realm god, many gods immediately restrained their abnormal thoughts. If it was just an ordinary first-stage realm, they would naturally dare to come over. However, for a first-stage realm deity to have an aura comparable to a second-stage realm, one could tell that he was a ruthless character. If they were not extremely powerful, they would not easily provoke such a guy. In a wide passage, the curtain fell on an especially intense battle. Bolotan looked at the despairing face on the peak first-degree realm divine crown in his hand. He grinned and clenched his fist. The destructive power directly crushed the soul will of the god in the god crown. A mere stage 1 god spirit dares to loiter around here? You really don't know what's good for you. Bolotan laughed coldly. And then, Bolotan continued to fly forward and patrol. The third stage realm middle stage god, Bolotan, was extremely powerful. In the outer regions of the land of Emos, between the lower and middle levels of the Omoko ancient divine mountain, his power was at the very top. The outer regions of the land of Emos were the main areas where he wandered and hunted. He had obtained many good things in the outer area of the land of Emos. Many of the good items were snatched from other people. The first and second order realm gods left after obtaining the good stuff from the land of Emos. If he touched them, they could basically not escape. While flying, Bolotan suddenly looked at another area not far away. There. And then, Bolotan began to laugh. Another reckless first stage god. Although he's only at the initial stage of the first realm, his aura is so strong. I'm afraid he's comparable to an ordinary second stage god. Even if you have the strength of a stage 2 god, you can't escape from me. But why does this god's aura feel a little familiar? After sensing it for a moment, Bolotan frowned. After a moment's thought, Bolotan's eyes suddenly lit up. This aura is that of the demigod. After sensing it carefully for a while, Bolotan's eyes became bright and sharp. That's right. It's that extremely powerful demigod. Although he is only at the initial stage of the first level of the divine spirit realm, the essence of his divine power cannot be changed. And then, Bolotan laughed. I didn't expect to meet this guy. This fellow should not know that the black demonic god's divine kingdom, as well as those powerful stage 4 and even stage 5 realm deities, had long set their eyes on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to fly so freely. I didn't expect that I would have my eyes on this big fish. This kid's strength is freakishly strong. It's said that even at the demigod realm, he can threaten a third stage divine spirit realm expert. Now that he has ascended to the level of a deity, he has at least the strength of a stage 4 deity, or even close to a stage 5 deity. If I go alone, you most likely won't be a match. Looks like I need to call for the members of the Interoom Cultivators Association. First, secretly keep an eye on this kid's position. When the gods of the 5th stage realm of the intermediate religious order arrive, we can eliminate this kid in one fell swoop and then get the Thulhu treasure in his hands. From the fact that this kid managed to become a god in just half a year, the Thulhu treasure must be very powerful. Immediately after, Bolotan began to use a special communication treasure to send messages to the experts of the intermediate order. Half a year ago, there was a famous treasure ground in the lower region of the Omoko ancient divine mountain called the Crystal Glass Divine Tree Incident. The place called the Crystal Glass Divine Tree had attracted many experts. After the accessible passage was opened, there were at least 20 stage 4 deities, over 100 stage 3 deities, and several hundred stage 2 and stage 1 deities. A very strong portion of the black demonic god's deity kingdom's strength had entered. After entering, the gods saw the huge mysterious tree. Then, a fierce battle began. After nearly 70% of the powerhouses were killed or injured. In the end, this mysterious ancient god tree was still occupied by the many experts of the black demonic god's divine kingdom. However, a dramatic scene happened. The crystal glass tree of God. Other than the huge Thulhu corpse deep underground, there were no treasures in the 10,000-meter tall tree. So many people had died, yet the black demonic god's god nation had not gained any benefits. Such a dramatic scene naturally spread far and wide. However, as the incident continued to ferment, the truth gradually came to light. First, there was news that came out in a tunnel. When the destructive energy in the passage gradually dissipated, an extremely powerful demigod expert quickly charged out. What was certain was that this demigod's defensive ability was extremely shocking. The powerful attack of the Stage 3 Realm God landed on the demigod's body, but the demigod simply barged into the attack of the Stage 3 Realm God and completely ignored it. Then, after some investigation, it was not that the huge crystal glass divine tree did not have any treasures, but that it had 9 of them. However, the treasure had disappeared without a trace. Because the first group of gods who entered did not see the treasure inside the crystal glass tree with the thick mysterious barrier. It was a backtrack talent that came after the scenes of the strong. He discovered that the treasures were still there before the experts had entered. However, those treasures had disappeared for no reason. Putting all of this together, it was easy to come to a conclusion. That demigod had relied on his incredible defense to withstand the damage caused by the passage's annihilation. They were the first to enter the land of Thulhu's treasures. Then, when the land of Thulhu's treasures was about to open, he took the treasure on the crystal glass divine tree and escaped through the passage. As a result, everyone had a fierce fight with each other without knowing it. On the contrary, all the benefits were taken away by the demigod. After confirming the situation, back at the Emoko ancient divine mountain, the few peak stage 5 realm godly spirits of the black demonic god's godly kingdom were extremely furious. They had suffered so many casualties, but in the end, all the benefits had been taken away by that demigod. This was naturally something they could not tolerate. After a careful investigation, the divine general of the black demon god's divine kingdom had extracted the divine power of the demigod from the soul of the god who had fought with the demigod. Then, they began a comprehensive investigation of the demigod. However, after the demigod escaped, he knew that there would be danger and went into hiding. That expert from the black demonic god's god nation had used all sorts of methods, but he was still unable to find any traces of him. Bolotan had not expected to meet that demigod here today. Although he had become a god, this did not change the fact that he was bound to be hunted. 499 Chapter 147 The Siege of the Secret Order. The message had just been sent out, and it took less than a minute. The communication device in Bolotan's hands buzzed and vibrated. Bolotan nodded lightly. Swish! The image of a foreign god with demon horns appeared on the communicator. The god of Iju, who had the power of Thulhu's bloodline, was one of the 5 leaders of the intermediate religious order. He was an extremely powerful expert at the 5th stage of the divine spirit realm. Iju said in a deep voice. Bolotan, is the information you just sent true? Lord Emo, the information we sent is 100% true. That demigod has already become a god spirit, but he's only at the initial stage of the 1st realm. It's heading in the direction of the Emo's region, where the intermediate religious order is stationed. According to the direction it's flying in, it will probably enter through the fire extinguishing door. Bolotan replied honestly. The door of fire extinguishing. After thinking for a moment, the god with demon horns nodded slightly. Your information has made a great contribution this time. If you catch this guy, you will naturally have many benefits. Hearing these words, Bolotan immediately smiled. Lord Emo, I will follow this guy and send you his location. If this kid changes his path, I'll immediately give you the information. Bolotan said. That's fine too, but to be safe, you'd better turn on the location synchronization information first. If this kid comes to the fire extinguishing door according to the normal trajectory, we'll wait here. After all, there's a lot of our forces near the fire extinguishing door. We're gathering our forces now. That kid's arrival is perfect for us to capture. If this kid changes his route, we can catch up with him in time. Yes, Sir Emo, no problem. I'll open the location synchronization message now. While flying, Gunai looked at the miracle system page to see if there was anything about a miracle. On the other hand, Gunai was trying to use his own cosmic force. With all kinds of magical power Upanishads, the power of the Thulhu scriptures and their energy could be greatly enhanced. With the support of the universal force, the power of this ancient book would complete a dimensional transformation. However, Gunai had always been cultivating in secret and had never used the cosmic force. Now that they were heading to the land of Emos, there would be no lack of battle. After all, that place was basically a place where only stage 3 and stage 4 divine spirits could fly. There weren't even many stage 2 deities. As for him, a stage 1 god, no matter how he looked at it, he would be a pushover. Easy to pinch. At this time, he was already familiar with the use of the cosmic force. When it was time to fight, he would not be out of practice. As he flew, Gunai's eyes occasionally glanced behind him. Earlier on, I could feel that a third stage realm deity had fought with a first stage realm deity. After that, the aura of a stage 1 god was extinguished. He was obviously killed by a stage 3 god. After that, the stage 3 realm deity quickly concealed his aura. Although I can't detect their auras from far away, I still feel like I'm peeking. Could it be that the third stage realm deity has his eyes on me? After some thought, Gunai chuckled. The current me can crush a stage 3 realm expert to death as easily as I could crush a stage 1 realm expert when I was a demigod. There's no need to worry about him. Let's enter the land of Emos first. The land of Emos is filled with danger. As long as I enter, no one will be able to track me down. If I can find a good place to cultivate in the land of Emos, I can focus on cultivating there. I'm going through the fire extinguishing gate this time. I heard that it's very chaotic there and there are many experts. It wasn't easy when you came out, but it was quite easy when you went in. With this in mind, the wind spirit wings on Gunai's back spread open, and his speed increased. 7 or 8 hours later, Gunai was getting closer to the fire extinguishing door at the entrance of Eros. Gunai slowed down. He became more cautious. The area around the fire outdoor was very quiet, and it didn't look like there was any danger at all. But in reality, Gunai knew. The more this was the case, the more dangerous it was. No one knew how many deity-level powerhouses were hiding in the dark. It looked like there was not a single one, but who knew if 20 or 30 gods would jump out at the next second and attack together. The higher one's rank was in the Mount Omoko, the more powerful the gods would be. The massacre became more and more intense. While flying, Gunai suddenly sensed something. The next moment, swish! An indescribable sharpness pierced through the air, aiming at Gunai's head. This was a sneak attack by a stage 4 realm deity. The stage 4 god who was secretly gathering power was the master of the wind profound. Its speed was unbelievable. Gunai Gong sensed the other. His opponent had already arrived behind Gunai. Groan! This spear attack perfectly matched the profound meaning of wind. The boundless sharpness of the wind gathered together, and even the space around it rippled under the strong wind. The spear went straight for Gunai's head. What a powerful attack! Gunai thought. This fellow is considered one of the strongest among the 4th stage divine spirits. If this attack was used against a god of the 4th stage, even if a god of the 4th stage didn't die, he would be severely injured. Boom! The spear, which was filled with boundless power, struck Gunai's head. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, the waves raged like a hurricane. At the place where the spear wind had destroyed, a layer of golden glass slowly circulated between Gunai's eyebrows, blocking the attack of the level 4 Divine Spirit Realm expert. This Bayan. Upon seeing this, the stage 4 Realm Divine Spirit Spear user was stunned. He had previously received news that this first stage god possessed an astonishing defensive ability. However, he didn't expect the other party's defensive power to be completely beyond his imagination. He cultivated the spear technique and comprehended the profound truths of the wind. The innate divine ability was to gather endless power into a single point. If he were to gather his strength in the dark and strike with his spear, he would definitely be able to pierce through the head of a defensive deity of the 5th stage realm and inflict heavy injuries on him. He had originally thought that this charged-up sneak attack would at least cause some damage no matter how bad it was. However, he didn't expect his most powerful spear to land. It didn't even seem like it could cause a superficial wound. Staring at the stage 4 divine spear user, Gunai had already noticed something. "I have to say, this shot of yours doesn't hurt at all," Gunai coldly said. The next moment, swish! A sound. The flames of Baylor, which contained a certain amount of cosmic force, directly burned the body of the stage 4 realm divine spear user. 500 The terrifying first-grade divine spirit. As the black Baylor's flames glowed. Ah! An incomparably miserable shriek came out from the mouth of the stage 4 god spirit spear. From the looks of it, this stage 4 realm divine spear user only had the black flames of Baylor burning on the surface. But in reality, in addition to the burning flames on the surface of its body, the fire on its body was also burning. The flames within his divine body had also burned every corner. His body, bones, internal organs, and brain. Even the sea of divine power in the depths of his ethereal plane, the divine crown, and the soul within the divine crown. All of them were burning. Before Gunai became a god, he hadn't mastered the universal force. The power of Gun's Baylor flames could only seep through the surface of his body. Only a small part of the power could burn into his body. As Gunai became a god, he mastered the universe. The cosmic force could wash every corner of its body from inside to outside. Even the most deeply hidden divine crown was no exception. In addition, he had become a god, so his power in all aspects had undergone a gradual transformation. Naturally, it made Gun's spell attack more threatening. From inside to outside, all directions were burned. This included the ocean of divine power that was difficult to enter, the deepest hidden divine crown, and the souls within. Everything could be burned. Moreover, it was a burning that was even more destructive. This was the terrifying aspect of the Baylor's flames, which contained cosmic force, after advancing to the god level. Following the wails of the stage 4 divine spirit spearman. Immediately after. Boom! 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 5 divine auras bloomed at the same time. Out of the 5 god spiritual auras, 4 of them were at the 4th stage realm. The strongest among them was a stage 5 god spirit. Die! The moment the 5 gods' auras burst out, they all charged toward Gunai. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Even a 4th stage immortal spirit realm master felt great joy as he attacked Gunai. All sorts of attacks were launched at Gunyahung. Gunai's body flickered, dodging all kinds of attacks while also counter-attacking. Buzz! 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 Baylor's flames continued to shine. It began to burn on the god's body. At the same time, the light of life and death that pierced through space continued to envelop the 6 people who were attacking him, including the Tier 4 divine spear user in front of him. In an instant, within the entire passageway, incomparably powerful divine fluctuations intertwined. In this terrifying place filled with divine fluctuations, the most terrifying thing was the black light pillars that tore through space one after another. Every black light pillar that fell caused the surrounding space to ripple. The intense battle continued. In the distance, A large number of Stage 3, Stage 4, and Stage 2 deities were watching the battle. A few hours ago, several powerhouses from the congregation had arrived at the entrance of the fire extinguishing door. At that time, many gods had hidden away in fear. After all, the gods of the intermediate order were extremely powerful. To be able to enter the assembly, one had to be at least a Stage 3 god spirit. Even a Stage 3 god was only a peripheral member of the intermediate order. In order to become a core member, one had to be at the 4th level, and an extremely powerful 4th level of the sage plane at that. It was very difficult for a 4th level oracle and 4th level ancestor soul realm god to enter the intermediate religious order. However, when these masters of the order came near the fire extinguishing door, they did not attack or drive away the other gods. Instead, they hid at the entrance of the fire extinguishing door. Immediately, many gods sensed it. It was obvious that the deity-level experts of the order wanted to ambush the others. For a time, many gods were discussing in secret. He didn't know which Stage 4 or Stage 5 deity the cultivators of this temple were ambushing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss, involving so many strong practitioners, and even a 5th stage realm powerful god. When the god that was ambushed arrived and the battle broke out, the gods were dumbfounded. Dispatching 5 4th stage realm top exponents and a 5th stage realm powerful god, just to ambush a 1st stage god. However, they soon felt how terrifying the 1st stage realm god was. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The defense of a Stage 1 deity like Swan Ni is too terrifying. Indeed, his physical defense is simply terrifying. Moreover, this guy is a mage god. Since when can the gods of magic have such a deep level of magnanimity? Not only is this Stage 1 god magnanimous, but his offensive spells are also quite shocking. Look at those gods. They're doing their best to avoid the black light that has the properties of erosion and annihilation. That's true. Not only do immortals of the 1st realm have amazing defense, but their attacks are also terrifying. An ordinary 1st stage immortal's attack can't even hurt a 4th stage immortal. And his attacks can even threaten the life of a Stage 5 immortal. What kind of status does this 1st realm god have? How could he be so powerful that so many experts from the intermediate religious order would join forces to attack him? I'm not sure. This 1st stage god is so powerful. He's able to fight 6 people at once and not be at a disadvantage. And looking at the burning of the flames, it seems that the restrictions on these 6 gods are great. Their divine power aura has begun to decline slightly. This fellow's strength is so terrifying, he shouldn't be unknown. Oh right, I know who this guy is. The voice of a god suddenly rang out from the crowd. Immediately, many gods looked over. Do you know the demigod in the crystal glass tree incident? After a god mentioned this incident, for a time, many divine spirit experts thought of this matter. So it's this kid. You don't say, it's really this kid. It's him. Can you tell me the details? The gods who didn't know about this matter asked one after another. As some gods elaborated, it was about the demigod who killed a Stage 2 god at the demigod realm. He relied on his strong physical defense to be the first to enter the cave of Thulhu's treasure. After secretly stealing the treasures, he managed to escape while enduring the attacks of a Stage 3 deity. After that, the black demonic god's divine kingdom and many other divine experts fought each other in a tragic manner. In the end, the news of them returning empty-handed spread to the various divine beings. That means this kid has taken all the treasures in the Thulhu cave? A deity said in surprise. Hee, Yingluo, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Compared to stealing the treasure, this kid's strength is even more amazing. The strength of this 1st-tier god is indeed a little terrifying. He has the terrifying strength of a 5th-tier god in the 1st tier, which is extremely rare in the entire Holy Haikaur. Indeed, his strength is too shocking. Could it be that this guy is going to become a deity controller? Is it because of the treasure? I feel that it has something to do with that treasure. Didn't all the gods of that guild come here to kill this guy and take the treasures? This religious order probably didn't expect that a mere first-stage realm god would have such terrifying strength. The Central Cultivation Society is a bit unable to hold on now. These words made many gods focus their attention on the battlefield. That's right, it was just as the god had said. When Gunai was surrounded by 6 cultivators, they were the first ones to give in.